Today is the entrance day at the Demonic Academy. This place only opens its gates once every 10 years. For 4 years. 6 brutal stages. 1 shot at each test. Fail a single one and you're done. Sent off to the fields and labor camps for the rest of your life. This is where the next generation of monsters is forged. And standing at the very front, the 6 heirs of the 6 great clans. Children of the cult lord himself, a man ranked among the 5 strongest martial artists alive. From the Dark Clan, ranked number 1, Mu Young. From the Sword Clan, number 2, Kyung Yuan. From the Spring Clan, number 3, Mu Kyun. From the Poison Clan, number 4, Zhong Song. From the Blade Clan, number 5, Yu Chen. And from the Sound Clan, number 6, the only girl in the room with moisty lips, Go Wang Ho Ryo. 6 prodigies raised from birth to kill, but there's supposed to be a 7th? The 7th prince is an illegitimate son, a bastard the clans would rather pretend doesn't exist. And right now, he's stuck outside the gate, because somehow conveniently, nobody can find his badge. The black tag with the number 7 on it is gone. He knows exactly what this is. One more little game from the 6 clans to keep him out and embarrass him before he even walks through the door. But he swallows it and waits. Picking a fight on day 1 helps nobody. When they finally let him in, he gets shoved all the way to the back. The whispers start instantly. Then the trumpets sound. The cult lord arrives and the whole courtyard buckles under his presence. He gives the speech, "You are the future of the cult. Train hard, become our strength." And the crowd eats it up. Then his eyes drift to the back, to his bastard son. He looks right at him and turns away like nothing. The kid isn't even surprised. He's his father, but he's the same man who didn't show up when his mother died. Speech is over. Time for the first test. Day 1. Right now. The rules are simple and brutal. The Sound Clan elder plays her instrument, a weapon made of pure sound and energy. Survive 1 full minute and you pass. Fail and you're out of the academy on day 1. She starts playing, and it's carnage. The weaker kids get blasted off their feet almost immediately. Blood leaking from ears. Even the 6 clan heirs, kids with 20 years of practice packed into their bodies, who at first tried to keep it calm, are now gritting their teeth just to stay standing. And the elder? She's getting angrier by the second, because there's one kid she expected to drop first, and he's just standing there, completely fine, not even sweating. He's completely confused. Half of the people were already on the floor, but he wasn't feeling anything. But a voice inside the boy's head says, sensing powerful low-frequency sound waves, "I turned off your body's capacity to react to sound, to avoid internal damage." One of the elders notices that the sound lady is getting upset, and cranking up the difficulty. Her pride can't take it, so she cranks it up even more. Ears are exploding and even prodigies are dropping. The guy who's plotting against our boy is confused by the intensity of the sound elder. He looks behind and makes a surprised face. Every other descendant gets curious because of that, and they all turn to look back, just to see the Chad standing on business like nothing. Our boy observes everyone's reaction, and even though he can't hear them, he's sure they're not happy. The problem is that he doesn't really have energy, so theoretically this will only make things harder. So he does something risky. He asks Nano to give him an internal injury. While this happens, the old hag keeps going crazy. She pours half her full power into the performance, enough to nearly wipe out the entire class. The other elder notices that things were actually becoming really dangerous. Even the prodigies are spitting liters of blood at this point. He shouts for her to stop, and she plays the last string, angry that she lost her composure for a 15-year-old brat who was considered the worst of everyone. And then from a second to the other, the boy spits blood and agonizes. No one understands what is going on at the last moment. He falls to the floor, dropping a red sea, while thinking that Nano went too crazy with the internal damage. He vomits even more, and the red-haired elder gets a scare. If the boy dies, he will be the one to take responsibility. So he pushes the boy, telling him to get up, lifts him, asking himself how much energy he has. That's when he finds out that he has none. That boy was a lunatic. How he passed through this with just pure mental strength and sheer will. He tells some guys to take the boy to the infirmary, and the sound lady is confused. That boy hid his pain up to the last moment. She then asks the elder how much energy he really had, and the guy reveals that it's 0. He has none at all. She can't believe it. If that was the case, he would have fainted like every other kid. But the elder explains that he had some extremely serious injuries, and he just stayed standing on pure will. The guy thinks he wants a student like that, but he doesn't want to go against the 6 clans. While Drunk Homie here takes a gulp and says that things are finally getting fun. Red Hair tells Drunk Homie to get lost, and their energy clashes, leaving every student on edge. Those were the left and right guardians of the leader. Then Drunk Homie goes away, saying that he has more to do, while thinking that he wants to know more about that kid, Cheon Yo-won, and who he is. What is this voice in his head? See, 1 week ago, beaten, bleeding, no strength left. Cheon Yo-won is sprinting through a forest with a squad of assassins on his heels. They corner him and they tell him the truth. It was never about talent or the academy. As long as he carries royal blood and a claim to the throne, they will never stop. The only way this ends is with him dead. He fights anyway, baits them with a hidden second dagger and takes one of them down and gets a sword run clean through his gut for it. Then they leave him there to bleed out slow. But out of nowhere a stranger appears. A teenager with modern clothes, his whole body crackling with lightning, and homeboy shreds the assassins like they're nothing. He says something about Chorn being his predecessor, and before he vanishes, he jabs something into Chorn's neck. A gift, he says. The latest model. A 7th generation nano machine. from something called the Isekai Company. Chan then wakes up in a bed and strangely, his body's been purged, coughing up black sludge, every impurity forced out, and there's a voice talking to him from inside his own head. It's not a god. It's Nano, around 482 million tiny machines living in his body, rebuilding him from the cells up, and it can't leave until he dies. Here's the part that matters. While the 6 clans spent a lifetime making sure this kid stayed weak, poisoning his mother years ago, forcing him to swear he'd never learn Nekong, with his own half-brothers openly plotting to finish him at the academy, Nano is the perfect tool for revenge. Watch someone train, and Nano breaks down every movement, every muscle, then rewrites his body to match, gifting him 20 years of mastery in a single afternoon. That's exactly how he stole his guard's dagger art, just by watching from a window. Flip through a book once, and Nano scans every page, fixes the mistakes in it, and uploads the whole thing straight to his brain. Instant understanding. No studying. Get cut, get stabbed, and the wound seals itself shut right in front of his eyes. Nano can even reallocate his muscle fibers to increase strength. Literal trembolone on command. Bad part is, the only person our guy still has in this life is Guard Zhang, the man who actually raised him, cooked for him, was there when his father never was, also the one who found him in the forest after Nano entered his body and brought him back home, and even brought a doctor to take a look at the boy. The same doctor who said something was wrong. This body of his was theoretically the perfect body for martial arts. Something had changed because he was the complete opposite of this. Right after surviving, our boy ate the last meal prepared by Guard Zhang, because it was time to get to the Demonic Academy test. Which brings us right back to the aftermath of the first test. The weakest son didn't just survive the Sound Elder's onslaught. He outlasted every single prodigy in the room without a drop of Negong, and caught the attention of the drunk homeboy, who was one of the strongest. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the infirmary, the academy Dr. Bak is calmly reading when they bring in a patient, and he suddenly looks excited. He asks if it's really true. A patient on the very first day, just as he expected. This academy really is the best. One of them thinks that, just like Seob said, Baekake seems a little crazy when it comes to medical practice. He tells them not to just stand there and says to bring the boy in. When he sees Chian, he wonders how harsh the test must have been to leave him in that state. He even asks if the boy was stabbed in the stomach, but they say no. It's an internal injury. That shocks him even more, and the guard adds that he has no Nigung, so the left guardian ordered them to be careful. Baek thinks that in 10 years of teaching he has seen all kinds of cases, but never this much blood from an internal injury. The 2 guards say they've dropped the boy off and are leaving. Then one of them glances back at him and notices something odd. The other asks why he's stalling. They're busy. He says the boy somehow looks better than before and wonders if it's just his imagination. That makes the doctor step in to check him. The protagonist nearly wakes up, realizing he totally forgot he was in the infirmary and almost panicking. Even though the pain is still bad, he tells himself to endure it until the doctor is done. Baek checks his pulse and says it's clearly uneven, so the boy took serious damage. Still, even if he bit his tongue, that alone wouldn't explain this much blood. So he decides to start with acupuncture. Then a small blast suddenly hits the room, and the doctor nearly jumps out of his skin when he sees it's the right guardian. Baek asks why he's here. He calls him the coward who hides behind his mentor, then thinks to himself that this lunatic is still as arrogant as ever. Baek asks what brought him here, since someone like a guardian shouldn't be injured. Seob picks up that he isn't welcome, and Baek bluntly tells him to go rest somewhere else. Seob just thinks he'll never understand him. Then he looks at the protagonist again, calling him an interesting kid. The boy wonders why this guy came here at all. Did he figure out the internal injury was fake? Seomi walks up to the bed and the protagonist catches a strong smell of alcohol from him. Then Sub asks why he's pretending to sleep. When the boy still won't open his eyes, Sub uses Nigong to lift him upright without touching him. The doctor is shocked. Raising someone without a hand on them really shows he's a guardian. The protagonist realizes he was sat up by Nigong, but he still can't move well because his body hasn't recovered. Sub warns that if he keeps pretending, he'll smack him across the face. So the boy opens his eyes, knowing he's been caught. He asks how Sib knew. The crazy man bursts out laughing again, saying that only makes him more interesting. He asks how the boy can stay so calm in front of a guardian, and the protagonist already hates his personality. Sub explains that any skilled warrior can tell if someone's really asleep by the way they breathe, and the boy realizes Sub heard his breathing. Nanu points out that someone his age should breathe 12 to 20 times a minute, but he was breathing only around 8. The boy tells Nanu he really doesn't need that lecture right now. Sub says kids these days usually don't have this kind of nerve, and praises his guts. The boy is confused. So Sub didn't come because he caught the act? Sub says most kids today are boring, and always look for the easy way when things get hard, while the protagonist can only think that he didn't survive by willpower alone either. Still, Sub says he has a kind of will the others don't. White cuts in and says the boy is in bad shape and should be treated first, but the drunk guardian tells him to wait. An adult is talking. That makes the boy start coughing again, spitting up blood, and when Sub sees he really isn't doing well, he steps in and releases his Nigong, forcing the boy back to sleep. Then he gets straight to the point. He wants to take him as his student. Neither of the other two can believe what they just heard, and Sub calmly takes another swig of liquor. The protagonist asks what he said, and Sub repeats that he wants him as his student. The boy asks if the right guardian knows who he is, and Sub says everyone does. Then the boy asks if the 6 clans won't hate him for this. Subya laughs and asks what exactly they could do to stop him. With or without the boy, he'll be competing with them anyway. Still, the protagonist wonders if this could be a trap. Meanwhile, the doctor realizes this is the 7th prince and says they expected some tricks this time, but making him lose this much blood is too far. The boy says he doesn't know what to say, it's sudden and he already has teachers at the academy. Seb gets annoyed like the kid thinks he's begging for a student. Still, he can tell the boy has plenty of doubts, which makes sense after the life he's had. So Seb says that's fine. If he's not convinced yet, he'll offer something he can't refuse. He tosses something to the boy. When the boy asks what it is, Seb says it's exactly what he needs to survive. After all, he ended up stuck in the infirmary on day 1. He asks if the boy isn't worried about falling behind. Passing the first test with sheer will is one thing, but no fool should think he can clear the second without Nigong. The protagonist starts to face that reality. Sub says anyone who wants to become a warrior has to stay ahead, then asks if he plans to lie in the infirmary for 2 weeks and start from behind. While he's stuck here, the others will definitely keep getting stronger. The boy knows he's right, but he also needs to stay here a bit longer to avoid suspicion. Seeing his words are working, Sepal asks if he knows why that red-haired idiot sent him here. The boy says it was because of the internal injury, and Sepal agrees. Of course, an injured student gets sent to the infirmary. But then he asks if that isn't strange, since plenty of other kids were hurt too. So why weren't they sent here? Sepal explains that most of them can handle injuries with meditation. A doctor or medicine would be faster, sure, but that's not the point. In simple terms, the others can heal themselves, so there's no reason to bring them in. The boy realizes that's why he's here alone. He can't heal himself. Sepal thinks he's almost got him. Now he just needs the right final push, so he says someone who doesn't even know how to meditate to heal shouldn't recover from an internal wound this fast. Even with Sepal pressing him, the protagonist knows it's possible because of Nano. Still, the rest of what Sepal said is true. If he wants to move on, he needs to learn Negong. Then he remembers something and asks Sep about the reward for passing the first stage, the medicine ball, and access to the first floor of the library. Sepal starts laughing again, saying Ruby forgot to mention something important. The boy can't just go in and out whenever he wants. He only gets one visit after passing the test. That leaves the boy stunned. Sepal asks if he really thought he could freely browse all those important books. The place is heavily guarded. The boy just stares at him. Sepal adds that he can stay on the first floor for only 2 hours. The boy is disappointed there's a time limit too, but Sepal says he can earn more time by advancing further. He also can't copy anything down, he has to memorize it all before leaving. Even 2 books is considered a lot to memorize, but the protagonist realizes this gives him a huge advantage. With Nano's scan ability, 2 hours could let him copy not 1 or 2 books but hundreds. Sepal says that for someone with no Negong, 4 years in this brutal academy will really push him to the limit. The boy understands what he means. He's different from the others. Most of them were trained by their clans, while he has neither martial arts nor Negong. If he wants to survive the threat from the 6 clans, he needs to become someone's student. Then he looks at the paper by his head and asks if it's a Negong breathing method. Sepal says it is, and if the boy becomes his student, he'll teach him. The boy says he's still not sure he wants Sepal as his master, but at least this means he finally has someone on his side and maybe a chance to learn what the 6 clans kept from him. So the boy gets up, kneels before Sepal and says he accepts him as his mentor, asking to be accepted as his student. He thinks that a student should bow twice, but Sepal pulls him back to his feet. He says the blood of Xion bows to no one but itself. Then Sepal tells him to rest for now, but before he returns he wants him to memorize every Negong breathing point and learn it well. After that, Sepal says he's leaving and tells the doctor to take good care of his student. The doctor asks if the boy is alright, and he says yes. His new master is just very impulsive. Borg says that means Sepal must really like him, and congratulates the boy on becoming that drunkard's student. Bake adds that the injury will make things hard, and his pulse is still a mess. He says he'll go get some acupuncture tools and tells the boy to wait. The protagonist thinks that with Nano, the Guardian, and all these new chances, he even thinks of his mother and guard Jang. In a place full of enemies, he finally has people on his side. At the Demon Academy training field, everyone is practicing their Negong. Meanwhile, the students from the stronger families stand aside watching, then approach the left Guardian to report the results of the first test, including Cadet 7, who was taken to the infirmary. In total, 415 passed. Meg says about 200 fewer people passed than in the first test 10 years ago. The Elder's energy waves were too much. He knows the ones who failed would call it unfair and they're already making a scene. Some of them protest, asking why they failed, foaming at the mouth in anger. A guard asks if they still don't get it. If they can't pass this, how do they expect to survive hard labor? One boy snaps back, asking how anyone could live like that. The guard sees he won't accept the result, so he orders them all thrown out of the academy. And just like that, the guards get rough and start tossing the boys back. Rojin says the guards are highly skilled, so the expelled kids can't win. Since they're this stubborn, they still won't learn from it. Myung says he'd think it was unfair too, and that the 7th cadet is why the first test got so hard. Then he adds that they lacked both luck and skill, and this was simply their fate. Rojin says many outstanding kids made it through, and Myung asks if he sees that too. Most of the injured ones are already meditating, and the candidates from the 6 clans and the 8 great clans passed with ease. They're clearly on another level. He says enduring the Elder's technique without getting hurt would normally take years of Negong, which puts them far above the rest. He points to the Dark Clan's number 1 Cheon, and the Sword Clan's number 5 Yu Chan. Those two didn't even move, and from the look of it, the real fight will be between the Dark Clan and the Sword Clan. Just as he expected, it should be interesting. Then he congratulates everyone for passing the first test. They'll receive a bronze coin, the Academy's lowest rank, and spend the next 4 years training as cadets. From now on, yes and no aren't allowed. The only proper reply is Mado. Anything else means they want the order repeated. When he asks if they understand, everyone shouts Mado together. Then he says they'll start sorting the groups. Meanwhile, the doctor says the boy's medicine is ready and begins the treatment. The boy speaks to the doctor, who introduces himself as Bake and says doctor alone isn't enough. He should use his full title. The boy asks Dr. Bake if his condition is really that bad, and Bake apologizes for saying this to an academy cadet, but says it'll take 11 to 15 days before he can join the tests. The boy is stunned. He wonders what to do, because once treatment starts, he can't just end it right away. Recovering too fast would look suspicious, but if he follows normal recovery, he'll fall behind. He still knows nothing about the first test after being sent here. Bake tells him not to be discouraged. With an ordinary doctor, he'd need months, but because he's Bake's patient, it'll be much faster. Even so, the boy hates losing that much training time. Black tries to calm him down, saying he can help and will pretend not to notice he's learning from the Guardian. The boy thanks him and promises to repay him someday. Black says he's not expecting much either way. Then he starts the acupuncture. When he removes the blanket and clothes, he studies the boy's body and says that even without martial arts training, he's in better shape than expected. Since it's not from Negong, Black wonders if it came from Agong instead. He says the first needle goes in the center of the chest, but the moment he tries, Nanu detects possible harm from the metal needle and activates auto-defense. The boy quickly tells it to stop. He orders Nanu to stand down because the doctor is treating him and asks if it can't tell the difference between an attack and treatment. Nanu immediately turns off auto-defense and the boy almost has a heart attack from the scare. Nanu explains that unless treatment is reported in advance, any bodily harm will be treated as an attack, so he tells it not to react without his permission from now on. After that, the doctor continues the treatment, and the boy notices his stomach already hurts less. Nanu says it is recording the acupuncture data and explains the needle points below the chest near the heart and on the arm. 6 of them are meant to heal the stomach, though the boy says he could tell that without help. He looks at Baek, who tells him to take a nap while the treatment works because the staring is making him self-conscious. The boy thinks he'd like to, but Nanu keeps explaining everything. Then he gets an idea and asks Nanu if using its healing along with this treatment would be faster, but if it works too fast it'll look suspicious. So he asks whether it can heal him while making him still seem injured. Nanu says that after the treatment, self-healing can be used and his pulse can be altered randomly to mimic a serious injury. He says he was only asking out of curiosity, but he's glad it's possible. If he can fool them for 2 weeks, he can use that time to learn Negong from the Guardian. So he orders Nanu to heal him and trick Baek during future checkups, and Nanu starts self-healing at once. Meanwhile, the other cadets are terrified because half of them will be expelled, and none of the strongest fighters are in their group. They also suspect the 6 clans have an edge. Ming says this is the first and last test that needs teamwork. If they want to compete with each other, they can fail together. While he laughs, Rojin thinks he's way too good at crushing morale. He says that's all for today and orders them back to the dorms to rest. Starting tomorrow, the team in front of them will train them. That group doesn't look friendly at all. They seem dead inside, yet he says they'll teach tactics and techniques kindly. That kindness sounds like a joke after what they just did to the cadets, and the kids get even more scared. Soon after, everyone is dismissed. Then the instructor of Group 8, Yin Pyong, asks why Cadet 3 is still there. The boy says he has a question for him. The instructor reminds him that questions about training can't be answered, and the boy says he already knows that. So the instructor asks what he wants, and the boy says he already knows he'll be Group 8's leader. The instructor thinks that decision won't be announced until tomorrow, but as usual, the 6 clans know the rules early. The boy points out that Cadet 7 was assigned to their group but is still in the infirmary, so the instructor asks what he's getting at. The boy says that with 1 member missing, he doesn't want the group left in the dark. When pressed, he explains that since Cadet 7 missed the ceremony, he won't know anything, so someone should tell him what was said. The instructor is slightly surprised. Meanwhile, the boy is really thinking that bastard ended up in his group, and he plans to finish him off in the infirmary. But the instructor completely misreads it and praises the idea, saying the boy clearly understands the basics. He says he'll accept the suggestion as Group 8's instructor and personally deliver the information to him. The boy quickly says that's not necessary, he can go himself. The instructor reminds him that the building is off-limits to cadets except in special cases, saying it while staring straight at the prince. The boy realizes he won't be getting in and wonders why everything is going wrong. He may be a Spring Clan candidate, but his little title means nothing here. Left with no choice, he asks the instructor to do it as a favor, and the instructor tells him to head back to the dorm. But he calls the instructor back once more, and the man asks if there's anything else. The boy asks if he can at least be told when Cadet 7 will join them. The instructor says that's fine, but since it's late, he'll tell him tomorrow. At that point, the boy thinks he'll just have to wait until Cadet 7 returns to the dorm. Then he'll make him suffer so badly he'll wish he had died that day. Later, the doctor tells the instructor the boy will need 14 days. The damage was that severe, so he needs at least 2 weeks of rest. The instructor says that much downtime will make it hard for him to keep up and asks if there's any way to speed his recovery. Baek says if the boy had Nagong, maybe something could be done, but Cadet 7 has none. In his condition, the only option is to wait. The instructor remembers the second test is in 3 weeks. He can't believe the boy will lose 2 of those weeks, and he doesn't want his whole group eliminated because of one person. So he asks if he can speak with the boy. There's a lot they need to discuss. Boyk says the boy seems asleep and asks if he should wake him, but the instructor declines and says he'll come back tomorrow. Then he leaves. Boy keeps watching the boy, thinking that barely passing the first test may have been the end of his luck, but the boy keeps sleeping peacefully. In the middle of the night, a few people approach the place where the boy is staying, and one of them kicks the window. It turns out to be Seob, saying his mentor has arrived. The boy is shocked. That feeling fades fast because Seob reeks of alcohol. Seob asks if he's not even going to greet him. So the boy quickly says hello, and Seob says good. Then he asks if the homework is done. The boy looks confused and asks if he means the Nagong breathing method. Seob says yes, that was supposed to be memorized before he came back. The boy thinks about how he only got to the infirmary yesterday and starts feeling like Seob is pretty impatient. Still, he's glad Nani treated him and says he followed the order. Seob is surprised he actually did it while injured, since he only said it to mess with him. Even so, he keeps acting tough and says the boy only did what he should have, so the boy thanks him for the praise. Then he asks if his teacher came a little too early, and Seob asks why. Was he tired? The boy says that's not it, so Seob tells him good. Now he'll explain why this matters. He can only teach him for 2 weeks. He can visit while the boy is in the infirmary, but once he leaves, Seob won't be able to contact him anymore. The boy admits he didn't think that far ahead, and Seob says of course not. He got hospitalized the moment he arrived. Seob adds that he has to work with his teacher during the day, so this is the only time he can come without raising suspicion. The Proto realizes outside training is banned in the academy, so if they get caught, it'll be a huge problem. He expected Seob to be stubborn, but he's actually being thoughtful, so he thanks him. Seob says they don't have much time, so they're starting now, and the boy is shocked it's happening right away. Seob asks if he didn't hear him. There's no time to waste. He orders the boy to turn around and sit on the floor, but the kid just freezes, so Seob snaps at him to start reading already, and the boy sits down at once. The Proto says he wants an explanation first. Seob shuts that down fast. Stop talking and listen. Then he says it's good the boy memorized the breathing method. He places a hand on the boy's back, and when the boy asks what he's doing, Seob says he's short on time, so he'll force the flow into him. That wording scares the Protee a little, but Seob says this is actually a refined method his great-grandfather created. The boy doesn't need to do anything, Seob will handle it. He only tells him to clench his jaw because if he screams, the guards will come and they'll both be in serious trouble. Then Seob pours energy into him, making the boy's eyes go wide. Seob immediately tells the Protea to stay quiet. At the same time, Nani reports that an intangible energy has entered the user's blood and begins analyzing it from the gathered data. The energy is identified as ki or chakra, and Nani starts checking its effects on the body. The Proto realizes his Nagong is forcing his veins open, and it's way more intense than he expected. Seob is stunned by him because he clearly hasn't learned anything, yet his circulation has no blockages at all. His muscles also make it look like he's trained before, even though Seob is sure he never learned martial arts. So Seob wonders if this came from the Lord, and remembers the Lord spending time with the boy's mother. She was smiling the whole time, and Seob thinks that out of 7 wives, the only one the Lord may have truly cared about was Lei Hua, so maybe he secretly took care of her son too. Still, whether that's true or not, Seob gets excited because the result worked either way. With a body like this, it should only take about a week to build up a solid amount of Nagong, and he keeps pouring energy into the boy. Meanwhile, back at the dorms, someone is beating down one of the princes and sends him flying. The others rush after the attacker, while the prince is left on the ground, nearly unconscious. They demand to know who that guy thinks he is. Does he really think he'll be safe after attacking Xion, John's son of the Poison Clan? The boy says it doesn't matter who they are. This academy runs on strength. He won, so they should carry their dead weight from Group 12. And that fighter is Cadet Leader 18, Baek Gi. They came in swinging from the start, launching a prince across the room. Now I want to see the Proto do that. After forcing his Nagong into the boy, Scalb looks exhausted and asks if he memorized the flow. The Proto says he remembers it clearly. Scalb laughs and says the first time must have hurt a lot, but this is the best way to teach someone like him who has no Nagong. Then he says the goal is 7 days. The boy has to build enough Nagong by then. He asks if he understands. Seeing how drained Seber is, the Proto realizes he must have used a huge amount of Nagong too, so the least he can do is endure as much as possible. He says he'll succeed as long as Seber keeps helping him. Seber says that was well said. Then he declares the training for that day is over. He warns him not to forget the breathing or the flow. He has to know both for sure. Seob says he's leaving now and tells the boy to take care, so the Proto simply thanks his mentor. He promises he'll definitely manage it in 1 week. Then at the Demonic Academy's Nagong Training Center, the children chosen as group leaders gather there. A lot of students are bruised from last night too, and the princess clearly wasn't joking. Most of her team is wrecked. He explains the instructors stayed out of the dorms on purpose so the students could fight each other and settle the rankings themselves. Then he looks at Group 12 and notices the Poison Clan boy should have become leader, but instead Cadet 18 took that spot. From the way they look, Naigang can tell the fight was brutal. Anyone bold enough to attack a prince isn't just skilled, he's got guts too. Then Hanjin shows up and says training is about to begin. The other instructor agrees, grabbing everyone's attention. For the next week, every morning starting today, they'll learn basic battle tactics in the auditorium to the right. After lunch, they'll train here. He asks if they understand. Everyone answers, yes. Then they're told to head to the auditorium, with Group 1 moving first. Everyone leaves, while the prince who lost is completely miserable. His brother starts mocking him, asking if he really fell that far in rank. That instantly sets him off. The brother says it figures the Poison Clan is nothing without him. Now that guy is stuck below even the smaller clans, and he laughs at him, making him even angrier. Then the prince looks at the boy who beat him and smirked. Remembering his name, Bake Guy from a high clan, he can't believe the boy dared to humiliate him, so he tells him to enjoy his little leader game while he can, because he'll make him regret being in his group. That night in the academy dorms, Cadet 3, the big musclehead, is called over. The instructor says his performance in the test was very good, and he thanks him. Then the instructor brings up Cadet 7, saying he'll be stuck in the infirmary for 2 weeks. The boy is shocked, but the instructor says that's the doctor's judgment. Even if he memorizes the theory, missing practice will be a problem. The instructor doubts someone without Nagong can recover well, but says he'll go check again tomorrow anyway. Since Cadet 3 is off for now, he should use the time well, either training or reviewing. That makes the musclehead furious that the boy is still far away, and when he gets back to the dorm, he starts smashing things. Everyone notices he's losing it, but one of them tells the others to stay quiet because provoking this guy will only make things worse. Then he starts roaring that the boy will stay there for 2 whole weeks. But Jurian says if the doctor said that, it's probably true. The musclehead snaps back that it's obvious the boy is faking. Just thinking about that dirty blood bastard lying around comfortably makes him grind his teeth. Jurian tells the prince to calm down and asks why, instead of raging, he doesn't handle it another way. Then he whispers something in the prince's ear that cheers him up a bit. 4 days later, Baekhyao is actually feeling down. It's been 5 days with no patients, and he says he's dying of boredom. He thinks Chanyo Woon definitely won't be his last patient. Then someone starts pounding on the door again like crazy. He asks what happened and sees the instructor with Impyong. The instructor says his cadet got hurt during sword training. They left the sword in so the wound wouldn't get worse and brought him straight here. Baki lights up and tells him to put the boy on the bed. Finally, a patient. Baki finishes the treatment quickly and says that's because they didn't pull the sword out. Impyong asks about the boy's condition, and Baki says none of his vital points were hit. That makes the instructor relax. Big Guy even jokes that he worried for nothing, but he knows the instructor cares about his students. Until the end of the second test, there is responsibility, and now 2 of them are in the infirmary. Big Guy says the wound went deep, even if it missed the critical spots, so the boy will need to stay there. Not as long as Cadet 7 though. 3 days will be enough. The instructor says he's heading back to training for now, and asks him to take care of Cadet 23. Impyong storms out, furious. Real sword training just started, and now he already has another injury to explain. That night, Cadet 23 gets up, while Kimian is still asleep. His eyes land on the scalpels beside the bed. He grabs one and decides to start by making sure the protagonist won't be able to walk. Then he slips into MC's room. He tells himself he's only doing this to stay alive. With that, he cuts Kimian's tendon and says not to blame him. But when he moves in to hurt him again, Nano's auto-defense kicks in and shocks him hard. The boy blacks out and drops to the floor. Chen gets up and says it happened exactly like he expected. A little later, the kid who got dropped cold starts waking up and wonders what happened. Then he sees he's tied up in bed and his head has been shaved. Shocked, he asks who did this. Cheng steps up beside him and says he did, calling him Baldy. The boy stares and asks how the protagonist is standing and how he pulled this off. MC plays dumb, saying all he did was tie him up and put him on the bed while he was out, then calls him Baldy again. The boy asks how he even passed out, but before that, shouldn't he be hurt? He looks totally fine. He also can't understand why Keith calling him Baldy. Then he looks in the mirror and realizes it's true. He's bald. He starts crying, freaking out over his missing hair. The protagonist punches him and tells him to shut up, only to realize he knocked him out again. When Baldy wakes up one more time, Chian asks if he's calm now. The boy glares at him with pure hate, but he can only mumble through the cloth in his mouth. Now he sees MC isn't the clueless kid from the ceremony. He's far scarier, and the boy starts wondering who Chian really is. He asks how he thinks he managed to stay alive this long. Picking up a knife, he says people have tried to kill him before. Some even used poison, so how many times does he think that happened? Then he presses the blade to Baldy's neck. The protagonist says attacking him was stupid, and asks if he knows how much getting stabbed hurts because it can kill you. He tells the boy to talk, but the kid still resists. So Chian pulls the gag from his mouth and orders him to speak. The boy asks what MC is even talking about. He claims he knows nothing, and if he stabs him, everyone will blame him instead. He even brings up the academy rules. Students can't hurt each other outside training or duels. Chian figures as expected he won't talk easily. The boy insists that even torture won't make him confess. Inside, he feels confident. He thinks the protagonist can't do anything and starts acting tough. MC says fine, then they'll just find out if he really can keep his mouth shut. He stuffs the gag back in to silence him again, then tells him to wait there. Xian says he grew up with very little, but this place has plenty to work with. He picks up some needles and the boy panics, wondering what they're for. He lets out a dark laugh and the kid is terrified. Chi grabs his arm and twists it back, asking if he's scared. The boy had already started clenching his fist and now he realizes the protagonist is absurdly strong even without proper training. He asks why MC is trying to open his hand, wondering what he's about to do. He says it'll hurt a little, then drives a needle under his fingernail. The pain is so bad the boy breaks down crying on the spot. Xian tells him not to be dramatic, and grabs another needle. The boy begs him to stop. The protagonist reminds him he said torture wouldn't work, so now he says this is payback. Then he keeps pushing needles under the rest of the boy's nails. After all his fingers are wrecked, the kid collapses, his eyes nearly empty. Cheetah asks if it hurt that much. After all, he already passed out twice. Then he asks if they should do the other hand too. That finally makes Baldy panic and cry out no. Missy asks if he's ready to talk now, saying he should have done that from the start. The boy realizes Cheetah is insane. A little more of that and he might have died or lost his mind, so he decides to confess. He gets straight to it and asks if it was go. The boy blurts out, asking how the protagonist knew. MC asks if he's curious, and the answer is yes. He says that thanks to his injury, the instructor comes by every day to teach him, so he knows exactly which group this boy is in and who's with him. He had already guessed but wanted to hear it directly. Then he calls him out by name, Cadet 23, Hu Bong. Hu Bong starts wondering who called Xian useless, because this kid is a monster. He's hiding his strength and pretending to be weak, and Hu Bong can't imagine how dangerous he'll be when he gets stronger. The protagonist says he got what he needed, but now he wants some sleep, so they're done for tonight. Hu Bong feels relieved, but MC adds one more thing. What he heard here stays here. Hu Bong quickly says he won't tell anyone. Then he notices something strange. Xian is holding up one finger. He jabs that finger into the side of Hu Bong's head. Only then does Hu Bong realize it's the protagonist using a blood point strike. He had thought MC didn't have Negong. That belief is gone now, and Hu Bong drops again, stunned that Xian fooled everyone. Funny enough, he never told anyone anything. They just assumed he had no Negong. By the end of the night, Xian heads toward the infirmary and says he didn't expect the protagonist to learn this fast. The day before, he had given MC a bit more Negong, and even he couldn't believe what he saw. Xian learned Negong in just 5 days when it usually takes at least 2 or 3 weeks, maybe even a month. He completely beat Segop's expectations. The kid is seriously talented. Segop had planned to help him gain Negong over 2 weeks, then teach him basic techniques and breathing methods. But now that plan has changed. When he arrives, he greets his teacher, and Segop returns the greeting. Then Segop asks where he put it. Xian says it's under the bed, and Xian tells him to bring it out. It's the Dragon Sphere, a medicine ball made by the Academy. Students who pass the first test usually receive one, and if it's absorbed right, it can give the user power equal to 20 years of Negong. After that, later doses work less and less. Xian thinks it still smells awful, but if the protagonist uses it well, he could gain those 20 years of Negong. Then he should be able to protect himself. But suddenly, Xian senses something is off. He asks if someone else is here and wants to know who that is. Looking over, he spots a boy in terrible shape. He realizes Xian used a blood point strike to knock him out. MC explains that the boy came after him when Dr. Baike left. Sabe is shocked to hear he attacked MC, and MC adds that this started yesterday, the 5th day since they entered the academy, when real sword training began. He thinks Hu Bong stabbed himself on purpose just to get into the infirmary. Siob asks how he dared do something like this in the academy infirmary, warning that he'd be expelled if discovered. It took nerve, or someone sent him. Xian's face darkens right away. Siob notices that reaction and says he must know who's behind it, then asks who gave the order. The protagonist says it was that bastard from the royal clan in his group. Siob is surprised. He says he's never seen anyone truly decent come from that clan. It's a troubled family full of troublemakers, though he knows better than to say too much about them. MC says it's fine, he's used to a hard life. The way he says it hits Siob a little. Then he smacks the sleeping Hu Bong awake. He explains that Xian struck his blood point with less than a year of Nagong, so Hu Bong will recover in a few hours. Doing that properly usually takes at least 10 years. Xian asks if he understands, and he says he'll remember it. At last, the protagonist takes the foul-smelling pill. Xian tells him he can use it now, and MC asks if he should just swallow it. Xian says no, he needs to chew it first, then swallow because that helps absorption. Xian catches the horrible smell and already knows this will be rough. Still, he bites into it and nearly breaks. It smells awful, tastes even worse, and the bitter flavor makes him feel like he's going to throw up. Xian tells him to start the breathing technique now that he swallowed it, and he obeys. He sits down and Xian says he'll teach him how to absorb it properly. Then Xian starts pressing both hands on him and pouring in a little more Nagong. Nano suddenly reports that a substance is changing into energy inside his body, multiplying and reacting with the flow already in him. She asks if he will allow that absorption to speed up the cycle. He has no idea what she means, but if it helps, he agrees, so Nano begins boosting his body's metabolism. Seeing this, Xian is stunned and wonders if the kid was born with the body of a war god. It's like he isn't just absorbing the medicine, he's making it stronger. He should only take in about 80% at most, and Xiam realizes he was worried for nothing. By sunrise, the boy has absorbed all of it. He's amazed by the result, and Xiam asks how the Nagong feels. He says the kid did well, this time he's drenched in sweat. He managed to gain another year and a half of Nagong, and the boy is shocked. That makes 30 years total. Xiam says that's only a rough estimate. The other students have to absorb theirs alone, so they probably won't even get half that much. The boy gets even more excited. He says it's all thanks to his teacher. Without Xiam, he couldn't have done it. Xiam tells him he really is lucky. He also says his luck comes from her, and Nano answers that she was made to help him. Then he notices it's getting late, and he needs to head back. So the boy calls out to his teacher, and asks if, starting tomorrow, Xiam can teach him how to form sword skills. Xiam says of course he can, but there won't be much time, so the boy better be ready. Meanwhile, back with the students, that jerk prince laughs and says it's a beautiful morning. His number one lackey notices he's in a great mood. The prince says it's all thanks to Jurian, then praises him. By now, that bastard should be in serious trouble. His legs ought to be broken. He laughs, saying he wanted to see him crawling on the ground like a bug. Just thinking about it gets him excited. Too bad for him, the protagonist is perfectly fine and those broken legs won't be his. At the clinic, Bak bursts out laughing. He asks how the kid lost all his hair overnight, and the boy gets mad because he can't even yell back with someone else nearby. The doctor apologizes for laughing so much and says he tried to hold it in, but the boy says it's too late. Then Bub goes over to the protagonist and notices he looks strangely relaxed. The doctor can tell something happened during the night, but decides not to dig into it. He was told to focus on treatment, not questions. 2 days later, at the clan dorm, the prince says this is interesting. Shouldn't that boy have been kicked out of the group by now? The bald kid says he was going to cut his tendons, but maybe the injuries were too serious. The doctor stayed with him all night and never left. The prince asks if the doctor really didn't sleep, like he thinks the kid is making excuses. Then the boy explains that he did attack at night, just like he was told, but the doctor woke up too. That makes the prince furious. He hits the kid and mocks him, asking how good a doctor's hearing could possibly be. The boy goes flying, badly hurt, and the prince stomps on him, calling him trash and asking how he could fail something so simple. Then lackey number 1 tells him to wait, and the prince asks why. The lackey says they should at least learn the clinic doctor's name. The answer is Black Zhongyang. That's the name the boy heard, and the lackey seems to recognize it. The prince asks if it means something. He says the doctor is probably a disciple of Baek Jong-woo, which shocks him. That man is from the Poison clan, but he studies medicine that counters poison and became the Lord's personal doctor. He's also said to rank around 30th in the academy, despite being a physician. So if this doctor really is his disciple, his martial arts might be exceptional. Even so, the prince keeps beating the kid, saying sending him was a total waste of time. He keeps hitting him anyway and warns him not to dream of getting help for his clan. The boy asks what he just said, remembering when the prince came to recruit him for this job. Back then, the prince told him not to worry about failing after all. He was from the Spring clan, and if he got expelled, the prince would surely help his clan. Now the boy realizes that was all a lie, so he tells the prince to keep hitting him. He wants to see if he acts this brave when that boy shows up. That makes the prince uneasy, and he asks why the kid is wearing a bandana, then rips it off. The boy is completely bald, so shiny the prince can see his own reflection in it. He starts asking if the kid really thought shaving his head would earn forgiveness. Everyone realizes the dorm, quiet for a while, is noisy again. The prince says he feels sick and tells Jarian to leave. Jarian follows right behind him like a loyal dog, and the beaten boy is left there near tears, cursing them all and wishing they'd die. Meanwhile, the protagonist casually asks the doctor if he knows martial arts too, but Bake says not at all, he only studied medicine. 7 days later, at the clinic at 7 a.m., the protagonist is already doing a much more advanced training session in front of Saeb, who starts thinking to himself that this kid is definitely a genius. He only demonstrated the butterfly technique a few times and fixed his posture over the last few days, yet now every move looks steady and natural. If he keeps training seriously, he won't have trouble using the technique, so Saeb tells him to move on to the next part. The protagonist thinks that thanks to Nano's analysis of his teacher, he can copy it perfectly, but that would look suspicious, so he holds back a little. Even so, he repeats every step. Cedric explains that the graffiti martial art has 24 opening moves, every 3 combined into one form, making 8 forms total. He says teaching the basics already took time, so he couldn't teach the links between them. If he had 1 or 2 more months, he could teach him everything. 1 week is far too short. Still, he says the boy memorized it very well, and he hands him a paper too. It contains the opening part of the butterfly technique and kunigong operating methods. He wanted to teach more since this is the last day, but because it's him, he knows the boy will pick up the basics quickly. Next time they meet, he'll check everything, so he tells him not to be lazy and to study hard. The boy thanks him and promises he won't let Saeb down. Cedric says he'd better not. Then he draws his sword and tells the boy that this is his martial sword. He tells him to try holding it. When the boy picks it up, Cedric asks if it feels light, and he says it's not as heavy as he expected. Cedric explains that normal swords weigh 2 or 3 gijuns, but the light sword of his clan weighs only 1.5. The boy guesses that's because of the butterfly technique, and Cedric says he's sharp. Then Cedric swings the sword and slices part of the boy's bed. The boy realizes just how sharp it is, though he also thinks the doctor will be upset if he sees that. Cedric explains that even without flashy range or light, it's forged from refined metal, and its sharpness and durability are what gave the sword that name. He tells the boy to step back because now he'll show him what he's been wanting to see. The butterfly technique of his mentor. Pay close attention. The boy immediately tells Nano to get ready to analyze it, and she starts at once. As Cedric leaves, two other guards watch him from a rooftop. Mayong says that Rat Guard is finally gone, and Meraki-1 says he did well pretending not to know. He asks how he could go against orders, but admits he's glad he won't have to see him around anymore. Then he says they should send guards to the second floor since there are so many people there. Meraki-1 just says he's going, and Mayong takes the chance to ask why he cares so much about the seventh prince. Meraki-1 says it's because it's only fair. Mayong says that's a pretty interesting way to think, but Meraki-1 tells him not to question him any further, and leaves at once. Mayong says that's exactly what you'd expect from the Wind King. You never know when he'll disappear, and if he chooses to leave, nobody could stop him. Still, he wonders if 10 days really make things fair. Then Bake Guy heads to the clinic and finds it strange that the boy is still asleep. He's usually awake by then, so he asks what's going on. He says this is the last time he'll get to rest like this. Once he leaves, he'll go through a lot, so he tells him to sleep a little more. But in truth, the boy's muscles are changing. His body is adapting to the butterfly technique. Muscle changes are 80% complete. Vein changes 75, with 1 hour left until everything reaches 100. An hour later, after the hack is installed, Baekji jolts awake when he hears the boy vomiting. He rushes over and asks what happened. The protagonist is throwing up hard over the side of the bed, so Baekji asks why he's suddenly vomiting and sweating like this. After that, he lays the boy back down when he seems a little better, then checks his pulse and asks what's going on. Baek wonders what's going on. After lying in bed that long, Chan shouldn't have a pulse this fast. It feels like his whole body is still working non-stop. Nano tells the protagonist his body has finished adjusting to the evolution. He starts to calm down. Baek is stunned. 1 second MC was in bad shape and the next he's stable. He's never heard of anything like this. In the end, Baek gives up trying to figure it out. Since lunch is close, he decides to let Chan sleep and goes to eat. When he wakes up, he realizes his body has changed again. He feels tougher than before. The strength in his hands is completely different from 6 hours ago. He thinks about all the masters it would normally take to build a body like this. If they knew he got it in just 6 hours, they'd probably be scared. Then he remembers Seob's demonstration right in front of him, and it still leaves him shaken. To create that kind of pressure with a technique in the first stage was unbelievable. So he asks Nano if she analyzed it, and she says yes, completely. He asks if she captured every move, and she confirms it. Sed says it's a shame he can't teach him properly since this is the last day. Still, knowing Cheon, he believes the boy can master it just by watching. The protagonist thanks his teacher for the lesson, and Seds tells him to keep training. Once he returns to the academy, things will get rough. He warns him not to lose. Cheon realizes there is at least one person who truly cares about him. That means he has to live up to those hopes. He asks Nano if the analysis is done, and she says yes. To copy the technique, his muscles and veins need major changes, and it will take about 6 hours. After MC's body reaches the right condition, he manages to copy the technique perfectly. He's shocked that just one move looks exactly like Seob's. He thinks about trying the second one, but then he senses someone nearby. There's movement in the hallway. That's when he notices something strange. His senses are much sharper now, just like the rest of his body. To him, that just proves the modifications were done perfectly. Baek walks in and sees Cheon awake. He asks when he got up and what he means by complete. He says he's ready to be discharged, and realizes the presence he sensed was Dr. Baek. Baek gives him back all his clothes and his pendant too. Then the doctor gets a little sad. He barely has any other patients, so he wonders what he'll even do after the protagonist leaves. Cheon gives him a sly smile and says he'll probably have more patients soon. Baek asks if he really thinks so, then admits it'd be better if no one needed treatment at all. Imsi remembers to thank him for taking care of him all this time. Baek brushes it off, saying Imsi is about to go through a lot and he'll pray for him. After he leaves, Baek thinks there's nothing left to do now. He wonders if maybe he should just go to sleep. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks that if Baek noticed Seo was secretly teaching him and stayed quiet, then the doctor must have been put in a tough spot during his stay. MC decides he'll never forget that kindness, and as for the patients Baek wants so badly, Chan figures he can definitely send some his way. Maybe that's not what most doctors want to hear, but at least he means well. Meanwhile, the two idiots from his group suddenly get chills for no reason. Back at the demonic academy, during afternoon training, everyone notices the other demonic heir has returned, and that 2 weeks have already passed. Mugyoung is thrilled. The commoner blood is back. Chong goes straight to the leader to report in, and the leader asks if he's recovered. The protagonist says he's fully healed. The leader says he already explained the theory, but asks if MC still remembers his place. He says yes, so the leader orders him to grab a sword and shield and take his position. As Chan heads to his spot, Mugyoung starts yapping beside him. The protagonist completely ignores him, and that fills the brat with rage. MC thinks Mugyoung shouldn't get excited yet. Soon he'll be reminded where he stands. The instructor announces they'll begin training with real swords, warning everyone to stay focused and keep a safe distance. If another accident happens, he'll have them expelled with the leader's approval. He asks if they understand, and they all answer yes. Then training begins. The instructor admits Mugyeong may be arrogant, but he leads his team well. The real issue is the bastard Chan. He was placed in the safest position on purpose, with one simple order: don't mess up. Then the instructor notices him standing there, doing better than expected. He wonders if the protagonist is studying everyone else's movements and realizes the boy is pretty sharp. He orders them to raise their shields properly and hold their stance. After that, he says they did well and tells them to wait for his command. 15 minutes later, he snaps. He never told anyone to move, so who made that noise? If they can't even do this right, how are they supposed to beat enemies? He tells them to pay attention. The instructor thinks it's strange. Even the students who've trained before are struggling. So how is Chan, who just got back from the infirmary, doing this without even shaking? He decides MC needs a different spot and orders a formation change. Now they have to surround the enemy in a semicircle. One short step forward, then two big steps. Again, they're told they did well. Chan stays relaxed while everyone else is dying just to keep up. Mugyeong is stunned, wondering if this kid never makes mistakes. To him, he is still just some worthless commoner, and he refuses to sit there and watch. So he speaks to Jeryeon through telepathy, telling him to give a sign if he hears him and to do exactly what he says during the next formation change. The two start plotting together, and the formation shifts again. This time, they're ordered into 3 shield layers, and Chan thinks it's easy. He even credits Nano's analysis for being so useful. Once the shields are locked, they're told to slide their swords through the gaps. They're also told to stay careful without losing speed. From behind the protagonist, Jeryeon says he has a perfect opening. He sneers that commoners should kneel, then tries to strike Chan, but MC turns and looks him straight in the eyes. Jeryeon freezes. He noticed Jeryeon had planned to use just a little Negong since the protagonist supposedly knew no martial arts, but now he decides to go all out with a kick. Before he can even touch MC, Nano's automatic defense activates. The shock blasts him back hard. Mugyeong can't believe Chan blocked it, and the bald idiot can't believe he got thrown away when his Negong should be stronger. The leader storms over, furious that he's causing trouble again. Jeryeon panics and tries to stand, but his ankle starts hurting. He looks toward Chan, and he looks right back with a very satisfied smile. Another fool tried messing with him and paid for it. Jeryeon burns with anger that a commoner dared laugh at him, but then the leader cuts in, asking why he's still running his mouth. He says Jeryeon must be an idiot with no sense at all. Jeryeon tries to explain, but the leader isn't hearing it. He calls him crazy and drives a punch straight into the kid's chest. Then he says Jeryeon stabbed number 23 in the back. As punishment, he'll get no rest for the next 4 days and will train with the leader until bedtime. Jeryeon realizes things just got much worse. The leader asks if he still has more nonsense to say, and Jeryeon finally shuts up. Everyone can tell he had it coming, especially after acting so tough with Mugyeong backing him up. Mugyeong is furious too since all his plans are falling apart, and his hatred for Chan keeps growing. Watching from afar, Mung thinks the protagonist Negong is stronger than expected. Even if the right guardian taught him, something still feels off. That bald fool should have had the power of 30 years of training after getting the medicine orb, so how did MC beat him so easily? There's no way that drunk really trained him that well. Mung starts to wonder if Chan has some talent for fully absorbing the orb's power. That's the only explanation he can think of. With 2 heirs in the same group, he decides things are about to get interesting. Later in the armory hall, the leader tells them they can eat. Everyone rushes in. Chan is thrilled. It's chicken. Nothing fancy, but to him it tastes amazing. After 2 weeks of eating only porridge, this feels like torture finally ending. Still, he wonders if that idiot plans to stare at him the whole time. For now, he decides to just enjoy the meal, even if he still doesn't fully know why that guy hates him so much. But he can't forget what they did. They have no idea what it's like to watch your mother die and be unable to do anything. He can't wait to return the favor. He plans to destroy every one of them. When lunch ends, the leader dismisses everyone except number 80. That leaves Jeryeon behind, and he gets some extra training with the leader. Chan gives a dark little smile as he heads back to his room. He notices his dorm is on the 8th floor and thinks it's easy to remember since it matches his group number. Then Mugyeong calls out, asking if he really planned to leave without permission. Chan starts thinking this guy really does live up to his expectations. People whisper that he always acts like some big master and that he's the heir of the Spring Clan. Someone asks who that is, and they hear it's the rumored 7th heir. The princess watches from a distance. Mugyeong looks around at the crowd and wonders if he should start now. Then he walks over to the protagonist and calls him dirty blood. He mocks him, asking if resting in the infirmary was nice. When the protagonist asks what's wrong, Mugyeong snaps back, asking if he's mad and calling him a worthless commoner. Then the protagonist asks if he's insulting the Lord, which leaves him confused. The protagonist says that calling him dirty blood is also an insult to the Lord. Mugyeong asks what he means. Then the protagonist asks if his status is really so high that he can insult someone they treat like a god. Mugyeong starts to shrink back as everyone begins whispering. He wanted to embarrass the protagonist in front of everyone, but now he's the one getting humiliated. Watching it all, the princess says the Spring Clan is as dumb as ever. Then the prince of the Sword Clan asks why he's making such a stupid scene and calls him a bastard. Furious, Mugyeong decides to use force. He grabs the boy by the neck, curses at him, and says he'll shut that arrogant mouth. But the protagonist answers with a punch straight to his face that drops him to his knees. The protagonist asks what exactly he was going to break. The boy starts coughing up blood and demands to know how a commoner dared to do that. Then he rushes in. He comes at the boy with the horse technique, but the protagonist vanishes from in front of him. Jumping back, Mugwon is stunned by that move. Then the protagonist starts running, but the Sword Clan boy asks how he can use a skill like that. Mugwon yells, asking what they're all doing, and orders them to catch him. He stays behind in disbelief that the boy dared to hit him first and run. To him, that makes the kid less than human. Meanwhile, the protagonist runs into the forest. The others wonder why he's so fast. Then they realize something is off. He's only staying just far enough ahead to keep them chasing. They're being lured. But then the prince shows up, calls them slow, and says he'll finish this himself. Thinking of Cheon, he swears he'll kill him and break every bone in his body. He keeps chasing until the protagonist finally stops. Right away, he starts cursing, asking if the boy got tired of running. But the protagonist throws that back at him like the whole thing is a joke. He says there's no reason to show off. Then he raises his hand and brings it down on Mugwon. Mugwon tries to block but barely manages it. He's still thrown back and he's shocked. He defended with no Guan, yet still got pushed away. That means the protagonist's inner energy is strong, so he asks how the boy even knows martial arts. His attacks are fast, and in the first test he had no Nigong at all. What changed? The protagonist thinks this is perfect. He's as frustrated as planned. Then Mugwon says he'll keep going and charges again. He uses the second subform, Frontier of the Night, but still can't hit Mugwon. The attack misses by a hair. Mugwon dodges and counters at the boy's stomach. The protagonist recognizes the move, so he uses the Spring Clan's second form too. Continuous attack. But the protagonist still dodges. Then when he comes in again, the protagonist stops him with both hands and sends him flying back. Mugwon thinks this still shouldn't be stronger than a teacher's Nigong. Even before joining, the boy should have been above the other students, and after taking the pill, even more so. That makes him more careful, but he still thinks he can handle it. He decides to keep attacking without giving the protagonist any chance to counter. Then the boy disappears from his sight. He starts circling at high speed and Mogyen is shocked. The others realize it's an illusion and wonder how the protagonist can use something like that. Using a blind spot, he attacks Mogyen, but the boy ducks and avoids it. Then he kicks toward the protagonist's face, sending him flying back. Mogyen thinks the boy is good with subforms, but still doesn't know how to answer properly in a real fight. The protagonist realizes he got too focused on the techniques and never saw that kick coming. Mogyen says he's impressed the boy used skills outside his specialty, but he can tell it's all just improvised. Just like he thought, the protagonist is copying others without knowing his own limits. The protagonist sees he's been figured out. He only learned 2 subform techniques and has no real combat experience, so he admits he underestimated him. Who knew experience made this much difference? Mogyen says he doesn't know how the boy learned martial arts, but then activates the Spring Clan's 5th subform, Double Submission, and says questions can wait. The protagonist wonders what it does and which subform he should use. Nano warns him about an outside threat and boosts his vision in response. She says she'll switch to defense mode through the battle tutorial. Then she suddenly pulls out good old boxing. He slips to the side and lands a hook on Mogyen. Even the protagonist barely understands what's happening. The boy jumps back with blood on his mouth and realizes that wasn't a martial arts technique. The protagonist asks what that was, and Nano explains that boxing was chosen from the optional martial arts for this tutorial. He's surprised, and Nano adds that the teaching runs on its own, building results by analyzing the enemy's movements every 0.01 seconds. The protagonist still doesn't fully get it, but he knows it was boxing, so he asks if she can use his martial techniques instead. Nano says the analysis is complete and asks if he wants that. He agrees. Mogyen asks if he learned boxing too, saying the boy clearly has more tricks left. Then he charges again. Sure, that won't work twice. Nano switches defense mode from boxing back to martial techniques. The protagonist keeps seeing where the attacks are coming from and dodges them with ease. Mogyen realizes every single strike missed, and the protagonist finally counters, landing 4 clean hits to his body. In the middle of the beating, we get the villain's sad past. Someone once told Mogyen to do his best because if he succeeded, the Lord would leave that woman and come back to her. His mother told him he had to win everything. Shaking, she grabbed his hair and he agreed. But as time passed, she started blaming him, saying everything went wrong because he failed at everything. If only that other woman had never appeared. Then she twisted it again, saying it wasn't her fault at all. It was because he couldn't do anything right. She even choked him and called him a mistake. He wonders why he remembered that now. Then he grows more and more angry as he looks at the protagonist and realizes he's losing. He declares that he'd never lose to a commoner and rushes in again with Dark Tarnay Gong. But the protagonist catches his head with ease and drives him to the ground, slamming him down so hard he ends up sprawled out like a sack of potatoes. He starts ranting that because of a bastard like him, but the protagonist cuts him off and says he's just getting what he deserves. The lackeys can't believe it. He really beat someone the two of them together couldn't take down. They remember saying just 10 days ago that the boy had no Nigong and now they don't know what to do. The protagonist asks if they want a beating too, and they shake their heads like crazy. So he orders them to carry Mukyong away fast. They all rush over to ask if the prince is okay, while the protagonist thinks that with more power and authority, people might obey him like that too. But the prince throws a fit, telling them not to touch him. He'll walk on his own. They still try to help, but he keeps cursing his brother, asking why he didn't finish the job. The protagonist says that if the second test weren't a group test, he would have cracked his skull open. Mukyeon says that's just a weak excuse. The protagonist answers that if he pushes him again, he'll really do it. Mesk starts trembling and tells him to try, but he can't even stand up straight. The protagonist says he's leaving and tells him to stay there, barking. Mokyeong calls him back, but he knows if he comes any closer, he'll just get wrecked again. Then the protagonist heads straight home, thinking how close that was. Without Nano, he would have lost. He may learn faster than everyone else, but that can't beat real experience. Just knowing techniques won't make him like the teacher. If he wants to reach that level, he needs Nigong and real battle experience. Still, he knows the 6th clan won't let this go. First, he has to learn how to properly use what he already has. So he calls Nano and asks how many functions he's used so far. She checks the record. She says he's only used 3 functions, though the boy doesn't even know what 3 means. Nano is surprised that's all he's used, then says he hasn't gone beyond that, according to the record stored in her internal memory. He realizes that must mean she has many more abilities, so he asks Nano to explain exactly what she can do. She says the manual can be sent straight to his brain and asks if he accepts. He agrees. Then she says an extra language, English, will also be transferred so he can understand better. He realizes that's the strange language she sometimes speaks, and agrees to that too. Both the manual and English are sent into his mind, and he gets hit with another shock. The transfer finishes, and he gets another sharp jolt to the head. It's way more info than usual, but aside from feeling dizzy, he thinks he won't throw up. He realizes this is amazing, and starts checking through it. As he sees everything Nano can do, he's stunned. One function lets him replay fights in augmented reality. That means he can build the combat experience he's been lacking. Nano says a full body scan is needed to make the simulation, and when he asks for Mukyeong's data, she says there isn't enough, though she can still make a version based on their last fight. It's not perfect, but he wants to try it right away, so he decides to begin. He heads to an empty flat field, figuring no one is around. Nano activates the program and a 3D figure appears in front of him. He quickly realizes it's an augmented reality fighter, only he can see it. Before the match starts, Nano asks him to choose the impact level, the amount of pain he'll feel from attacks. 100% means normal pain. Thinking it won't be that bad, he picks 100. The simulation starts at full impact. The fake opponent immediately calls him a commoner and tells him to come at him. That ticks him off, and he asks why the simulation kept that attitude too. Then he grins. During the second test, he can't really beat this guy up, but here he can do whatever he wants, since it's just a copy. The fake Mukyeong warns that if he won't come forward, then he will. He attacks with the first Spring Clan technique, fleeing spring formation. The protagonist is shocked by how exact the copy is. The strike almost lands, but he dodges at the last second and tries to counter from behind. The other side was ready for that. The fake Mukyeong mocks him, says that trick won't work, and slams him in the stomach again. The blow sends him flying. He asks why it hurts so much, and Nano explains that the nano machine recreated the same pain from his earlier fight using data from his brain. She offers to lower the impact, but he stubbornly says it's fine, and keeps going. The fake fighter keeps insulting him and dares him to attack again. That only makes him madder, and this time he charges in for real. After a long stretch of fighting, he ends up flat on the ground. He asks Nano for the time, and she says it's somewhere between 9 and 11 at night. He realizes he fought the simulation 15 times and only won the last one. The first round ended after just 5 formations, and he couldn't even defend himself properly. Against the real guy, he would have been crushed. Nano says this kind of experience is raising his skill, and if he keeps training and uses butterfly dance more often, he'll get stronger. He can't believe he lost to someone using only 3 formations and basic moves. Still, he vows that in 7 days this copy won't stand a chance. Later, at the academy dorms, he asks which bed is his. The moment he walks in, everyone stares at him in fear. He thinks it's ridiculous. They're acting like this just because he beat up an heir. Then one cadet steps up and calls him Prince. He points out where his bed is, which surprises him, and everyone wonders what that guy is up to, so he asks why the sudden change. The cadet says Mukyeong already cast him aside, so he has nothing left to lose. He's doomed either way, so he'll bet everything on this boy. He introduces himself as Cadet 23, Ho Bong, and asks to serve the first prince Chon Yo-won as his new master. The room erupts in whispers. Swearing loyalty to a prince with no real power sounds crazy. The protagonist asks what he means by serving him, and Ho Bong says he regrets everything he did before. He begs to be accepted as a servant and allowed to help however he can. He pauses to think having a servant is new for someone who's always had trouble trusting people. Ho Bong keeps begging him to accept, since no one would ask for that without being serious, especially in front of a lord. He finally agrees. Ho Bong's eyes light up, he thanks him and promises to do his best. Then Mukyeong shows up saying he was gone for a bit and somehow this stupid mess happened. The bald one looks at Ho Bong, calls him an insect, and asks who he thinks he's pledging loyalty to. Ho Bong sees both of them and gets scared, but he knows he can't show it. The protagonist cuts in and asks who Mukyeong thinks he is, calling his servant an insect. Then he says the real insect here is Mukyeong, and calls him trash. Mukyeong freezes and asks what he just said. The protagonist pushes him, asking if he has something to say back. Then he adds, "What, are you scared?" Mukyeong loses it, curses him as a bastard commoner and rushes him. He tries to land a hit, but the protagonist gives him one sharp chop to the neck and drops him face first out cold. He says Mukyoung is nothing compared to the simulation version, and Hubong thinks he definitely picked the right master. Then the protagonist asks Mukyoung if he wants to try again. Instead, Mukyoung backs off and walks past him, warning him to enjoy this while it lasts. Having one servant changes nothing. Everyone notices he avoided the fight. Even so, they know his status is still powerful, but maybe Chun Yo-woon really could change the academy. A week later, on the day of the second test, everyone gathers at the training field. An instructor says they've already been taught everything they need, and from here on out, they're responsible for themselves. He asks if they understand, and they all answer yes. Then he reminds them that, as explained before, groups 1 to 4, 5 to 8, and 9 to 12 will be matched by drawing lots. First, the leaders of groups 1 through 4 are told to step forward. People start asking if the leaders of groups 3 and 4 changed. Group 1 still has Chen Yo-woon of the Demon Clan as leader, so they guess the others probably changed too. Meng notices there were 2 changes. The first match will be Group 1 against Group 3, and the second will be Group 2 against Group 4. One side gets excited and cheers for their leader, while the other looks miserable. Next, Mukyoung calls up the leaders of Groups 5 through 8. He's surprised the leaders changed again, especially in Group 8. Then he's even more shocked when he sees the protagonist is now Group 8's leader. His jealous sister thinks she warned that idiot Mukyoung enough times. After the afternoon training, he watches the other teams for a while. They're still practicing in groups, not realizing their strategies are being leaked. Deciding there's nothing else to learn, he says he's going to train. Just then, someone calls him. It's his sister. He asks what she wants, barely giving her any attention, and she steps in front of him to force him to look at her. He asks what she's doing. She gets annoyed and asks if he's really going to ignore her. He plays dumb, so she snaps that she thought hard before coming to him, and this is how he treats her. He shoots back that the Spring Clan people are idiots and tells her not to talk to him. She calls him unbearable and says she'll make this quick, so he better listen. Then she shows the bandages on her arm. He asks if she got hurt. She says it happened last night when she went out to train alone and got ambushed. He asks who would dare do that. She says she doesn't know. The attacker wore a mask. Masked or not, he says she got attacked because she was careless. She tells him to stop talking nonsense. That's not what happened. He asks if she's warning him to be careful now, and she says he should know there's a good chance they'll come after him next, since they're in the same group. He asks what she means. She reminds him that the cadets were split into 4-person teams and their enemy would be chosen later. When he says that has nothing to do with him, she asks why they'd bother splitting them into 4s if they could just have one full group fight another. He says he still doesn't see her point, so she tells him to think. Since each team already knows the people inside its own group, they can figure out exactly who they'll fight with. Then he understands the rules were announced early on purpose, so team leaders could be targeted before the match. She admits he's not as dumb as he looks. If the leader is gone, it'll be hard for the team to hold formation. That's why she's warning him to be careful with the test tomorrow and not wander around alone. She doesn't want to hear that an heir got kicked out before even taking the second test. With that, she leaves him behind. He mutters that the weakest one came all the way to warn him. She's overdoing it, but he still decides to be more careful and wonders if he should bring Hubong along. Meanwhile, an assassin is already watching him up close, eager to strike. That night, Nano tells him it's getting late. He asks what his win rate is against the Chen Yo-woon simulation, and she says it's around 60%. He remembers bragging that he'd beat him easily in a week, but even now he's only at 60. Nanu says his skills and formation control improved a lot after 106 training sessions. Based on her analysis, he should be happy with his progress soon. He asks if she's trying to comfort him. She says it's just the result of her analysis. He chuckles, calls that kind of cute, and heads back to the dorm. On the way back that night, he realizes someone is following him, so he stops. Then he hears fighting nearby. He heads toward the noise to check it out. When he gets there, it's too dark to see well, but someone seems to be down on the ground. He tells Nanu to turn on night vision, and she links it to his eyes. Now he can see clearly. Myun is fighting someone, and the masked attacker is all over him. That sword is already covered in blood, and the attacker keeps pressing Myun, who can barely defend himself. One strike nearly takes off his ear. Myun jumps aside, then barely avoids another hit. Watching this, the Proto realizes the masked man is skilled enough to completely overwhelm him, and starts wondering who he really is. Meanwhile, as Mun falls, he feels his knee and a sharp pain throws him off balance. The masked man notices right away and rushes in to finish it. The Proto doesn't want to help him, but he can't let the team leader die before the test, so he tells the masked man to stop. The attacker notices someone else nearby and goes after the boy, but the Proto dodges and aims for his stomach. At least that was the plan. The masked man slips behind him before the hit lands. The Proto realizes the guy widened the gap before he could strike. He's experienced, and his level is hard to read. Then the attacker notices a second presence and gives up on the mission, disappearing at once. The Proto thinks about chasing him but decides not to. Mon is left on the ground furious. When the Proto asks if he's okay, the guy acts offended about being helped by a commoner and spits out an insult. So the Proto says he can stay there a little longer. But when he gets back to the dorm, he's carrying the bald cadet and dragging in a badly injured Mun too. Everyone asks what happened. He says he'll explain later. Just treat them first. Then Bong asks if he's hurt, but he says no, he's fine. He asks Nanu if the bald cadet will live, and she checks the wounds. She says it's a sword cut, about 4 centimeters wide and 2 millimeters deep. As long as it doesn't get infected, he should be okay. So the prota thinks he's fine, until someone shouts that the prince is bleeding. He realizes he overlooked it because of Jerian. The prince is losing a lot of blood. The wound looked minor, so why is it bleeding this much? He tells Bong to get the leader fast and the boy runs off. When the leader arrives, he treats him right away. The boy asks how Mun is, and the leader says they can save him. But there's a problem. Asks what it is, he says Mun won't be walking normally for a while. Mun can't believe it. Everyone starts worrying. They're in trouble if their leader can't walk. Their leader puts Mun to sleep for now and says he'll take him to the infirmary. The prota stops him, saying there's another injured cadet too. Bong offers to handle it, but the leader says he'll do it himself. The prota follows him and says Cadet 80 also hit his head, though not as badly as Cadet 4. The leader says he knows but thought someone else would bring him. The prota asks if he left that boy there as bait to draw someone out, and the leader says he's not as dumb as he looks. Why? Because another team thought this would make them fail, and he was surprised to hear that boy got hurt too. That's all he wanted to say. Then he tells him to bring the cadet. He also says it's time to head back, since he knows he's not allowed out at night. The boy says he understands. Before leaving, the leader warns him to learn how to fight with what he has. The boy asks what he meant by that, and starts wondering if this happened to the other teams too. He thought it was tied to the test format, but now it seems bigger than that. Something is wrong with this second test. He thinks it over for a bit while watching some ants and realizes that attacking the team leader would make beating that team tomorrow much easier. Now it starts to click. He understands why they announced the matchups in advance. They wanted this to happen. He accepts the delay and realizes they're being pushed to act like demons, without being bound by the rules. Meanwhile, Team 8 is falling apart, whining that they're doomed. The prota walks in and asks how long they plan to keep this up. Just because their leader got hurt, they're already done? They argue they're not shaken, but he points out they're sitting around complaining instead of picking a new leader and making a new plan. They ask who could even lead them, since only Prince Mun got that training. Then Bak asks why they think like that. Their prince is right there, their master. Still, nobody seems convinced, since he's only the 7th prince. They all look at each other, but Cadet 38 agrees with the choice and another cadet does too. Everyone says that since he never backed down from fighting Mun, he might be even better. Soon they all agree he should lead. Some still wonder what they can even do without Mun there, but for now, the most important thing is passing the test. So the prota asks if everyone agrees, and when they do, he says that's great. He came up with something during formation training. Then around midnight, in Teammate's dorm, the prota asks Nanu to activate night vision. Once it's on, he scans everything around him and quietly makes his way up the stairs. After reaching the upper floor, he wonders how many times he's visited Team 7's dorm that day. Then asks Nanu if anyone is still awake. She scans room 7 and says everyone inside is deeply asleep. He mutters that they finally went down. Then he asks if the person who attacked Mun is in there. After comparing the body types of all 20 people, Nanu says no, that doesn't matter. He starts paralyzing most of the team, then moves toward their leader. The leader asks who's there. Startled, the boy still manages to knock him out quickly. He realizes the boy woke up just from sensing his presence. As expected of a leader, he's sharp. The prota had assumed no one could recognize someone in a mask in the dark. Then he uses pressure points to paralyze the kid. He says the boy won't be walking for a while. His muscles and meridians were hit. It's not personal, so don't hold a grudge. Now he wonders if he should hit another room too, since he already crippled Team 7. But Team 5's leader is Wan Hyo, and the person he saw wasn't a woman. Besides, Wan Hyo shouldn't be able to beat Mun in martial arts. That means the attacker must be on Team 6. Nanu says 16 people from Team 6 are in deep sleep. The boy catches that number. Team 6 has 20 members. Even counting the 3 women, someone is still missing. He asks if any of the people there could be the masked attacker. Nanu says no, so he concludes that person isn't there, which probably means that missing person is the masked one. If they're on the first floor, they may have already noticed him moving around. So what should he do? Then he stops himself. Why is he overthinking this? There's no rule saying only leaders can be targeted. Here, it's eye for an eye. The next day, during the second test, as he picks something from the selection box, Myong notices that if he's leading Team 8, then that Spring Clan boy must have been injured. He sees they understood the real meaning of the test, just as he expected. This time the participants won't disappoint him. He asks if everyone is ready, and they all say yes. Myung tells them they've been preparing for this test all along and he expects worthy victories. A lot of them still don't fully get what he means, and they head down the stairs while looking around. Then the prota notices something strange. Those eyes look familiar. He tells Nanu to analyze him. She checks that boy's body structure and finds a perfect match, including height and build. The boy starts to smile. He found him. The second test begins. Round 1, Team 1 versus Team 3. They face off, and the rules are simple. The team that suppresses the other wins. Myung gives the signal to start. Both sides charge in, and Muyong starts directing his team. Myung is surprised because he's using a diagonal formation. They open from the flanks with shields crashing into shields. Muyong shouts for everyone to hold their ground and not get pushed back. Then the hits start landing, sword strikes, shield blows, and arrows. It gets ugly fast. Several fighters go down with serious injuries. Young wins easily in the end by taking down the enemy leader. With nothing left to do, the defeated side admits the loss. Young thinks it wasn't because the other team was weak, it was just boring. He congratulates Team 1 on the win and announces that they and their leader passed the second test. Then Team 4 keeps beating Team 2, and after that it's time for the next match. When it's his team's turn, Chan gets fired up, but the others look scared. He asks if they've already lost their nerve. Then he asks them straight out if they're nervous. He knows the sudden leader change shook them, and admits he's a little tense too. But if they lose, they're out of the academy. It's too early to give up, so they need to fight with everything they have. More than that, he's angry. He refuses to let the coward who hurt their former leader win. His words hit the team hard, and he tells them that if they feel the same way, they won't lose. That's all he says. They're just going to win. The whole team's spirit rises at once. Young notices Chow knows how to fire up the cadets, though that alone won't guarantee victory. Still, he's about to find out whether he is really a panther or just a house cat. The match begins and Team 5's clan leader turns out to be his sister. She says she wanted to face Team 8 only if Young was leading it. According to her, a fight over succession doesn't suit someone like Chenin. She says leaving the academy now would be better for his miserable life. Then she orders her team to attack. The protagonist tells Nana to activate the AR strategy tutorial. She does it right away and brings up the tactical guide. MC tells his team to hold their ground. Nana calls out a number. Chenin says the enemy is switching into an arrow formation. Nana tells them to answer with a layered formation. He says this is exactly what he expected. They can only try to overpower them head-on, so he orders pattern number 6. Young watches closely. He sees Team 8 take a layered formation. That makes him wonder how Chiang could make such a foolish choice right at the start. Young thinks that formation is useless with a weak leader. Even if the right guardian taught him martial arts, this feels reckless. He starts to wonder if he expected too much. The girl mocks the protagonist, asking if he really thinks he can clash with true heirs. She slams her shield at him but then freezes in shock. She can't believe what just happened. Chan blocked her 10 stars attack. Young immediately realizes MC has a strong defensive skill. He knows his inner energy still trails hers, but with Nana pushing it up to teacher level, he can still come out ahead. That thought excites him. She feels herself getting pushed back, and if she doesn't switch formations now, the weaker fighters behind her will collapse. Stunned, she wonders what this bastard did. All she can do is fall back. She orders everyone to retreat and use pattern number 1. Nana reports the enemy returned to standard formation, so Chan switches 2 and orders pattern number 3. She gives a small smile, then she taunts him. Does he really think Team 1's trick will work on her? His inner energy is impressive, she says, but he's still a terrible leader. She orders her team into pattern number 6. Since his inner energy isn't below hers, she decides to break his formation apart with a spear charge in one strike. Once his team is split up, she plans to finish Qian herself. Her side charges forward all at once. Both teams start shifting positions. People begin asking what's going on. Qian's formation keeps changing. The movement makes no sense to them. She tells her team not to panic and to brace for attacks from both sides. Then the protagonist suddenly orders pattern number 2. That throws her completely off. It's an arrow formation at the worst possible moment. Her side panics, and she tells everyone to focus forward. But Qian changes plans again. Now the threat comes from behind, so they rush to guard the left. The princess demands to know what's happening and what this commoner is doing. While she starts to lose control, Qian stays perfectly calm. Before long, his team closes in a circle and traps them completely. That's when she realizes the formation numbers were a trick. The night before, MC had told his team they'd use the training numbers from other groups against their enemies. When he called for changes, his team would switch using the real patterns, while the enemy got confused by the fake numbers. That was his plan. The princess is furious that this bastard toyed with her. Qian gives the order to attack. His team tightens the circle, and the fighters trapped in the middle start shaking and dropping their shields. She yells at them, asking who told them they could throw their shields away, but they've already lost the will to fight. She panics, saying people will laugh at her. Everyone will laugh at her. Then she stares at Qian, calling him a piece of trash. Enraged, she rushes him and screams for him to die. She attacks with her blazing sword strike. He drops his shield, draws his sword, and charges too. He deflects her blow and slices her face, though she cuts his leg in return. Even so, he doesn't stop and keeps pressing forward. Then he lands a clean hit, a brutal one. Her arm is severed and goes flying. Everyone is left stunned by Qian's skill. She can't believe it either. Her arm is gone. She starts screaming for it in total panic. Others shout that they need to stop the bleeding. Qian looks at his sword and wonders if this happened because it wasn't a real blade. He had neutralized her attack in 5 movements, but the first one hadn't been fully complete. She keeps screaming that she'll kill him, while the protagonist realizes sword training has its limits after all. Team 8 wins, and MC passes the second test as their leader. Everyone congratulates him on pulling off that victory. Myung thinks Qian still lacks the inner energy needed to fully use the 7 connections of the butterfly. But just from that movement, he's almost at Xiaobi's level. He starts wondering what that drunk actually did, because this can't just be from good teaching. In only 21 days, he improved in every way. His tactics were excellent, and he even dared to cut off Myung's sister's arm. Myung starts thinking the protagonist might be a genius sent from heaven. For a moment, he wonders if he should have made him his disciple before Cob, but the protagonist owns the academy, and that thought doesn't sit well with him. The other cadets realize MC beat the Sun Clan's heir. They wonder if he'd been hiding his martial arts all this time, and decide they need to remember him, because today, he showed everyone what he can really do. Then the third group of contestants heads to the arena. They move down to fight next. The boy who had been targeting the leaders thinks to himself that he thought he'd avoided defeat, but that's not what shook him. He'd nearly been hit by him. What really shocked him was that the guy he had beaten before used the time he was gone to ruin everyone's legs, and that person was one himself. He admits the boy did well to fool everyone. People notice everyone on Team 7 except the leader is limping, so they think they can crush them with a full attack. They don't know who did it, but they're grateful, so they charge hard with Formation 6. Team 7 complains they can't do anything with their legs like this, but that filthy little killer tells them to be grateful for the rest of their lives. Then he rushes in alone with an arrow formation. One of them thinks he's an idiot. What good is a formation if his whole team is limping? But his shield is knocked out of his hand in an instant. It goes flying, and the boy drives his sword into the man's chest. Anger spreads through the group, and someone orders all the limping fighters to push forward. Even so, he really does it. He keeps knocking everyone down before they can get back up, then charges again and overwhelms them. In the end, he wins almost by himself. After that, he looks at Xian and says he's next. The protagonist realizes he's made himself one very annoying enemy this time. Team 7 wins the battle, and back in the academy's main building on the first floor, in the director's office, they report on the participants who failed, up through Team 5. The director says a lot of them failed again this time, and Ranjin asks if he means the big clans. He says the ones without clans usually aim to serve the ones who do, so that's not a big issue. But heirs from major clans may feel it was unfair. They would have passed if this hadn't been a group test. He adds that this wouldn't happen under the Academy Guide's usual rules, but Ranjin says they have no choice. If they stop judging performance this way, the great clans might take it as an insult. They agree those heirs will still grow well in their clans, but it's a shame the smaller clans lost their chance at the medicine ball and access to the library. In fact, the two who passed should be gathering at the library now. Chan heads for the Academy's prized library. When he arrives, he says it looks even bigger than the main building. He figures the other cadets already visited the first floor while he was in the infirmary, so today they'll probably be allowed onto the second floor. Then he remembers Seob telling him not to waste time on pointless things. He should master the butterfly technique and breathing method to raise his chances of passing the test. Qian asks if those pointless things included the library, and Seob says yes. Since MC is already learning 4th and 5th floor techniques thanks to him, Seob says he shouldn't feel bad about missing the first floor. There's nothing about martial arts there anyway. He remembers that, but with Nano, he plans to analyze as much of the first and second floors as he can. Then he steps inside and notices. He reaches the first floor and hears they only get 2 hours here, so he needs to move fast. He tells Nano, I'll flip through the pages, just keep scanning. She starts analyzing the 5 sword mastery arts, then one book after another. By the end, she's gone through a huge pile. He asks how much time is left. Nano says there's still 1 hour. When he asks how many books she scanned, the count is 55, including the sword mastery one. He tells her not to send it all to his brain yet. It's too much at once. He wonders if he should check the smaller books too. Then he notices an old man standing beside a huge monument. The man looks like a veteran, so the boy asks if he guards the first floor. He also asks why there's a tomb in the middle of the library. The old man studies him for a moment. He can tell right away who this boy is, the 7th heir. Then he explains that the tomb was left by the founder, the ancient heavenly demon. That shocks the boy. The guard adds that it was carved from sapphire. The boy notices writing on it, almost like a poem. Then he sees something stranger. It was carved by finger. The guard says someone must have poured Nagong into a fingertip to scratch words into sapphire, something even a sword would struggle to mark. Most people get lost in the books and ignore it, but he noticed the tomb, maybe because it's in his blood. The boy admits he almost walked past it too. The guard says that's only natural. With so many books around, who would notice a tomb? He's guarded this place for over 20 years and no one has cared about it, not even the heavenly family's descendants. Then he says he's taken enough of the boy's time and tells him to get back to studying. The boy says goodbye, but when he moves behind the stone, he finds blade marks. It looks like someone tried to hide something there. He immediately asks Nano to analyze it. She scans the tomb's surface. According to her reading, there are sword marks on the stone. The boy is stunned. Who would do that to the ancestor's tomb? Nano adds that the marks came from 2 different people, which shocks him even more. Looking at it normally, he still can't make sense of it. So he asks Nano for a 3D augmented view, and she brings it up. Now he can clearly see the huge gap in force and angle between the cuts. It's obvious 2 people were involved, and he starts to wonder if one of them was trying to cover the original scratches. Maybe those messy cuts were made on purpose. Thinking there might be something hidden underneath, he asks Nano to separate the 2 sets and leave only the earliest marks. She does exactly that. The boy is stunned. Those aren't random cuts. They're sword movements, part of an unknown form. He realizes the marks record sword techniques from a style he's never seen. Still, he can't fully understand the move just by staring at the lines, so he asks if Nano can analyze the marks and recreate them in augmented reality. She says yes, but first she needs to measure the sapphire's toughness to estimate the user's power. He asks how she plans to do that. Before she answers, the guard walks back over and asks why he isn't reading. Caught off guard, the boy listens as the man points out he's staring at the stone and asks if he saw the back of it. The guard says it's a shame. There have long been rumors that the ancestor left a sword technique from his moment of enlightenment there. The boy is shocked that these marks might be tied to that. The guard says no one knows who did it, but defacing the stone like that is terrible. Maybe someone did it to steal the ancestor's insight, but now the boy starts wondering if this was really just vandalism. The guard says he's going back to his patrol and that the boy can look as long as he wants. The boy is glad he's leaving. Nano finally answers. She can measure the sapphire's resistance if he places his hand on it. He thinks that should have been obvious, so he puts his hand on the tomb and his fingerprint scan starts reading the material. Nano finishes and says that if diamond is rated a 10, this sapphire is a 7. The boy realizes that's still incredibly tough, which makes him wonder even more who ruined the original mark. Nano says she can now simulate the sword cuts in augmented reality using the stone's resistance data. That catches him off guard. Then a human figure appears right in front of him. He tries to ask who it is, but Nano cuts him off. No talking during the simulation. Before he can complain, she interrupts again and says the replay is starting. The 3D figure takes its stance. Then it moves. Its sword drops in a stunning arc and the follow-up cuts are incredible. He asks Nano, is that really just one move? She says the analysis shows several linked forms, but based on his martial arts system, it counts as a single move. He can barely believe it. Even the butterfly technique with only 8 forms takes him nearly half a year to master. Compared to that, this is on another level. He feels like it can't be broken. He never expected to find something this big on the first floor. He tells Nano to keep analyzing it for now. He'll transfer it later. As she works, he thinks he almost missed this treasure because of those extra scratches. Whoever made them must be pretty awful. Still, thanks to that, he found the hidden move. Nano reports that after removing the fake cuts, she found 45 connected movements. He can hardly process that number. She repeats that 45 sword movements were recorded. He realizes the marks weren't just there to hide the technique. They recorded every step of it. A theory starts forming, and he asks Nano to show it in augmented reality. She begins by demonstrating the first movement, then the second, third, 10th, 20th, 30th, and all the rest. The boy notices the motions keep getting cleaner and more complete. Finally, the full simulation ends. He's sweating just from watching. Then he asks Nano to make the first move and the 45th move fight each other in augmented reality. She says that's possible. 2 figures appear in front of him, and his shock only grows. Nano starts the fight at once. The 2 clash, and the 45th move quickly takes off the first one's head. He's stunned. The first move was completely crushed. The move he thought was perfect wasn't being hidden at all. Those 45 sword traces were a full record of the long process of creating a counter to the original move. He goes back to the guard and says he has one question. Does only this floor have a tomb? The guard says he's only worked here so he can't be sure. But as far as he knows, every floor has one. The boy smiles and tells Nano to get ready. They're heading to the second floor. Soon he arrives at the library's second floor. He looks around and sees the others are still there. Since they get 2 hours on the first floor and 3 on the second, that makes sense. There he spots Xion and Chen reading quietly. He figures the other heirs never came because they were already confident in their own techniques. Seeing one of them studying low-level martial arts, he decides that boy must be more careful than he looks. So he keeps that in mind and slips past the others. He heads straight for the tomb, finds one there too, and checks behind it. Just like he expected, more sword marks. The surface is covered in scratches, and he tells Nano to do the same analysis as before. She says the same pattern from the first floor appears here. The first set contains a move with 24 forms. The second set, from another person, records 56 sword movements. That number makes him pause. It means they needed even more research here to break the original move than on the first floor. He wants to watch it right away, but too many people are around, so he tells Nano to store the sword movements in her memory. He figures he's now collected 4 unmatched moves and hopes to transfer them to his brain soon. Then he tells Nano to keep analyzing. Meanwhile, he starts flipping through books near the others. He makes a lot of noise, and they get annoyed, wondering what this kid is doing. They think it's hard enough to learn by reading carefully, but he's just turning pages non-stop. In the end, they force themselves to focus again. There's only 1 hour left, so he isn't worth their attention. While that happens, the protagonist has Nano scan every book she can, building up a massive amount of knowledge. As everyone grows more irritated, Xion-sen looks over at the boy flipping through books like that, and he becomes a little curious. Nano reports that she scanned 156 books in total. He tells her to analyze everything they got today and save it in the program data. He thinks that should be enough. Now only one thing matters. He's sure the original butterfly technique ranks among the top 10 martial arts, but he knows better than to get overconfident. No matter how amazing a martial art is, true mastery takes thousands of repetitions of every form and movement. And most important of all, experience matters. He remembers his master saying real understanding only comes after hardship and many fights. That's why the academy is the best place to gain experience against all kinds of warriors. Now he just needs to test Nanu's augmented reality skill. If it works, he can build up a lot of real combat experience. With that in mind, he heads to the supervisor, Since it's already late, the man marks his attendance and tells him he can leave. Then the supervisor recalls that someone had asked when the boy would be coming out. Still, he brushes it off. The boy wonders if someone is waiting for him, but decides it can't be that important right now. The solo training rooms were supposed to open after the second test, and he wants to get there fast to transfer the moves. So he heads to the Demonic Academy's private training area. When he gets there, the leader of Team C from the second test steps in front of him. The guy says he searched everywhere since the boy wasn't in the dorm. Seeing him there at last, the boy asks what he wants. The other cadet shoots back, asking why he's pretending not to know, and asks if Zeon really thought he wouldn't notice that he was the one who sabotaged the legs of his team. That starts getting on the boy's nerves. He's too busy for this nonsense. The cadet says the bloodlust coming off him makes it look like he wants a fight, then asks who told him to leave him alone. That jab only makes the boy even angrier. The other one notices he still isn't taking the bait like someone else would, thinking another hot-headed brother would have snapped already. So he realizes this boy isn't weak at all, and decides he'll have to go all out. But then someone shows up and calls out to them. By then, both of them are so locked in on the coming fight that they don't even notice. Sion gets annoyed, shocked they didn't even see him, so he steps right between them. That finally makes them stop in surprise, and the protagonist realizes this is his brother from the Blade clan. He says they're impressively focused, just what he expected from the team leaders of the second test. Then he apologizes for making them wait and asks if he can speak first. He says it'll only take a second. He even lowers his head and asks it as a favor, which shocks the other boy. An heir is bowing to another cadet. He protests, asking what he means by speaking first when he spent all day chasing him down, telling him to get lost. But Yu-chan calmly asks what he was supposed to do when he'd been waiting because he wanted to see him. That only makes the other cadet angrier. He snaps, asking how Yu-chan dares to look down on him, and attacks. Yu-chan notices how fired up he is and knocks the strike aside with ease. Then he almost slices the boy's neck with his hand, stopping right by his chin. He asks, "How's that?" The protagonist sees it at once. Yu-chan shut down a move he'd only seen once with a simple formation. That means his skill is on a whole different level. The other boy realizes he has no chance and wonders how someone this strong ever got hit by that other guy. Yu-chan points out that his footwork is bad and wobbles with every step, then asks if his ribs are injured. Now it's obvious this man is far beyond a normal cadet. Even in perfect condition, he still wouldn't win. Yu-chan says it'll be quick and tells him to wait. The boy just turns around and says he can do whatever he wants before walking off. Yu-chan remarks that he's quick to anger, while Zeon wonders what he wants with him. Maybe he plans to remove him before the next test. Whatever the reason, he can't fight him now. Then the boy turns to the protagonist. The protagonist quickly tells Nanu not to use battle tutorial mode in augmented reality. He wants the butterfly sword technique. Nanu obeys, switches to action command mode through the battle system, and sets the technique. But Yu-chan stops him and asks him to wait, wondering why he looks so serious. Maybe it's because of his position. Still, he says it's fine. This is their first meeting as brothers with the same father. Then he greets him properly and says it's nice to finally meet him. The protagonist can't believe what he's hearing. He asks if Yu-chan is messing with him, getting seriously mad. Yu-chan wonders if he didn't like that, then figures it makes sense after how the 6th clan treated him. The protagonist asks if he really expects him to play nice when he already knows all that. Yu-chan says no, he just wanted their first meeting to go well because he likes him now. After all, they're walking the same path of the sword. The protagonist asks if that's really the only reason. Yu-chan says yes, and asks if he knows how shocked he was when he cut off the right arm of the heir from the Song clan. He says he became a huge fan right then. The protagonist tells him to quit the nonsense and say what he really wants. Yu-chan says there's no point dragging it out if getting close to him will take this long, so he says he won't repeat himself. He wants Zeon to work for the Blade clan. That's his real goal. The protagonist is caught off guard. The other boy notices, and Yu-chan thinks that reaction is only natural. Then, Sion asks if he's serious, but the boy says he waited in front of the library all that time, so why would this be a joke? He says he doesn't know about the others, but he doesn't see him as an enemy. He wants him in his clan, standing by his side under his protection. Sion gets furious and asks if he's telling him to give up being an heir. Yu-chan asks if that's really how it sounded, but adds that becoming heir will be too hard for him anyway. The protagonist asks what he means. Yu-chan says he heard him. If he chooses the path of the sword, then they'll have to face each other and he has no chance. But since he's become a true fan, he's offering him a bright future if they walk that road together. Isn't that wonderful? The protagonist wonders if Yu-chan really doesn't see him as someone who could stand against him. Then he refuses. Zijin asks what he's talking about. The protagonist says Yu-chan won't be able to beat him, so he should stay out of his way if he wants to live. Daishin is stunned and furious. Hearing that, Nanu warns that strong energy has gathered in the enemy's right hand. She tells him to use the second butterfly dance formation. Light butterfly circular motion, then step half a pace left. The protagonist wonders if it's already starting. He shifts into a fighting stance. Gaishin is surprised by that and laughs. Nanu then reports that the energy is fading. The opponent has stopped the attack. Gaishin says he got a little tense, but this makes things more fun. He brings up what the protagonist said about not standing in his way, and says that part was actually pretty cool. Still, Simyo notices only his mouth is smiling. To him, all this effort feels wasted. He says they'll meet again since they're walking the same path. But then he gathers energy in his hand again, and Nanu warns that the power there is surging. he swings and carves a huge slash beside the protagonist. The protagonist realizes that it's blade energy. His aura has formed a full blade around his hand. The Chan simply says he doesn't have the strength to threaten him like that. The protagonist says he must have fully matured already if he can use blade energy barehanded. Then the rumor that he fought Muyang of the Black Clan evenly for the heir seat probably wasn't fake. Only now does he truly understand they're on completely different levels. So he speaks to the boy and says they'll meet again later. The protagonist is furious. After beating Muyan and driving Onryo out of the academy, he thought they were on the same level. But then he forces himself to calm down, thinking he can't rush. His goal isn't just to catch up to them, it's to stand above them all. As he heads back to his quarters, Yuchun realizes the protagonist had read his attack from the start. He meant to cut off his right arm in one strike, but the boy moved out of the line before he could fully bring out his blade energy. That makes him think the protagonist really is different from everyone else. Meanwhile, in the academy's private training room, the protagonist arrives and confirms this is the place. It's basically a tiny booth, barely big enough for him. There's not enough room to practice full formations with Shadow Step. Still, the walls feel solid, so at least he can study in peace, and even if he can only gather internal energy here, that should be enough. He tells Nana to activate augmented reality, then orders her to simulate the formations analyzed from the Sapphire Tomb on the second floor. She starts at once, using an avatar to perform every attack. The boy is shocked again. It's faster and more complex than the first floor's version. Even with the final butterfly dance formation, he couldn't block a single move. He wonders how many people could stop that formation. Then Nana begins replaying the other person's counter formations in order, going from the first to the second, the third, and all the way to the 16th. The protagonist thinks it's completely insane. No one could master a technique like that without being obsessed with the sword. He can tell just by watching the progress. A clumsy, unnatural formation was refined by the 16th variation into something so perfect, it sends chills down his spine. Then he tells Nana to show the original formation, fighting against all 56 counters in sequence, and she starts the avatar battle before activating the mode. He enters focus mode and keeps winning, from the first form to the 16th, where he finally loses. When the test ends, Shun realizes that, just like on the first floor, the absolute forms were beaten by a gap of only one move. That makes him wonder what would happen if he faced that absolute form with the butterfly dance, since his sword form couldn't block any of the recorded attacks before. So he decides to test it. He lines up against a copy of himself. There has to be a way to beat it with the butterfly dance, and both sides get ready. Then they charge at each other. Nana reports that his brain activity is spiking, his blood flow is rising, and the energy in his abdomen is growing more active. While that happens, the simulation keeps running, and the clash in Qian's mind turns into an all-out fight. Even so, he keeps cultivating through it. His progress seems really good until he suddenly wakes up and wonders what happened. He was sure he was locked in on the fight, so he asks himself if he fell into a trance. His body feels strange, he starts shaking, and panic hits him. He quickly gathers his aura again and notices something shocking. His internal energy was equal to 30 years, but now it's 40. He wonders if he just had an epiphany. If he gained that even without Nana's help, then those forms really do deserve to be called Murim's best martial art. He can already feel that his butterfly dance is much sharper now. As he practices, he notices even the way he cuts through the air has changed. That breakthrough didn't just raise his internal energy. Something is wrong with his hand. He's actually materialized energy. He still can't form a full sword because he lacks the power. But after the medicine ball, he'll have the equivalent of 60 years of Negong. When that happens, the gap between him and Che will shrink a lot. He asks Nana how long he was in that state. She says 2 hours, and he's stunned. It lasted that long. Then he realizes it won't be easy to make his body catch up, especially since he has to return to the dorm. So he tells Nana to upload the forms from the first and second floor tombs, along with the 45th and 56th forms, straight into his brain. She starts the transfer, and he gets hit with brutal pain at once. He asks how long this will take, and Nana says her analysis estimates 10 hours to turn his muscles into an energy flow. That surprises him. It's not much longer than the butterfly dance, even if this needs a different martial art, but he has no choice. He says he'll have to leave for now and come back later. Back at the dorm, he notices a lot of cadets are missing when Bong walks up and greets his master. Chain notices the papers in Bong's hand and realizes he's been practicing and memorizing what they studied in the library. He asks if Bong learned anything useful. Bong downplays it, saying it's just a second-rate martial art. He picked a footwork technique because that's where he's weak. The protagonist says this is when everyone has to push through the pain. The 4 days they were given to rest can't be wasted, and if he wants to improve at all, he can't throw time away on useless things. The next day, he's already back in the private training room, suffering badly, when Nano says his muscles and energy flow are complete. As hibernation mode is cancelled, he gets up and immediately starts vomiting. Nano quickly begins stabilizing the biological reaction from the transformation. Chain thinks it worked, even though he feels completely wrecked. No matter how many times this happens, he still can't get used to it. Then he clenches his fist and notices the strength in his hand is on a whole different level. He feels even stronger than when he mastered the butterfly dance, so he takes off all his clothes and sees how built he's become. Those muscles look incredible. He can hardly believe it's his body. For some reason, just looking at the wall fires him up. He gathers energy into his palm and sets his stance. On the other side, the leader of Team 6 is cultivating and blaming himself. He thinks his skills weren't enough, and that he got too confident after injuring Mug-1. Ever since he saw the huge gap between himself and that blade user, he's known he has to train much harder to get his pride back. For now, he decides to put Sinan aside and aim higher. But then the wall beside him starts cracking. A second later, it explodes, and even the supervisors outside are shocked by the noise. The Team 6 leader gets blasted by the flying stones and starts bleeding, wondering if an assassin got in. Who would dare do this? Then he looks over and sees Xion in full berserk mode. The moment Xion realizes what he's done, he starts sweating hard. The Team 6 leader can't believe Xion caused it. People rush in to save him, shouting for him to stay awake. Later, with the situation under control, the instructors scold Xion. Private room or not, how did he blast a hole into another cadet's training room? If things had gone worse, that cadet could have died. They tell Zion to be grateful Cadet 108 is still alive, otherwise he'd already be expelled. They keep tearing into him while he's still shaken, then warn Xion they'll be filing a report. He can only apologize. A supervisor bans him from the first and second floor training rooms and orders him to use the basement rooms instead. If he breaks those two, he'll lose training room access for good. MC promises to be more careful. As he turns to leave, the supervisor thinks that breaking a stone wall like that means his internal energy has gone past normal limits. Meanwhile, he asks Nano why he suddenly became so strong. He never thought he could destroy that wall. Nano explains that his muscles and energy flow have reached their peak, enough for his raw physical strength alone to leave marks on that highly durable stone. That shocks him. Then it clicks. The simulation was built by studying the marks left in the tomb, not the true motions themselves. That's why the goal was to leave marks on the stone, not to copy the form perfectly. He wonders how that idea would work with the dagger technique or the butterfly dance, but then notices he's already hit the limit of his current body. Nano says this is the result of body modification. It doesn't change his natural growth and still follows the growth data already estimated for him. He asks if that means he can become even stronger as he grows. Nano says yes, his limits will rise once he's fully grown. That gives him the wild idea of trying to grow faster, but she says only time can do that. Even Nano can't force his body to mature. She can only simulate the result. Xion says that's enough for now. Besides, if she really could speed up growth, some parts of him might get a little too scary, if you know what I mean. Down in the training hall basement, the protagonist thinks about the decades of movement data already pushed into his brain. He's nervous since this is his first time training the absolute technique that may have come from his demon ancestors' insight. He starts with the first one, the sword absolute technique. He performs the move and is startled by it. He stops and tries again, but something feels off. No, that's not it. He just knows the move feels wrong. As he keeps trying to copy it, he improves and realizes the sword technique is destructive, and both attempts had that part right. Still, he can't understand why the absolute sword technique feels incomplete. It doesn't have the smooth, natural flow he saw in the simulation, so he tells Nano to compare the movement taken from the Sapphire with the one he just performed. She turns on augmented reality, and he sees the two motions side by side, the original and his version. That's when he notices his movements connect in an unnatural way, and even the ending is slower. He starts asking why. What's the problem? Is it easier when it's just one move? He says that even without the perfect flow, it shouldn't affect him this much. But then he starts thinking about energy flow, and remembers that even the final form of the butterfly dance couldn't be used right without the correct flow of energy. Then it hits him. He feels cheated. What kind of joke is this? Leaving only the sword motion and hiding the energy flow is totally unfair. Then he remembers the words carved into the tomb. He asks Nano to show him the front of the first floor stone, and she projects it in front of him with augmented reality. The inscription says, "A mighty wind blows and the clouds rise high." After spreading his name across the continent, he returned home. And how could he not protect every corner of his nation with the mighty warriors he had gathered? Staring at those lines, Cheon wonders if there's a clue hidden in them. Nuno explains that the three-line poem is an old Han Dynasty verse. MC didn't know that, and she adds that Liu Bang wrote it after defeating Shang Yu. That throws him off, since it wasn't written by the ancestral demon. So he wonders if any of the words were changed, but Nuno says no. That only makes him more annoyed. Still, he tells Nana to scan the stone for any clue, so she checks the whole surface. After the scan, she finds tiny holes under each character. Cheon looks closer and sees it too. Each character has a different number of dots, and he starts wondering what they mean. He can't figure it out just by touching them, so he studies the holes and wonders if they point to blood pressure points. 4 dots could mean 4 pressure points, but that doesn't really fit. He keeps thinking until he remembers the first book. Nana analyzed. It was about pressure points, and each one had a number and a note. The 4th point would be the solar plexus, which feels wrong, since energy flow should start lower in the Dantian area. That would make it 7 points, but then Cheon notices something. The character for Great has 3 dots, add 4, and it becomes 7. The next one, Wind, has 9 dots, and the mark below adds 1 more. He keeps doing the math, all the way to the last one, the 23rd point. That's when he realizes he got it. He found the hidden energy flow, and he gets fired up. Soon he's laughing so loud that everyone outside hears him calling himself a genius. Sometime later, After eating, he decides to head to the basement and try the absolute technique again with the right flow. But then someone calls out to him. Chiaman turns curious, and Yunpa asks for a moment. He wants to know if he would accept a duel. The protagonist hesitates, asking why he should. There's no reason to fight some stranger, especially when it's not even a test. He doesn't want to waste time. Yunpa keeps following him and guesses Chion is just being selfish. Then he speaks up again. If MC beats him, he'll give him a gift and tell him about the third test. That catches his interest, so he goes off with him. On the way, the protagonist asks why he'd make such a dumb offer just to get a duel. Yunpa says he needed to check MC's qualifications, which leaves him puzzled. Then Yunpa adds that it may not match the move Chion used to cut off Ryo's arm, but he'll show him the Blade Clan's proud lunar energy technique. He tells him to come at him, so Yunpa charges in without holding back. He aims straight for the side of the protagonist's face, but Chion slips aside and avoids every strike. Watching him, MC thinks he's way too slow. As Yunpa keeps pressing, he lands one heavy blow and sends him flying. Yunpa is launched backward and crashes down hard, coughing up blood. Even Chion thinks he may have hit too hard and wonders if the guy died. Yunpa clutches his stomach in shock. He can't believe he lost that easily, especially after thinking he could at least do something after watching the protagonist fight Ryo. As he gets back up, he says Chian is amazing, just what you'd expect from the heavenly bloodline. He admits he thought MC was only around advanced martial artist level, and says he'll keep his promise and share the information, but MC stops him and asks why he wanted the duel at all. Win or lose, Yunpa didn't seem to gain anything from it. Yunpa can tell he still doesn't trust him, which is fair. So he repeats that he wanted to check the protagonist's qualifications. MC still doesn't follow, and Yunpa says he also needed to check his own standing for the third test. Chian asks what that has to do with it. Yunpa says there's a high chance the third test will be done in groups. He doesn't get it and points out that the academy said the test wouldn't be group-based anymore. Yunpa explains that it won't be like the second test, but it will still value individual strength a lot. Chan notes that only advanced martial artists with this kind of skill and at least 30 years of internal energy can become high-rank warriors. So among the cadets who made it past the second test, maybe only 20 count as advanced. To make up for low internal energy, they'll need a medicinal pill. Yunpa agrees. Once those are handed out, lots of cadets could suddenly reach that level. But there's still a big problem. The protagonist asks if it's advanced martial arts. Yunpa says yes. The library's second floor only has intermediate arts, so many will fail there. If the test isn't about creating advanced martial arts, then there's only one answer. They'll be given a secret manual for advanced techniques in this test too. But MC says that's probably not all. Yunpa agrees. If that were everything, it'd be too easy. If the third test were just learning, 80% of the cadets would pass. Then he says his father told him the manual should contain the 7 demon sword techniques, part of the demon sword formation used by all high-rank cult warriors. Chan recognizes the name and thinks he's heard of it before. He remembers Guard Jungle saying those formations were made by the greatest swordsmen of that era, the Sword Demons. It was first created to counter the disciple of Soren's 18th and 108th formations. And among them, the 7 techniques are special, even if they're only advanced martial arts. When 12 people use them together, they form the 12-sword formation. With 36, it becomes the 36 formation, and with 108, the 108 formation. He is impressed that an advanced art can turn into something so terrifying. He recalls that an advanced martial artist using the 12 formation can beat a specialist, the 36 can beat a master, and the 108 can even bring down a grandmaster. Yunpa says his father told him to build a group of 12 people to learn the 7 techniques, and that surprises Chan. Yunpa explains that's the core of the demon sword formation. Just mastering the techniques alone isn't enough. Using the formation is incredibly hard, so hard that anyone below advanced level might not even understand it. The protagonist asks if that's why he wanted the duel, and Yunpa says exactly. He couldn't judge him from one move alone. He needed proof of MC's skill before deciding whether to invite him for the test. MC asks what invite he means. Yunpa says he forgot one important detail. For the third test, cadets are expected to work under leaders from learning the arts to everything else. He heard those leaders were chosen based on the second test results. Chashin realizes the leaders will pick their own members and Yunpa confirms it, though any cadet can still refuse. That makes it seem like the third test is really meant for the 6th grade clans and the young masters, not ordinary cadets. He quickly sees it as another stage in the Battle of Heirs. If a leader can't gather people and master the techniques and formation, he'll be disqualified right away. Then he remembers. Yunpa said cadets can refuse a group. Regular cadets have no real choice but to rely on the leaders if they want to pass. So he asks if that's why Yunpa said he'd invite him. Yunpa says yes. Gathering members and learning the techniques is only the start. If the final evaluation is duels or something similar, then a skilled leader matters even more. Chaishin then remembers the reward Yunpa mentioned, and Yunpa says the reward is himself. The protagonist's face says he's not impressed at all, and he bluntly says nobody asked for that. MC asks if there's a chance Yunpa won't be picked as a leader, but Yunpa says no. He's confident he'll be chosen, and for passing the test, someone skilled like MC would be far more useful than an ordinary cadet. He admits that part makes sense. Yunpa does seem qualified to lead. Still, something feels off, especially since he would have to use that. So he asks why Yunpa picked him when there are other heirs and other leaders from the second test. Yumpa says he didn't want to admit it because the protagonist might get mad, but he already made the same offer to the young master of the Black Clan and the Sword Clan, and got rejected. The protagonist says that makes sense, since they probably already formed their own groups. Now MC realizes he was Yumpa's last option. Yumpa admits it, adding that they also share the sword path. He really doesn't like hearing that. Yumpa starts to panic and says he's not asking the protagonist to become his subordinate. He just wants the protagonist to use him to clear the third test. Then he asks him, please, to accept. Chanshin gives a faint smile and Yumpa lights up, thanking him, only for MC to refuse. Yumpa freezes and asks what he means. He repeats that he refuses. A little later, as he leaves the forest, he asks Nana for the facial analysis results. She loads them up and Chanshin notes that while it can't detect lies perfectly, it was still smart to turn it on when he sensed something strange. Nana tells him Yumpa's face shifted a little, with a 45% chance he was lying. When Yumpa said he only wanted to be used to pass the third test, those facial signs got stronger, and the lie chance rose to 62%. The protagonist says he kept his guard up since it was still only a probability, but when Yumpa claimed they walked the same sword path, Chanshin remembered Yu-chan. That made the lie obvious. If Yumpa really cared about that shared path, he wouldn't have gone to the Black Clan and the Sword Clan first while leaving out the Blade Clan. MC figures Yumpa must think he's an idiot. After that, Yumpa goes to Yu-chan and admits he turned him down after hearing the details of the third test. Yu-chan starts laughing, thinking the protagonist is more interesting than he expected. He got the information he wanted and left, just like Yu-chan knew he would. Yumpa wonders what to do next, and Yu-chan mocks him, asking if he plans to beg and crawl for MC's approval. Yumpa says that's not it. Yu-chan says the original plan would have been fun. Join his group, then quit on test day and get him disqualified. Still, it'd be a waste if he lost that way. If he weren't a rival in the air battle, Yu-chan would have tried hard to recruit him. While Yu-chan keeps talking to himself, Yumpa drops to his knees and begs for one more chance, saying he still has other ideas. Yu-chan shuts him down. He says it's over and tells Yumpa to stop this. Before it's too late, he should find a group, or maybe become a leader himself. Yumpa is stunned and asks about their deal, but Yu-chan cuts him off, saying he still has other people to pick. Then he turns away and coldly tells Yumpa he has no use for deadweight like him. Yumpa is left shocked by how cruel that was and walks off in tears. Yu-chan meanwhile keeps thinking about how Qian beat him with a single strike. The skill he showed a few days ago was nowhere near that level. Yu-chan hates how unclear it is and wonders if it was luck or real talent. Only time will tell. Meanwhile, our guy is still completely broken in the best way, thanks to those nano machines. The protagonist heads back to the hall, thinking about the 11 people he may need to gather. Nothing is confirmed yet, since the academy hasn't announced it, but if it's true, he needs a plan. A few people from Group 8 come to mind, though not many, and there's no promise they'd follow him. He decides to finish training for the day and think more about it later in the dorms. Then he asks Nano if she finished analyzing the books they scanned in the library. She says yes, 55 beginner martial arts books from the first floor and 56 intermediate ones from the second. Trin asks if she can build a hologram of a specific person by analyzing their energy and body movements, then make that hologram fight like the real person. Nano says yes, she can choose the target as an avatar and assign a martial art. He picks the 5 sword mastery arts, and for the person he chooses his brother. The avatar immediately keeps calling him a plebeian, even in the simulation. Trin clearly hates that and tells it to start. The avatar attacks with the chosen art, but MC dodges easily and strikes his brother's neck, snapping it. Nano reports that the character died from a broken neck. Chan is shocked. 4 days ago, that same attack only pushed the guy back. Nano explains the avatar couldn't handle the full force of his master's strike. He starts wondering if his breakthrough let him surpass Mugi-un, but that's not really the point. Even giving the avatar an intermediate martial art probably won't change much. So he tells Nano to make 10 avatars and give each one a different intermediate martial art. She sets up the simulation with 10 Mugi-un copies. Their arts are Heavenly Raising Sword, Rotating Rain, Heartless Sword, Falling Massacre Sword, Fallen Fist, Horse Fist, Dark Raising, Emperor's End, and Great Sunlight Sword. Chan immediately wonders if he overdid it and tries to say 10 might be too much, but then all 10 Mugi-un copies start calling him plebeian, and now even the simulation is clowning him. Nano asks if she should lower the number. The protagonist says no, just start. He'll kill them all. As they rush him, he stays focused and handles most of the attacks. He blocks the first wave, but the second comes in low and nearly catches him. Qian jumps away just in time. The problem is, he uses too much force and slams his head into the ceiling. He crashes face first, and Nano instantly pauses the augmented reality. MC can only think about how much that hurt. The fake space made him forget how cramped the room really was. Then he sees the damage in the ceiling, and knows he's in trouble. When the supervisor comes to check, he starts scolding Qian right away. He asks what happened to the roof, already getting a headache because of this kid, and says he warned him before. From now on, he is banned from that training room. He keeps apologizing, but the instructor tells him to follow. He leads Qian to another training area. It looks about half the size of the old room, but the door is much thicker. The supervisor says the protagonist will train there from now on, which totally confuses him. Then the man explains that if MC keeps using the regular room, he'll just keep breaking walls. He wonders what kind of place this is, since it seems even better than the old one. The supervisor says it's a special training room meant for people who reach expert level and pass the fourth test. The protagonist still doesn't get why he's being given access. The supervisor says Cheon hasn't passed that test, obviously, but after causing yet another incident, the academy approved letting him use it early. MC asks how he knows he reached expert level. The answer is simple. To break the hard walls in the solo training center, he must at least have that much energy. These new walls are even tougher, so no matter what he does, he shouldn't be able to break them. The supervisor tells him not to worry and just focus on training. He thanks him. With a room this solid, augmented reality should be no problem. He asks Nano for the time and she says it's around 8 p.m., so he figures he still has time. He wonders if he should keep fighting the 10 avatars, but the only advanced martial artist model he has is too weak. So he asks Nano if she can make a fighter based on instructor Seo Mangu. She says yes, as long as it's only from the butterfly dance movements he showed in the infirmary. That gets Keon excited. Even if it's just one technique, a model of his teacher is far better than another Mugi. Nano activates the augmented reality and asks him to pick the martial art. For now, he chooses only butterfly dance. A copy of his master appears before him. Even knowing it's fake, the protagonist feels way more pressure than he did against Mugi-un. The avatar even acts a lot like the real man, so Keon tells Nano to mute him next time. He reminds himself that his master is one of the demon cult's top 10 martial artists. There's no way he can match that skill head-on, so he has to aim for an opening and strike first. But his master quickly blocks the attack, and MC realizes it was way too easy to read. A heavy blow smashes into his jaw and blood starts spilling right away. As he's sent flying, his master moves in for another hit. Then the avatar uses butterfly dance. Third technique, 7 butterfly dances. Cheon gets hit 6 times and blasted away. He knew he wasn't a match for him, but getting crushed by a single technique is still hard to swallow. Now he truly sees the level of one of the demon cult's best martial artists. Nano asks if he wants to switch the avatar's martial art, but Cheon says no, reset the fight. She asks again and he makes it clear he wants another try. This time he says he'll use the absolute technique. Cheon charges at him, but he quickly uses his fingers to stop Seom's technique, and even the avatar seems surprised. Cheon keeps jabbing with his fingers from every angle and realizes it's working. Then he uses the finishing move, 2 fingers aimed straight at Seom's eyes. But Seom blocks with his swords and throws Cheon back with a counter. Pain shoots through him and he admits he still can't win, even with the absolute technique. Still, he notices wounds. There are sword injuries on the teacher's avatar. That means the final move did connect. It just wasn't deep enough. Cheon figures that in pure sword technique, he may have already surpassed the avatar version of his teacher. But when it came to handling the key moment, the huge gap in experience still beat him. He realizes knowing the absolute technique alone won't let him beat a real master. Still, he has 4 years to clear the Demon Academy's 6 tests. So in those 4 years, he plans to surpass Seob, starting with his avatar training. 4 days later, they head to the martial training hall. There, all the instructors are waiting for them. The boy is still frustrated. He gave it everything he had, and the best result he got was a draw against 10 Mojion avatars. Then Myung shouts, asking if they enjoyed their 4-day break. They answer yes. Myung says it's time to explain the 3rd test, just like announced 4 days ago, and hand out the Black Dragon medicinal pills. For the 3rd test, teams of 12 will have to perform a formation. That leaves everyone confused. The proto realizes the intel was true. Myung explains that to join a 12-man formation, the minimum requirement is advanced martial proficiency. Then he hands each of them a book. It covers the basics of the demon sword formation, the art the main bloodline takes pride in, and the advanced secret art called the 7 demon swords. He says that if they absorb today's pills and train hard to learn the 7 demon swords, reaching advanced proficiency should be possible. The proto thinks that doesn't sound too hard, but then Myung announces the 3rd test is only 27 days away. Each group will have to defeat the instructors standing in front of them. Myung calls it simple, but no one likes the idea. The instructors are specialists. Some cadets say they heard a few of them are even at master level. They already thought this was hard. Fighting fellow cadets would have been way easier. Now they're supposed to beat people with real combat experience. The proto sees everything is unfolding just like Myung said, so the only thing left is naming the group leaders. Myung says this test will be completely different from the second one. This time, they're on their own. They have to gather members and learn the formation themselves. After explaining how the group leaders will be chosen, they hand out the secret manuals and pills, then prepare to dismiss everyone. But Cheon is confused. He thought the leaders would be picked by rank. Myung points to the instructors in front of them and says they can all see their names. Whoever steals an instructor's yellow badge within 7 days will become a group leader. Everyone is shocked. They have to rob the instructors. Then they realize something worse. If no one can take a badge, there will be fewer groups, which means fewer students can stay. There are 207 cadets total, so that makes 17 groups of 12, with 3 students cut right away. And before they even beat the instructors in the sword formation test, they first have to steal their badges. Myung tells them not to overthink it. Instructors with yellow badges won't use their special arts, only the 7 demon swords. The cadets protest that it changes nothing. A specialist is still a specialist, even using advanced martial arts alone. Now the Protoss sees their real goal, to counter the 7 demon swords in such a short time. They'll need a deep understanding of every move. This wasn't just made harder for fun. 7 days is nowhere near enough to learn how to shut down the 7 demon swords. They did this on purpose to push everyone into panic. Myung thinks the confusion is about what he expected, and wonders if he should scare them a little more. So he says they all have 7 days, but asks if any cadet wants to challenge them right now. Nobody says a word. Myung thought at least one person would step up. He says that with enough guts and skill, it'd be a great way to get noticed, though losing would do the exact opposite. He starts thinking no one here has the nerve. Then someone raises a hand. He recognizes him as the leader of Group 1, Mu Young, a candidate to become Vice Lord of the Black Clan. The Prota raises his hand too, ready to go. Then he notices another volunteer, the guy who beat the Poison Clan candidate, Cheon Yo Woon Sung. That's Baek Ji. Myung says 2 men he didn't expect have stepped forward. Things are about to get interesting. Yo Chang glances to the side. The Prota realizes the man beside him became leader of Group 12 instead of the protagonist, Yo Woon Sung. From here, he looks strong. Myung says he likes the look in their eyes and asks the instructors which one wants to entertain them. He calls out the instructors for Groups 1, 8, and 12, reminding them he told them not to go near his cadets. Then the official martial instructor, Ho Jin Chang, steps forward. That catches him off guard. As Ho Jin Chang walks out, Pyong thinks there's no need for him to volunteer if this man is handling it. From that point on, he thinks the Prota better watch himself because no matter who he faces, no one will go easy on him. Myung guesses they're trying to stop the cadets from taking leader spots too easily. Still, with Jin Chang involved, it won't be too harsh or too wild. Then he suggests they start with the leader of Group 1, Cadet Number 1. Jin Chang moves to face the boy, but Young Sung suddenly shouts, asking the director for permission. Jin Chang is offended. How dare he step in when he knows he has his eye on that cadet? Furious, he glares at him. Young Sung apologizes to his senior, saying he knew Jin Chang wouldn't hold back. He believes Mu Young is the best choice for the next Vice Lord, and he doesn't want to see him humiliated here. But then Jin Chang raises his hand again and says he'll handle Cadet 18 instead. Mu Young thinks he never should have tested Jin Chang's patience. Now his cadet is really in trouble, and he approves. Mu Young had already planned to face the Prota anyway, so now he'll take the prize himself. Soon, the two stand face to face. The Prota tells Nano not to miss even a second. Mu Young tells them to begin. Mu Young rushes in hard with the cloud palm flow. The supervisor gets excited. That palm art is one of the top 3 in the main bloodline, a Black Clan specialty alongside the Great Black Demon Sword. It lives up to the rumors. Still, it's a shame Mu Young has to use the 7 demon swords instead of his own poison arts. But the boy easily breaks through the attack. The Prota notices something odd. Those movements feel strangely familiar. Mu Young suddenly changes his stance. He pulls one leg back, shifts his arms, and unleashes attack after attack at the instructor. The instructor is impressed. Even with his attacks being blocked, the boy never panics. From the force in those palm strikes, he can tell Mu Young has reached specialist level, and his understanding of technique is far beyond a normal cadet's. He says that in terms of martial skill, Mu Young is already at elder level, so the instructor uses the 2nd and 3rd forms of the 7 demon swords, and decides to stop treating him like an ordinary cadet. Mu Young is puzzled. The black cloud palm flow is a higher grade art, yet his attacks keep getting shut down. He starts to doubt this is just advanced martial arts. The Prota can't believe it. The completed techniques may look different, but the movement paths are exactly the same as the sword marks left in the sapphire. The only difference is that the 7 demon swords has just 12 movements, half of the 24 in the destructive sword technique. He can't be sure yet, but he thinks the demon sword may be what left those sword marks. The fierce fight keeps going. Then the boy and the specialist clash head-on, and both get knocked back. Mu Young realizes the other man is a specialist too, maybe slightly more skilled. Since he can block palm techniques using only advanced martial arts, he must have far more combat experience. No wonder he's an instructor. Mu Young says that if he can't close the distance soon, he'll be at an even bigger disadvantage. Seeing no other choice, he shifts forms. One hand forward, the other behind. The specialist notices right away. The boy must be planning to finish the fight with his strongest move, so he gathers all his energy to block it. Mu Young charges. He comes in with another palm strike. The specialist braces himself. Sure, the attack will come from the right. He gets ready to stop it, but Mu Young drops lower, plants a knee, changes the angle, and attacks with his left hand instead. That completely breaks the specialist's stance. He realizes it's the same pattern as before, just reversed. It's hard to deal with. He tries to stop the left hand with his right, but Mu Young switches again and strikes with the right this time, hitting the specialist's shoulder. The man drops to the ground hurt while the boy stays calm. Everyone erupts because he beat that same instructor. They even notice he used an energy blade, proof he's already reached specialist level. Now they're convinced the young master of the Black Clan is the closest one to becoming Vice Lord. Mu Young remembers the secret art left sword, right palm, right sword, left palm. It lets someone use 2 special techniques while switching sides freely. That skill made Mujin Go Wang Hol of the Black Clan, the cult's 2nd strongest fighter. He was supposed to be the only one who mastered it, so seeing this boy use something like it shocks him. The kid really is a genius. The specialist quickly makes his move. He pulls the golden seal from his chest and hands it over. The boy has earned the right to become a group leader in the 3rd test, and Mu Young thanks him. The boy starts thinking about the badges. Something about the way they explained it bothers him, and he wonders if one person can only get 1 badge. Still, he steps in front of the next specialist. He decides to stop overthinking it. What happens here will shape his future, and he has to prove himself in front of everyone. The instructor is impressed. Even while facing a specialist head-on, the boy looks calm and sure of himself instead of scared. Honestly, the instructor is surprised. He never thought this kid would even clear the first test. But now, he decides it's time to end the boy's lucky run. Activating his energy blade, he says he'll crush him in front of everyone. I'm really hoping the protagonist uses that crazy strength of his. Even in the worst case, maybe he can at least break a leg. The boy feels the killing intent coming off the instructor, who recognizes the butterfly dance and tells him to make the first move. The protagonist knows he may have reached specialist-level skill, but his internal energy still falls short of a real specialist's. Letting him strike first only proves the instructor is looking down on him. With the 10 stars defensive art, the instructor plans to finish this in one blow. The specialist is caught off guard as the protagonist charges in. His hand is wide open, aiming to crush him with pure force. The instructor realizes the boy is far too fast, and the protagonist slams his shoulder with a brutal hit. The specialist is thrown back by overwhelming power. Now he starts getting pushed back, and the specialist thinks that even after blocking with the 7 stars defense, being forced back 5 steps means the boy has solid internal energy, but his outer strength is monstrous. The protagonist realizes this won't be an easy win, so he pushes even harder. The specialist starts shaking under the pressure of that palm, and realizes the boy is humiliating him. He adds more power to his movements, forcing the protagonist's hand back for a moment and making him step away. The specialist tells himself the boy's energy still isn't on a true specialist level, and sneers, thinking the brat can run now. He attacks with the 4th and 6th forms of the 7 demon swords, but the protagonist thinks he can still read it. Even without Nano's help, he can tell the forms are stable, and compared to the sword traces in the sapphire, this is much easier. He dodges by simply lowering his body, slipping in close and almost tripping the instructor. The man thinks the boy is a fool for getting that close and prepares to finish him with his second technique, but then Cheon instantly shatters that plan and sends him flying. Mugor can't believe it. MC just broke the 7 demon swords with basic butterfly dance movements alone. The instructor grows even more furious, thinking that getting stalled by a little brat's techniques is humiliation he won't accept. Since it's come to this, he decides to use the 10 stars defense to knock him out with an internal injury. Maying notices right away that he's trying to use a lethal move and thinks the idiot has lost his mind. The protagonist has no choice but to take it head-on with his body. Pain tears through him. He coughs up blood and realizes his internal energy is being disrupted. Nano warns that forced energy is damaging his organs. He immediately asks for her help. She quickly heals the injured organs. He refuses to fall, while Nano keeps the regeneration going non-stop, and the protagonist keeps defending through the storm of attacks, almost like he's gone berserk. The specialist can't understand it. He's sure the boy is taking internal damage. Fear starts creeping in. Why isn't this kid going down? The more nervous he gets, the more his moves start slipping. The protagonist instantly drives in his right hand through that opening. The specialist thinks his energy armor will hold, but the blow is so strong it shatters several ribs. The moment they break, blood sprays everywhere. Everyone is stunned by how brutal that was. Before collapsing, the specialist grabs onto the boy. He calls him a monster. Cheon stays on his feet, panting, covered in blood, with a terrifying look in his eyes. The whole place falls silent as they stare. Cheon realizes Yunpa wasn't exaggerating. This boy could become a serious problem. Maying thinks about the 7 demon swords created by the legendary demon sword. Its countless combinations are supposed to be incredibly hard to break, yet Cheon just did it. That's beyond mere talent. He's a martial genius. Maying regrets ever letting that cursed drunk go, then calls for the director and says they need to take the blood-covered instructor to the infirmary. His ribs are broken, and 3 other bones are fractured too. That thought makes Mayang uneasy. He suddenly remembers he forgot to warn the instructors that Cadet 7 had punched through reinforced walls. If this man had known, he probably wouldn't have lost so badly. They tell him to get the instructor moved at once, and finally the boy becomes a leader. The instructors can only think about how the cadets will start seeing them as weak after losing twice. Jingxian looks back at all of them. He realizes talent and skill can let the next generation surpass their teachers, yet instead of being proud, these men are worried about protecting themselves. Still, he feels he's in no place to judge them. He let the moment sway him and picked Cadet 18 without noticing someone this gifted. Now he has another regret. Mayang then announces the final duel. Jingxian will face Baek Ji. The other instructors hope Jingxian can save their pride. One says he can't imagine Jingxian losing, and another agrees he's no ordinary instructor. He's their senior officer. The cadets wonder if Baek can actually win. There's no rule against it, and since he volunteered, maybe he's hiding his strength like Cadet 7 did. Baek says he'll be the opponent and asks Jingxian to honor him with his guidance. Jingxian thinks the cadet is humble and says they should both give it their best. Then the two face each other. Jingxian releases his aura across his whole body, putting huge pressure on the boy. Bayang feels crushed by that presence and wonders if this is really the same man who was smiling a second ago. Even so, he decides he won't hold back and rushes in, trying to do all he can. The protagonist notices it's a kicking style and watches closely with Nano, happy to have another strong fighter to study. He says watching Mifyang use different techniques with both hands was really interesting, and that was only a small part of what he knows. He isn't sure he's analyzed it all correctly yet, but it should still help. If he has to fight him later, it'll be worth it. Bak opens with that kicking art, aiming at 2 points at once. Jingxian dodges it with ease. Bak realizes he avoided everything just by moving his upper body. Then Jingxian quickly shifts his stance and tells the boy that his back foot is exposed. He goes straight for Bak's foot, but Bak steps on Jingxian's hand, spins through the air and tries to launch another of his techniques, surprising Jingxian. He lands a kick aimed right at Jingxian's face, but the senior instructor isn't about to let that hit connect. He forms a Kyo blade and pierces Bake's foot, sending him crashing back, his foot left with a huge hole. Bake realizes that for Jingxian to form a Kyo blade that fast, he must be a master. He used only a simple sword motion. He hasn't even touched the 7 demon swords yet. Jingxian points out that Bake is a kicking specialist, but now he can't use his right foot, and asks what he plans to do. Bake can tell this man is far stronger than the earlier instructors. Even while limping, Bake gets back up, plants his foot, and steadies his stance. He knows the gap in skill is huge, but he still has to try and end this with one technique. Jingxian thinks the boy has strong fighting spirit. Bake puts weight on his injured leg anyway. Blood still spilling, and charges Jingxian again, trying once more to land his kicking technique. Jingxian thinks that even hurt, the boy won't back down. Youth really is something. But at the last second, Bake cancels the kick. Jingxian was ready to stop and drops low with a feint, then attacks from below. Jingxian realizes the boy is really coming at him even with that injured leg, and that Bake also has specialist level skill. But when Bake strikes upward with both legs, Jingxian is already gone. Only an afterimage remains. Bake realizes he fell for it. Jingxian crouches right in front of his face and tells him he wasn't bad, but that's as far as he goes. Then he lands a direct blow to the boy's center, and sends him flying with a single attack. So he goes down hard, everyone can tell he lost. After only a few exchanges, they realize beating an instructor is no joke, and that cadets 1 and 7 really are monsters. Bailuke knows it's over, as blood pours out. If the keyblade hadn't been pulled back, it would have gone through his heart. Xion figures the kid was just unlucky. If the instructor hadn't been a master, Bailuke might have had a chance. He also gets the feeling the other instructors are glad he lost. Jingxian still gives him advice: if he links the feint and the real attack more smoothly, he'll fool people a lot better. He says he wants to see how far Boke can grow. Even in bad shape, Boke thanks his master for the lesson. Then he limps back to the other cadets, shaking. Xion notices right away that he's in rough condition. Boke is pale, and his neck is red. He tells Nana to analyze Cadet 18 and have the results ready so he can check them after the 3rd test is announced. Meanwhile, they explain the 3rd test. Each cadet will get 1 wooden sword, and they need to be careful not to break it. Anyone who gets a badge within 7 days can become a group leader. They ask if everyone understands, but nobody answers with much confidence. The protagonist decides he should take the medicine pill first. After that, there's something else he wants to check, but then he gets startled. Several cadets stop right in front of him. One of them stares straight into the boy's eye, and Bong asks what they should say to their sovereign. 4 others stand beside him like guards around the protagonist. He looks completely thrown off by Bong calling him my sovereign. The night before, in the dorm, some cadets had gone to Bong and said they liked the idea that this boy might really change things. Still, they asked if this wasn't a dangerous bet. Weren't the 6 great clans something to fear? Bong admits he is afraid, but if people from small clans are going to be looked down on forever, then he's willing to risk it. If it's for his sovereign, maybe people like them can finally have hope. That fires the others up. They ask if Bong truly trusts him, and when he says yes, they make up their minds too. They say they're in this together. Bong, Hwa Yuwoon, and Dae-myung swear loyalty to their sovereign, Him Yuwoon, and place themselves in his hands. So Bong speaks to him, but the protagonist tells him it's fine. There's nothing to worry about. Then the tallest one steps forward and introduces himself as one who. He gets straight to the point. He wants to join the protagonist group. That catches him by surprise. His followers are thrilled. The faster they gather members, the more time they'll have to train. But since they only need 9 people will have to be turned away. One who says he's from the Black Fist clan, an elite clan, and he's already at the advanced level. He insists he won't hold them back. Hyun says he's intermediate right now, but once he takes the pill, he'll reach advanced level 2. He promises he won't be a burden. Everyone starts trying to move closer, and some get jealous. 5 of the 16 there are from elite clans, which means 11 people are fighting for just 2 spots. No wonder they hate elite clans. The protagonist thanks them for asking to join, but says he needs to make one thing clear first. He's not looking for people just to pass the 3rd test. That shocks everyone. He says he wants people who'll stay with him after they leave the academy through the hard road to the main line. Through the worst times and the best. That kind of loyalty is a lot to ask, and the ones with weak resolve start wondering if they should back out. They don't want to get caught in a war between heirs. The protagonist expected that fear. He says he doesn't care whether they're from small clans or elite ones. If they truly want to follow him, that's enough. By the end of his journey, their current status won't matter. Then he says he'll change the 6 foundations of the main line. That sets everyone off. They wonder if he's serious. He may be a candidate, but this sounds less like ambition and more like a declaration of war. Some decide they'd better wait for another leader. The protagonist asks them to stand beside him and become part of a new foundation of the demonic cult. That's what he, Exion, and Cheon Yo-woon want from their members. A few hesitate, then apologize. They only wanted a leader to help them pass the third test. They say it's a shame, they wanted to join him, but this wasn't what they signed up for. So some of them leave and Bong thinks this is bad. Maybe all that should have been said after they were accepted. But then he notices some stayed. Qian Ye-woon, Wo Min, and Oh-jong still look fully committed. They tell the protagonist they've watched the other candidates too, but something about him feels different. He warns them the path he described is dangerous enough to get them all killed. To be honest, he also wants to fight back. The protagonist isn't surprised. Since he's from an elite clan, he could have chosen a stronger candidate. But Qian Ye-woon says that like any martial artist, he dreams of power and glory. Hearing that ambition made him want to follow the boy. Then he drops to one knee before the protagonist and swears loyalty. He says he may have doubts, but he'll never kneel to anyone else. One of the future Demon King's swords, the first sword, the fist. MC Ye-woon asks to serve as his first sword. Wo Min and Jong also swear loyalty to the boy. The protagonist starts to feel like things are finally moving. He thanks all of them, but Bong quickly says first sword or not, he's still the sovereign's first follower. Wenshu just smiles at that. Later at the entrance to the Demonic Academy Training Center, he tells everyone to absorb the pills and memorize the full text of the 7 demon swords. They ask if memorizing the text is enough, and he says no. Starting tomorrow, they'll train together, and he'll personally check their moves and techniques. That convinces them they chose the right sovereign. Being looked after like this feels incredible. The protagonist, on the other hand, is copying the only master he ever had. He figures he'll just beat the lessons into them until they learn, same way his teacher did. He tells them to head to their training rooms. They'll meet around 10 after taking the pills. Then Wenshu walks over and asks if he can say something. He says he may be overthinking it, but from now on the boy should always have at least one follower with him. He's worried because of the order to take instructors' badges. That makes the protagonist stop and think. The director said anyone who got a badge in 7 days would become a leader. Maybe they don't actually have to beat an instructor, maybe they can steal badges from other cadets too. Wenshu agrees. Since his sovereign has fewer men than the kid from the Black Clan, he could become a target. It wouldn't hurt to be careful. Qian thanks him for the warning, and Wenshu says that's only natural since he swore to serve him. Then he says he'll use the room near his, but the protagonist explains that he can't train there for certain reasons. He's using a different place. Wenshu is shocked and asks if that isn't the center meant for specialists. That only makes him admire Qian even more. He says he'll work hard enough to reach specialist level and train in the same center. The boy's excitement even surprises him. Inside, after taking the pill, he manages to form a Keel sword. Now he understands what being a true specialist feels like, having over 60 years of Keel. He says that if he pours this into a blade, he should be able to make a strong Keel weapon. He thanks Nana for her help, saying this was possible because of her, and she proudly says that's right. So he asks if humility doesn't exist in the future, and she says it does. She just doesn't know how to use it. Then he tells Nana to show him the recording of Bakji's fight. She projects the video into his vision in augmented reality. He tells her to pause the video and zoom in on Bakji, closer still to the neck and face. She does, and he notices the pale face, the red eyes, and the red marks on the neck. Those definitely shouldn't be there, and he gets more and more irritated. Sometime later, an instructor starts another match. This time it's against Hum, and he realizes that guy has already gone beyond normal cadet skill. He's a specialist too, which means he can't beat him with only the 7 demon swords. He notices this boy isn't completely shutting down moves like Cadet 7 did, but he's taking advantage of the blind spots in the techniques. The instructor admits he was doubtful, since the kid came in so confident after only 4 hours. But analyzing the 7 swords that fast makes him a genius on the level of the other 2, the Blade Clan candidate Cadet 5 Yucha, and he says there's no point dragging the duel out. They can stop here. The boy realizes what that means. That means he's giving up his badge. He tells him to join his group and says he expects big things from him. The boy thanks him. He can't hide how happy he is. He actually pulled it off. Then he starts wondering who the next target will be. Meanwhile, Bakji stays calm, just sitting there and eating. Then Kaiwan walks over. He says he liked Bakji's earlier match against the instructor. Bakji taps his chopsticks down and tells him he's eating, so don't bother him. Kaiwan thinks this guy is rude as hell, but decides to get straight to the point. He says Bakji's skills impressed him. Since he seems to be a new specialist and looks like he wants to lead a group, Kaiwan asks if he wants something bigger. Bakji keeps eating like he doesn't care at all. That only makes Kyung even madder. Still, he forces himself to stay calm. Getting angry now would ruin his plan to gather talented people, so he tells Bakji to think it over. It could be a great chance. Bakji says this is the second time. He remembers that Blade Clan guy acting all confident and asking him to be his right-hand man, and that pisses him off even more. He says he honestly doesn't want to lead anybody or chase some bigger title. He just doesn't want to stand under anyone. His goal is to get stronger. Then someone else comes up and politely asks if they can talk, apologizing for interrupting his meal. Bakji thinks, not again, and tells him to get lost. But Xian says if he doesn't speak now, Bakji might die later. That makes him stop. He asks what he's talking about, then realizes it's him. Bakji says Xian isn't even one of the 6 clan candidates, yet somehow he's more arrogant than the last 2. Does he really think this is how you recruit someone? The protagonist says he's got the wrong idea. Bakji snaps back. Wrong idea? He comes over sounding like a threat, then calls it a misunderstanding. MC says that's not what he meant. Then he gets straight to it. Baekgear looks like he's been poisoned. Baekgear stares at him like, what the hell? He explains that during the duel, his face looked pale and there were red spots on his neck. That gets into Baekgear's head. He starts thinking about poison, but tells himself that can't be right. He's been careful with Jong-soon ever since joining Group 12. Even so, he asks why the protagonist is telling him this, and even if he was poisoned, why should that matter to the protagonist? Then Baekgi backs off a little. He says maybe he judged him too fast, but if he were poisoned, he should have noticed during key meditation. MC asks if he really felt completely normal while meditating. Baekgi starts to wonder if that kind of meditation would even reveal poison. He admits he doesn't know everything about martial arts, but he's sure these look like signs of food poisoning. Right then, Dr. Baek shows up at the perfect time. Cheon calls out to him while the doctor is getting food. Dr. Baek greets him warmly and says it's good to see him, then asks if he's eaten yet. The protagonist says not yet, and the doctor says that's great because he didn't want to eat alone. But before that, MC apologizes and asks if he can examine his friend, since he thinks Baekgi was poisoned. That catches him off guard, but he quickly takes Baekgi to the infirmary and tells him to breathe in the smoke through his mouth right away. Baekgi plays dumb, but the doctor tells him to just take a deep breath. The moment he does, his body starts reacting badly. His skin turns purple, and Dr. Baek confirms it's food poisoning. Baekgi is stunned. That means someone really poisoned him. He says he felt fine during meditation and never touched any poison. He always ate alone. But Dr. Baek explains this kind works differently. It doesn't move through the blood. The effects show up after it builds up in the lungs and stomach. Baekgi is shocked, and the doctor adds that it can be mixed into food or made into powder and inhaled during sleep. In small amounts, you'd never notice breathing it in at night. Then he asks if Baekgi is sharing a room with someone who uses poison. Baekgi remembers the first night in Group 12's dorm. He had beaten one of the heirs into submission while everyone else stood against him. Back then, he thought it didn't matter who they were. At the academy, only strength matters. And now Group 12 was under his control. No one there could oppose him. But then Jong-soon had warned him to enjoy his win while he still could, because the Poison Clan's claws are like poison liquor. They get stronger over time. Baekgi realizes that's what Shun meant. In his head, he curses Jong-soon out. Dr. Baek says it's good they caught it early. If he takes an antidote for 7 days, he'll recover. But he asks if red spots on the neck mean it was already serious. The doctor remembers the protagonist saying Baekgi took a hit to the chest during the duel. That impact must have stirred his lungs and made the symptoms flare up for a moment. If those signs had stayed visible all the time, not even a god could have saved him. Baekgi asks how Chan knows so much about this poison. MC says his mother died from the same one, and he was poisoned by it for a while too. Hearing that, Baekgi starts apologizing. He says he never even thanked him for saving his life. Dr. Baek says he remembers his teacher saying something similar once. The protagonist says he just didn't want anyone dying from such a cowardly poison. And on top of that, he's furious, because he's been hunting for the source of that poison. Baekgi gets shaken by the killing intent in his voice. So the doctor asks why he doesn't stay there for the night. If he goes back to the dorm, he could get poisoned again. Then he seriously asks Baekgi if he's thinking about revenge, especially with his foot still injured. Baekgi says no. Then Sean steps in. He says clearing the poison comes first and tells Baekgi to rest like the doctor said. Then he asks them to leave Jong-soon to him. The doctor asks what he's planning, and MC says they just need to talk. Dr. Baekgi obviously doesn't buy that. Then Song contacts him through telepathy. He tells him the person he wants is in the forest near the 5th dorm. Sean replies that if that's true, he'll let him stay in a place near his own. That shocks both of them. The protagonist is talking to someone who isn't even there, and they wonder who he's speaking to. Meanwhile, Mo Kian is desperate for MC and the poison user to fight to the death. In fact, he's hoping MC dies. As Cheon heads there, Jong-soon is already in the forest, thinking that since the instructors stay in the 5th dorm, nobody comes around here. It's the perfect place to gather poisonous plants. He says the medicinal pill gave him the inner energy of a specialist, and if he trains hard for a few days, he'll reach the 5th level of destructive poison. Up to the 4th level, it was just basics, but from the 5th on, the techniques become truly deadly. So even without using food poison, he'll be able to make Baekgi kneel. He even plans to kill him before the poison can. Then he shows up and asks why he looks so happy. Jong-soon points his lantern and asks who's there. He can tell it's probably not an instructor, but the weak light keeps him from seeing clearly. Sean keeps walking straight at him and asks if he had fun playing with poison. Jong-soon realizes it's the protagonist and asks what he's doing there. Then it hits him. MC said playing with poison. He wonders if he heard that right. He brings up the red spots on Baekgi's neck and asks if Jong-soon really thought he wouldn't figure it out. Jong-soon is thrown off. How does Cheon know? Then he starts laughing. He says so that's how the protagonist found out. And now that he mentions it, the protagonist's mother died the same way too. The second he calls her a bitch, MC caves in his mouth and part of his face with one punch, sending him flying. That hit is insanely satisfying. He pours years of hatred into it. The punch lands full force and Jong-soon is launched away. He tumbles across the ground like he got dropped from a crazy height, then slams his back into a rock so hard his body is nearly wrecked on the spot. Blood pours out of him, shaking and half broken. He wonders what the hell just hit him. Cheon walks up calmly and tells him not to act like a coward. They've only just started. Jong-soon begins to think the protagonist might really be trying to kill him, but tells himself there's no way he'd break academy rules. It has to be a bluff. Still, his body won't move. The hit was too strong. He struggles with everything he has. Sean says he did something he never should have, and asks if he understands what he did. Jong-soon keeps begging his body to move, forcing every bit of will into it. MC's demonic aura keeps rising. Then he says it plainly. Jong-soon used that filthy mouth to insult his mother. Jong-soon tries to move again. As he comes in to attack, Jong-soon finally gets one hand moving and throws a punch at him, calling him a bastard and saying he let his guard down. But Chunan casually catches the punch with one hand. Jong-soon is stunned. His 10 stars technique was stopped way too easily. Then the protagonist grabs the arm he punched with and twists it hard, crushing the hand completely. It breaks, tears, and bleeds under nothing but Chunan's grip and nails. That's when Jong-soon realizes MC is serious, and he starts thinking the only answer is to kill him. He raises his palm toward his face and releases what looks like a cloud of poison gas that forces him to shut his eyes and cover his nose as he backs away. Jong-soon tries to strike again and throws more poison at Chejin's face. The protagonist's face starts to warp, burned by the acid. Jong-soon lights up when he sees it worked. He says that at level 4 of his destruction poison, he can store 7 condensed poisons. This one was his deadliest acid poison, so dangerous even the chief warned him not to use it on cult members. But with death this close, he stops caring and smiles through the blood. Then Xian calmly gets back up, and Jong-soon freezes. Nana reports that a strong acid poison has been detected on the user's face and hand. Emergency defense kicks in, neutralizing the poison and repairing the damaged skin. Jong-soon can't believe it, because Xian healed at once and his skin is fully restored. He just stares, thinking, what the hell is this? Fear takes over. As he looks at MC, he didn't just block the poison, he recovered from it too. Jong-soon knows that shouldn't be possible, not even for a martial master. He drops with his broken hand, shaking in fear, staring at his brother, who now feels like someone else. For a second he wonders if Cheon is a monster. The protagonist grows more annoyed by all the poison. Sure, someone from that clan would use it, but he's done letting them live. That look on MC's face terrifies Jong-soon even more. He starts crawling across the floor like a bug. Cheon takes the chance to punish him with a brutal kick to the head that sends him flying. Jong-soon's condition gets worse as more teeth break loose and he spits out blood in fragments. He curses wildly, then drops in front of Cheon and presses his head to the ground, begging for mercy. He keeps pleading, slamming his forehead down again and again. It's pathetic. He's bawling, toothless, and completely wrecked as he begs to be spared just this once. He grabs him by the shoulder and asks if he wants to live, if he really expects mercy. Then he remembers how they made his mother die in agony, and now this guy still dares to beg. Jong-soon finally realizes just how badly he screwed up. Chong's is never going to forgive him. His thoughts jump to the instructors, and he remembers there's a dorm nearby, so he starts screaming for help. The protagonist cuts off his voice with a strike to the neck. Now mute. Jong-soon can only panic while Chong calls him an idiot for thinking he'd just stand there and let him alert the nearby instructor's dorm. Then MC asks if this is the hand Jong-soon used to throw poison at his face. He stomps down and crushes it. Johnson screams soundlessly, and he coldly says that, judging by his lips, he's probably trying to say it was the other hand. That hand is ruined too. The fingers bent in every direction. The protagonist says he won't kill him today. He's not getting thrown out of the demonic academy over trash like this. For a second, Johnson feels relieved, but Xian says death would be a waste. He'll torture him until Johnson begs to be killed. And to start, he'll begin with the bones. Johnson realizes he has no hope left, and tears finally spill out. Sometime later, he's twisted beyond recognition. Xian didn't leave a single bone intact, and Johnson can only wonder how he ended up like this. His body is bent into a horrible shape. He tries to think back and Buff comes to mind. Then he remembers this all started because of a micro-poison. Rage rises again as he wonders when he first learned about it, and his mind goes back 6 years to the pharmacy in the Poison Clan's main house. That memory drags him fully into the past. He hears his mother, or one of the important women there, asking how long it will take before it works. The answer, less than a year. A woman in a flashy hat says that sounds perfect. Anyone without knowledge of internal key would never notice. Johnson's mother agrees and says of course they wouldn't. Then she asks what she wants the micro-poison for. The woman asks if she really wants to know where it'll be used, and laughs while glancing at Johnson. He isn't sure what to make of it. Less than a year later, news spreads through the demonic cult that Lord's 7th wife, Lady Hua, has died. Johnson's mother is thrilled, because she hated that woman. But the joy doesn't last. They soon learn Lady Hua died from a micro-poison, and Johnson's father is furious. They barely avoid his wrath because the demonic doctor argues that micro-poisons aren't unique to the Poison Clan. The cook who prepared Lady Huai's meals kills himself, and the real culprit is never found. The only clue is that the cook had met the veiled lady some time before. No one ever learned who she was. Because of that case, Johnson's grandfather, the Poison Clan leader and one of the 6 council elders, lost his seat, and Johnson's father cut ties with wives from the 6 great clans. Later, Johnson's mother tells him she didn't use him, asking if he actually saw him deliver the poison to her. But if she explains any more, it would be the same as admitting she's a killer. so she tells him the secret must go to the grave or he'll face his father's wrath too. Johnson has no choice. In the end, his mother dies a few years later under the weight of that guilt. He wanted to tell everyone it wasn't really her, but he couldn't break the promise he made. That's when he swore he would become Lord, the highest seat in the heavenly demon cult, and take revenge on the real culprit and her whole clan for his mother. And since he blamed that filthy woman as the root of it all, he decided he would kill her son with his own hands. Even now he asks his mother for forgiveness. Because no matter how hard he trains, he no longer believes he can beat that monster, remembering Chine's terrifying face. MC says that even if Johnson stayed in the academy, he'd just keep using poison on other cadets. So if he can't kill him, he'll destroy his Dantian instead. Johnson is terrified. He shakes his head frantically. Cheon notices he's still resisting even after the paralysis pressure point was activated. He asks if Johnson wants to say something and decides to release the pressure point that sealed his voice. So he does. Johnson starts mumbling so badly he can't understand a thing. So he asks Nano what he's saying. Nano begins analyzing, and Johnson says it wasn't the Poison Clan that killed his mother. The protagonist snaps, asking what he means. Through slurred words, Johnson insists the real culprit was one of the women from the other 5 clans, and Nano relays it. He begs MC to spare his Dantian, nearly blurting out the secret his mother made him keep. That thought stops him cold. He almost exposed that his mother supplied the poison. He thinks he can say anything but that. Cheon catches on that he's hiding something and tells Nano to run a facial analysis. Then he asks if Johnson is sure the culprit was from one of the other 5 clans. Johnson nods, and Nano says there's no major change in his facial muscles. The chance he's lying is under 5%. He starts to wonder if he was wrong to blame the Poison Clan. If that's true, then he took out his rage on an innocent person. So he asks directly whether the Lady of Bake really had nothing to do with his mother's death. Johnson's face shifts, and Nano confirms it. His pupils and facial muscles changed. The chance he's lying is 75%. Cheon gets furious, because just as he thought, they are connected. Johnson still insists he isn't lying. The protagonist tells him to shut up and finally destroys his Dantian for good. Johnson feels his ki scatter draining away. He knows it's over for him. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor of the Academy infirmary, Bake has a bad feeling and wonders if he should prepare some antidotes. Then he hears a noise outside and Cheon arrives, telling him to do something about Johnson. They all see how ruined the boy is. Even Mun gets up to look with Bake. The doctor asks what the hell happened to leave him like this. Even he's shocked by how crazy MC is, while Mun is stunned that MC actually brought him here and asks for an explanation. After examining Johnson, the doctor realizes his Dantian is destroyed. Destruction poison is the Poison Clan's strongest poison art, and the internal energy stored in the Dantian is what forms and controls the poison without harming the user. Once that area was ruined, the poison spread through his body. The doctor may not be a martial artist, but he knows how important a Dantian is. He expected something bad, just not this bad, and he tries to do something. Trying to treat him, the doctor wonders how his blood can smell so awful. The moment he cuts him, the stench is terrible. He's shocked. Johnson is still alive with that much poison in his veins. Maybe his poison training gave him some resistance, but even so, he might not last much longer, and the doctor starts thinking fast. Then something clicks in his mind. He remembers he still has an antidote from his master. It came with a warning. He'd feel like he was dying, but if he drank it, he would survive. At the same time, Cheon thinks he can't just let him die, and asks Nana if she can enter Johnson's body to heal him. She says that breaks the system's rules. Since the user's DNA is registered, she can't move to another person or leave his body. So he realizes that option is impossible. Then he notices some of Juno's blood on him, and asks if Nana can analyze the poison from that. She says yes, and tells him to touch the sample he wants checked. He does. Nana finishes the scan and reports that 7 different toxins were mixed together, creating a new poisonous effect. Juno immediately asks what medicines need to be combined to make an antidote. Nana projects the list right into his vision, showing every herb he needs. Meanwhile, the doctor stabilizes Juno-san and says the danger seems lower, now that he's slowed the poison with acupuncture and an antidote. Then he catches something strange, the smell of medicinal herbs being boiled. He turns and asks what Junon is doing. The protagonist says he's making an antidote to fix the problem. The doctor stares at him like he's lost his mind, and asks how he could possibly do that. But when he looks closer, he sees they're all detox herbs, still used the wrong way. They could become poison too. Then he realizes the mix is perfect, and starts wondering if this kid studied medicine before. He admits it's a solid formula, but to make something like that, Juno would need to know the poisons first. Acid toxin, herring toxin, grain fungus, tree frog poison, and red spider venom. That leaves the doctor completely stunned. MC asks Dr. Begajoy to trust him just this once. And with that, he finishes the antidote and gives it to Junos. Seeing him drink every drop, the doctor says he clearly still wants to live. He's done what he can, now he just has to keep the poison from spreading further with more acupuncture. He adds that Junos mixed the ingredients well, but warns him not to do something this reckless again. Junos quickly apologizes for causing trouble. Then the doctor asks if he really destroyed his Dantian. He knows the academy runs on survival of the strongest, but this still feels extreme. The academy director and the Poison Clan won't let this slide, so he asks what the protagonist plans to do. MC thanks him for the concern and says this mess started because of him, so he'll deal with it himself. Baekgi looks at him and thinks that even though Chunwon has acted mature for his age, he can still see the recklessness of a 15-year-old boy. If he's made up his mind, there's no stopping him, but he hopes he'll think harder about the consequences. From his own experience, the people who survive aren't always the strongest, they're the smartest. He tells him to stop being so hard-headed. Then he says it's late and that the protagonist should go back. At that, Baekgi asks what he should do, and the doctor tells him to head back too. So he leaves after MC. Chunwon pauses and thinks, all he wanted was power, and Nano helped make that possible. He used to believe strength alone was enough to rise above everyone else in the cult, but now he sees that was just his own arrogance. Baekgi watches and asks why he went so far as to destroy Junho's Dantian. Junho admits he lost control of his anger. He thought that if Junho's was left alone, he might use poison on the other cadets too. Hearing that, Baekgi starts thinking about the protagonist's judgment. It isn't perfect, but he doesn't think like the other candidates. Maybe that makes him a good choice. Baekgi is about to say something to the boy, but Bong comes running over, shouting for MC. Once he sees him, he says they were supposed to meet at midnight after training, and he's relieved. He was worried MC got ambushed. He apologizes for making everyone worry, and Bong brushes it off. Just glad he's safe. Baji notices that the protagonist has found people who are truly on his side. As for himself, back in his dorm, he has no one. He says he's leaving, but Cheon stops him and asks if he was going to say something. Baji says it's nothing important and tells him to forget it. Then Bong calls MC back to the dorm. There he explains everything that happened. Wu says that even with Cheon's special power, they still need to get much stronger. There shouldn't have been outside interference for 4 years, but the Poison Clan is one of the cult's major powers. Since they don't know how that clan might come after him, Wu says they need to be careful and focus on growing stronger. Everyone agrees, and Bong starts wondering if Wu is smarter than he looks. He says they have to be ready now that they've made an enemy of the Poison Clan. Bong says that's obvious, but he's more worried about how the director will handle this incident and hopes nothing worse happens. The protagonist says the rules never state that destroying someone's Dantian is forbidden, but to a martial artist, the Dantian is everything. What happened is fully his fault. He acted out of anger without thinking. The next day, he goes to see the director. His friend's worries were right after all. Cheyenne introduces himself to the director, offering a greeting. Myung says nothing and calmly keeps working until he puts down his brush. Then he says Cheyenne made him waste a lot of time writing a report. He tells the boy not to feel bad that he didn't return the greeting and tells him to sit. Myung says they'll deal with the public matter first. He'll speak as the academy director before anything else. That wording catches MC's attention. Mai Ching says destroying a Dantian, the core of a martial artist, is a stupid act, something that has never happened at this academy. If it's ignored now, another fool may copy it later. Then he addresses Chijin directly, ordering him to give up his yellow badge and spend 5 days in solitary confinement at the detention center. He stays surprisingly calm and asks if he's not being expelled. Mai Ching says of course not. Expulsion only happens if someone fails a test or kills another cadet outside a test or duel. That eases Cheon a little, since he had expected the worst possible outcome. But Myung tells him not to look so pleased. The protagonist knows he's right. Losing the badge means losing his spot as group leader, and if he's locked up for 5 days, he'll only have 1 day left to earn a new badge. He wonders if any instructor will even still have one by then. By the rules, he should have been locked up for 7 days, but that would have ruined his chances completely. Myung already gave him a small opening. Then Myung's whole presence suddenly changes. Killing intent fills his eyes. Shane is shaken by it. The aura is overwhelming, so strong that even with his abilities, he can't measure it. Myung asks why they don't talk about MC's stupidity. Not as director, but as his senior in the cult. He says he's blocked all sound with his aura, since what he's about to say would be a problem if anyone else heard it. Then he turns back to Cheon and says he had high hopes for him, but he did something no one else would have done, and he's deeply disappointed. The protagonist apologizes, but Myung snaps that an apology means nothing. After this mess, he asks if that's really the best the protagonist can do, because he caused chaos and doesn't even know how to clean it up. Then he lays out exactly what MC did. He suspected Jong-soon was tied to his mother's murder because of the poison, so he destroyed his Dantian for revenge. Then he got scared the boy might die and dragged him to the infirmary only because he didn't want to be expelled. Myung says if the protagonist is going to do something, he should do it properly. He calls him an idiot and asks why he left alive someone who could come back for revenge. Acting like that only gets people killed. All Cheon really did was put a target on his own back, and if he wants to survive, he needs to become more calculating. Thinking 1 step ahead isn't enough. He needs to think 3 or 4 steps ahead. MC realizes Dr. Bai gave him similar advice, though this feels more like a harsh scolding. Still, he understands the director is showing him just how impulsive he was. Then the director asks why he joined the academy. Cheon answers that it's to become stronger than everyone else. Myung asks if anger and revenge are what drive him to seek that strength. Before anything else, he is a candidate to be heir. So Myung asks if he really plans to let rage and revenge guide every choice until he reaches that goal. He warns that emotions like his won't just burn one tree, they'll burn the whole forest. And in the end, the protagonist himself will turn to ash. He asks if MC understands, and MC says he thinks he does. Myung pushes back on that answer. Thinks? At this rate, he and his whole group will be lucky if they don't meet a tragic end because of his impulsiveness. He tells the protagonist that if he truly wants to become the future of the cult, then his blood can boil, but his head must stay cold. If not, he'll be crushed before he ever gets his revenge. He admits the director was right. All he could think about was revenge against the 6 clans that led to his mother's death, and now he's not sure what to do next. Then he realizes revenge should only be one stop on his path, not the end of it. What he's missing is clear thinking. The director can tell he's not so foolish that he can't think. If he truly understands himself and what he wants, he could grow into the cult's greatest monster. And the director thinks that monster will be born from his wise advice, not from some drunk. With that, he pulls back the aura that had been blocking all sound and takes the badge back. The boy says he'll follow the director's advice, and he's quickly taken to the detention center. On the way, he tries to speak with the director and asks for a moment before he's locked up. But the answer is no. He at least wants to explain things to his group. Yet the director says the punishment will be announced in public. He even says they should be called his former group. Now they're just regular cadets. The boy realizes this is meant to teach him the price of reckless choices. Soon, the announcement says Cadet 7 destroyed Cadet 4's Dantian, permanently taking away a gifted fighter's martial arts. He's removed his group leader and sentenced to 5 days in detention. Everyone else is warned that the academy will never allow this again. That sets off gossip everywhere, and people start saying the boy might not survive even if he makes it through the academy. But when Nishio-chan reads it, he starts to laugh, calling the guy completely insane and wondering how he even came up with the idea of destroying someone's Dantian. He just keeps laughing, but then he thinks he had been worried about having a strong rival. Now that problem seems solved, since the boy took himself out of the race. Kyung sees it as a huge stroke of luck, while Muyeon is far from pleased. Meanwhile, the boys' group gets together, and one of them figures everyone is shocked just like he expected. But there's a bigger issue now. Their lord will arrive in just 1 day, and he wonders if any yellow badge is still left. Instead of taking one from an instructor, maybe they can steal one from another group. While they're talking, Baek comes over to speak with Hwang. The next night around 10, the boy sits alone in detention. But instead of feeling down, he keeps training with full focus, then tells Nano to end the simulation, and she does. After that, he complains that he's hungry. While eating the little balls they gave him, he grumbles that he has to survive on this hard, dry stuff for 4 more days. He also complains that the place is hot and damp, enough to make him sweat non-stop, and says an ordinary cadet wouldn't last 1 day in there. The room is even smaller than the training hall, but at least no one is watching him. If he wants this time to matter, he has to get as strong as possible in 5 days. Then the door opens, and he immediately notices it's too early for that. He wonders what's going on. The bloodlust pouring in is overwhelming. A figure steps inside, nails twisted into a strange shape, and lifts the boy with ki telekinesis alone. He realizes the person is Yoon. It's one. A little earlier, the night before, at the Poison Clan's western stronghold, the clan leader goes to see his nephew Jong's son and starts shaking with rage. He immediately orders them to report this to Chief Baek Moon, who also trembles with fury. The chief doesn't like this one bit and becomes furious over what happened. Then the bald man says they can't let this slide and shouldn't wait for the boy to leave the academy. He suggests sending an assassin, maybe hire a harmful clan, bribe an instructor, or even have a cook or servant poison his food. But the chief shuts them down and asks if they forgot what happened 6 years ago after Lady Hula died. Baek Moon argues that if they do nothing, their reputation will suffer. An elder tells them not to be stupid. If it were that simple, the Sound Clan would have acted too. He explains that since that incident, the Lord has been looking for any excuse to weaken the 6 clans. Hurting a cadet inside the academy would hand him the perfect reason. This elder is Baek Moon, head of the Poison Clan. Still shaking with hatred, he asks if they really have to wait until the boy leaves the academy. Baek Moon says that's how it should be, but he's going anyway. He plans to meet the Left Guardian in person. Back in the present, the boy is now feeling the result of that meeting, hanging in the air under the elder's Keats control. With one raised hand, Baek Moon crushes him under a huge wave of pressure. The boy realizes that even with his 10-star Kie, he can't resist. This man's power is far beyond what he expected. That killing intent is full of pure hostility. He doesn't know why someone this strong came to the detention center. But one thing is clear, he's not here to help. The boy knows that if he does nothing, he'll die. So he starts forcing his arms to move using only raw strength, and Baek Yu is surprised. The old man didn't expect a child to resist with physical power instead of internal energy, and wonders if anyone can really have such monstrous outer force. Then he decides there's no point waiting and pulls the boy closer. He grabs his neck with one hand, and Nano detects a powerful hostile force and starts defense mode, but the boy tells her to stop. He knows they have to be careful. If Nano cuts back too fast, he could get hurt even worse. Since the old man came for a reason, he decides to wait. Baek Yu notices he didn't try to break the Kie technique, and admits the boy thought fast. He says he came to see the face of the one who hurt his grandson, but this boy might still be useful. Hearing that, the boy wonders if he means Kim Jong's son. Then he finally understands who this is, the Poison Clan chief, the mysterious demonic staff, Baek Yu. Baek Yu assumes the boy already knows why he came. The boy wonders if he's about to be killed, and desperately thinks of a way out. With just a little more force, the old man could snap his neck. He can't believe this might be how he dies before getting his revenge. Baek Yu says that even at 15, the boy faces death by staring back instead of losing his head. That makes him think the boy needs a proper lesson, so he grabs his staff and strikes him, sending him crashing into the wall. The hit makes the boy spit blood everywhere, and then Baekhyun quickly uses Kie to drag his neck back into his hand. He figures that should have wiped the arrogance from the boy's eyes, but nothing changed. The boy still glares at him with open hatred. Baekhyun already knew he was full of hate after destroying Jongsun's dantian, but seeing this much rage makes one thing clear. If left alone, he'll become a serious problem. Even so, the boy asks if he's really going to break cult law and kill him, and Baekhyun notices the threat behind those words. He says if they killed him and melted the body with acid, who would ever know? The boy answers that sure, they could erase the evidence, but if he vanishes from the academy, the Poison Clan will be the first suspect. That makes Baekhyun admit the boy isn't ordinary. His martial talent, clear thinking, and refusal to break even in a life-or-death moment are far beyond his age. If he grows up, he could become dangerous. Baekhyun thinks that if not for the academy, he'd end this right now. He tells the boy he is clever, but hurting his grandson and painting a target on his own back proves he isn't clever enough. Like he said, he can't kill him here, but he can make a promise. The moment the boy leaves the academy, Baekhyun will make him feel pain beyond imagination, breaking every bone in his body and skinning him to feed his flesh to beasts. After that, he'll destroy his dantian and torture him until his final breath, no matter how much he begs. The boy can feel that killing intent growing heavier and heavier. Then the old man forces his mouth open, making him cough up more blood. Baekhyun says it would be a waste to leave him with only that, so he'll give him a little gift. As he takes one bead from his arm, the boy realizes he's using sound telepathy. The old man says that means the boy will be meeting that other old man very soon. He forces the item into his mouth, and while the boy swallows it, Baekhyun says it isn't deadly poison, but if he tells anyone that Baekhyun broke cult law, he'll die. Then he throws the boy away, slamming him into the wall again, leaving him collapsed on the ground. Baekhyun turns to go and tells him to stay like that until the day they meet again, leaving the boy barely alive. He's burning with hatred, and when Baekhyun walks out, the door is shut behind him. Outside, the left guardian speaks up. They had an agreement, but Baekhyun asks if he really expected him to give only a warning to someone who harmed his own blood. The left guardian has little to say. Baekhyun brushes it off and apologizes for losing his temper, adding that he didn't go far enough to cause internal injuries, so there's nothing to worry about. So the left guardian lets it pass. Baekhyun thanks him for helping an old man, but the left guardian warns him not to cause trouble. He only granted this because Baekhyun swore not to harm the boy during his 4 years at the academy. Baekhyun tells him not to worry. Once that old man is in the grave, no one will know anything. Meanwhile, Choeun looks back and says he only has 4 years of protection there. After that, his life is on him alone. Right now, the boy is still on the floor, hurting from the attack. He keeps twisting in pain and says it has to be poison. Since it entered through his mouth, he tells Nano to force it out now. But after checking it, Nano says the poison weakens energy. If only the poison is removed, what's left can boost his dantian like a medicine pill. That shocks him. He realizes Baekhyun planned to drain his inner energy, so he could kill him after Cheonan failed the 3rd test and got kicked out. Too bad for Baekhyun, without Nano his plan would have worked. So MC tells Nano to remove only the poison. She agrees, and it starts leaving through his skin. The smell is awful, and even that small amount reeks badly. Nano says the poison is gone, and the remaining substance is reacting well with the energy flowing through his 14 meridian points, stimulating his dantian. Cheon says it sounds like the dragon medicine pill. If that's true, he wants to use key meditation with the breathing technique. If he's right, this is a huge blessing in disguise, and Nano quickly speeds up his metabolism. After some time shut in and meditating, the cave grows hot. Ki starts pouring out around him until he opens his eyes, stunned. His energy rose from 60 years to 90. He says the head of the Poison Clan didn't give him a small gift, he gave him a huge one. He still can't believe the Poison Clan dared try that. Without Nano, he would have been in serious trouble. He blames his own carelessness, admits he got lucky this time, and swears not to lose control again. As he wipes himself with a cloth, it starts to stink so badly that he figures he can't wear that shirt anymore. Then he notices something behind him and wonders what it is. Since a weak breeze is coming through, he looks back and spots cracks in the wall. He remembers the sound from when he got slammed into it. It sounded hollow. So he starts breaking the spot open and finds a hole. It gives way after only a few hits. If he digs more, he should be able to get through. Soon he opens a passage that leads to another part of the cave. That surprises him. He expected a bigger cave, but it's connected to a tunnel instead. He asks Nano for night vision, then heads in, wondering if this was sealed on purpose. If so, something must be hidden there. Nano detects a faint light at the end of the tunnel, and he wonders if maybe it's glowing stones. But as he gets closer, it becomes way too bright, so he tells Nano to turn off night vision. When he steps out, he finds a place with very unusual structures. He wonders where he is. After dropping down to the floor of the area, he can't believe a place like this exists inside the detention center. He guesses it used to be an exit, but since it's blocked, no one uses it now. Then he notices something on the ground and wonders what the marks are. There's more than one, and they look like drag marks, like something massive, maybe a monolith, was pulled across the floor. That makes him think of the monoliths, and he starts to realize something huge. He tells Nano to activate augmented reality and make a 3D model of the sapphire monolith from the library's first floor. Nano recreates it in front of him, and Xian asks her to compare its shape with the marks on the ground. She says she'll check them. Then she rebuilds the layout of the area and concludes that this was likely the original place of the first floor monolith. He says that matches what he thought, then asks her to do the same with the second floor monolith. As she recreates that one too, he confirms this really is where the monoliths were first kept. But why split them across different floors instead of keeping them together? Then he notices a stone pillar, and on it is an inscription, Heavenly Demonic Sword Art, with many dots beneath the words. That shocks him, because when people talk about the Heavenly Demonic Cult Lord, one martial art always comes to mind. It's the strongest and most famous art in the cult, the Heavenly Demonic God Art. Every cult member knows how great it is, and outsiders call it one of the 3 greatest divine arts. So what is the Heavenly Demonic Sword Art? He first wonders if it's a breathing technique, then decides it's more likely a sword art. But why has he never heard of it? Jung already told him the strongest skill the Lord learned was the Heavenly Demonic Sword technique. So he wonders if this is the real name of the absolute sword recorded in the monolith. He asks Nano to compare the writing with the monolith's text. She says it's identical, and he remembers what that guard once told him. The guard had mentioned a rumor that the ancestor left behind a sword technique born from his moment of enlightenment. Now Qian realizes the true name of the absolute sword created by the demonic ancestor was the Heavenly Demonic Sword Art. He also notices the holes are shaped like a rising dragon. He wonders what that means. Could it connect to the number of holes? There are 24 of them. The art has 24 moves, and he can't think of any other link. Still, there has to be a reason they were arranged as a rising dragon. He keeps thinking about it and looks up again at the top of the chamber, wondering if something is hidden there. But when he looks, the light almost burns his eyes. Then he realizes hiding a secret in light instead of darkness is brilliant. Nothing the ancestor left behind was ever easy to get. He asks Nano to adjust his eyes, and she quickly switches on anti-light vision. Now he can't believe it. Those lamps all have inscriptions on them. He tells Nano to analyze every one. She scans the carved stones, and he asks for 3D models so he can study them up close. Once they appear, he starts sorting the stones by how relevant they are to martial arts. Nano says she found writing and diagrams for a breathing technique on 24 stones. Among them, he spots that same rising dragon symbol. He's stunned Nano figured it out before he did. Now he understands the holes in the pillar pointed to these stones. He tells Nano to remove all the others and leave only those 24. Looking at them, he realizes they contain a breathing technique, but it says to move inner energy through specific blood pressure points while making exact motions. Those motions are identical to the sword technique from the monolith. Once it clicks, he can barely believe it. The method wants him to use the breathing technique while performing the same sword movements. Normal breathing arts are usually practiced sitting cross-legged or lying down, so breathing is easier. This is strange, but he decides to try it anyway. He asks Nano to send him the information from the dragon's head to its tail, and it all flows into his mind. He starts breathing while controlling his ki by the technique, then begins moving at the same time. Nano says a powerful energy is rushing through his 14 meridians, and she starts analyzing the data. The boy begins to use the techniques together in a remarkable way. After some time, while the guards outside are yawning, he keeps training in what was supposed to be his prison, and he gets better and better. He asks Nano how long he's been doing it. Nano says he's been moving for 2 hours, and the floor is full of holes. That startles him. He moved for 2 full hours, yet instead of feeling tired, he feels refreshed. The more he repeats the motions, the faster his ki seems to flow. Nano confirms his energy circulation has sped up. He asks if that's really possible and decides to test his ki. As he uses it, the energy keeps getting stronger, and he realizes it's much faster now. He can even form a ki sword, saying that with this quicker flow, he can release the blade more freely. He says this can't even be compared to ordinary breathing arts. It's a true supreme breathing technique. Then he thinks that when the sword movements and breathing technique fully become one, that must be the real sword art. At that point, he starts seeing the demonic ancestor as something close to divine. He drops to his knees and bows to his beloved ancestor, asking him to accept the respect of his descendant before the pillar. 4 days later, Qian's group says, the latest news is that the Blade Clan candidate Xiong Yu Chan has 4 badges. The Sword Clan candidate Xiong Chango has 2. Cadet 700 from the Nihilist clan, Sama Shah, also has 2. Besides them, 7 cadets have 1 badge each, making 11 group leaders total. The bald guy can't believe it. The only badge left belongs to instructor Hao Jin Shang. Wang Hu says his biggest fears just came true. Bong points out that 3 people grabbed over half the badges and nobody could stop or challenge them. That only happened because they were that strong. Wang Hu says the rumors claim they've reached expert level, maybe even higher, because they've been working together for a while. Someone mutters that things could have gone very badly. Another guy tells him to look on the bright side. They got rid of the bad apples. Wang Xiang and Hao Jiaming were the unlucky ones. Still, Wang Hu says this path just wasn't meant for them. Bong starts to explain why. They began acting strange right after they heard their lord had destroyed Zhang's angel tooth. After that, they apologized and said they wanted to stay, but it looks like they couldn't. Bong says they left with the group the moment the lord's punishment was decided. Knowing how opportunistic they are, he wonders if they'll do well somewhere else. That leaves all 6 of them feeling down. Wang wonders if he killed the mood and tells everyone not to get so depressed. They may have lost 2 men, but they still have Baekgi, and he's worth 100. Baekgi tells them to stop flattering him. Wang-hu says it's true. Without Baekgi, both he and their lord would have been in real trouble. Someone adds that if Baekgi hadn't beaten the instructor 4 days ago, their group would have fallen apart. They're all grateful, but Baekgi says he only helped because he owed Cadet 7 a debt, though he's not sure Cadet 7 would accept that. Wang-hu replies that if he didn't care, he never would have helped at all. Baekgi admits that's true. After that, they stop talking and practice the 7 demon swords until dinner. By dinner time, they're in front of the dining hall. The group starts splitting up. Wang-hu asks if Baekgi is skipping dinner. Baekgi says he usually skips lunch and only eats at night, but he had lunch because of them. Hearing that, Wang-hu decides he might skip the meal too, which surprises Baekgi. Wang-hu says that even if it's only temporary, he's the group leader, so he has to protect him. Baekgi says he's just heading to the training center and tells him not to worry. The others say they're going back to the dorms since training is over, but Wang-hu still hesitates. Baekgi just tells him to enjoy dinner. Everyone can tell he's torn. He loves eating, so skipping a meal hurts. One of them says he and Bong will go instead and tells Wang-hu to eat. He lights up right away. While Bong is annoyed they decided for him. Then they head after Baekgi. Baekgi asks if they aren't going to eat. They answer that missing one meal won't kill them. They came because they're worried. He's the leader and they can't let him get beaten up out there. Baekgi says they're way too protective. He jokes that Cadet 7 won't even be able to eat in peace once he leaves. Bong is still starving, but he keeps following. Soon they reach the training center. Baekgi tells them they can stop following him now since he's already there, but they still think anything could happen. He points out they're basically at the entrance. Then Baekgi senses something. When they ask what it is, he steps in front of both of them. A huge group suddenly surrounds them. Bagok stays calm. Seeing the wooden swords, he figures they'd been waiting for him. This was clearly an ambush. Bong then recognizes the man in front. It's Ha Will Me Off, the one who set the trap. Bagok also spots something else. Some of the people there are from his old team. They ask if he's having fun after abandoning his original group. Bagok knows he's in a bad spot. One of his allies asks what they want. Bagok mocks them, asking if they really don't know. Then he demands Bagok's badge. Bagok asks if he really thinks he'll just hand it over. Bagok warns that if he doesn't, he'll get hurt. Then he makes it worse. He says they're Cadet 7's lackeys. So even if they surrender the badge, he still won't let them walk away easily. Ojong hates being called a lackey, while Bagok tries to figure out what to do. He may be a natural-born expert, but not enough to fight 30 advanced cadets alone, and Miao-Fung is about as strong as he is. Bagok starts speaking to Zhang through sound transmission. He says he'll pass the badge over and Zhang needs to escape with Bong. Zhang asks what Bagok plans to do, and Bagok says all of them can't get away together. He'll hold them off as long as he can, but Zhang snaps back and tells him not to be insane. They're leaving together. Bagok calls him an idiot. If they lose the badge, the group will be broken up again, and then all of this will have been for nothing. He adds that even the protagonists probably couldn't steal a badge from a senior instructor. Miao starts to realize they're using sound transmission to talk. He refuses to just watch and orders everyone to attack. Bagok reacts at once. He tosses the badge into Bong's hand and tells him to run. The kid is left wondering why him, but Bagok is already thinking how sorry he is. He understands why his old teammates are angry after he left them as leader, yet he still can't forgive this. So he charges straight into the attackers. He tears into the middle of them, spinning and striking in every direction. Bagok all watches closely and starts to understand. Bagok's level is still too high to ignore. Bagok all wonders if he's really still only a natural-born expert like himself. Then Bagok shouts to them. They still have a chance to escape. Zhang and Bong finally move and run for it. But while running, Bong's cap falls off and reveals his bald head. Someone immediately yells to catch that guy. The bald one has the badge. Bong angrily shouts, asking who they called bald. Bagok yells at him to shut up and keep running. But they keep calling him that anyway. As Bong runs with Zhang, Zhang starts getting worried. Bong's movement techniques are too slow to shake them off, so Zhang suddenly stops. He tells Bong to give him the badge. Once Bong hands it over, Zhang orders him to keep running, no matter what. Then Zhang heads another way, splitting up from him. Bong panics. If Zhang gets caught, he'll be crushed, so Bong decides he has to reach the dining hall and warn Wonho. He runs as fast as he can, already able to see it. But then he notices something strange and comes to a stop. Looking back, he wonders why nobody is chasing him. Even so, he rushes to the dining hall. He finds Wonho, who asks why Bong is drenched in sweat. Still gasping for air, Bong says they need to get to the training center right now. Wonho asks what happened and Bong says it was an ambush. Bo, Git, and Zhang are fighting. That shocks everyone. Wonho takes off at once, rushing ahead of the others. His worst fear has come true. When he arrives, he sees the aftermath. Bo Git is surrounded, still standing in front of everyone. Then Wonho notices that Zhang has been knocked out. He immediately thinks the protagonist's brother must have planned the ambush. Furious, he demands how they dared do this. Bong realizes his fears were right. One of the heirs has shown up. The heir sneers that it looks like they have a pest problem. Wonho gets mad at the insult and asks if Zhang really has the nerve to talk like that after setting up an ambush and plotting against people. But then Bo Git stops him. He says Zhang wasn't the one who attacked them. Zhang realizes they've got it all wrong. Still, he says they owe him one either way, because they lost the badge and now have no chance. Bo Git thanks him for the help, but says it won't change his decision. Jung tells him to just think about the offer. He says Bolkit will have plenty of time to do that, and then they leave. Once they're gone, Wonho drops to the ground in relief. He asks about Bolkit's wound. Bolkit says he's fine. It isn't that deep, but they did lose the badge, and he apologizes. Bong realizes Jung held out until the very end to protect it. He starts cursing like crazy. Later, Wonho asks Bolkit what really happened. So Bolkit explains, while they were being chased, everyone went after Jung. Then Jung tripped and rolled across the ground. His pursuers piled onto him, trying every way they could to rip the badge from his hand. Even while getting beaten, he held on. Bolkit says Jung ran hard after Bong gave him the badge, but in the end he was caught and lost it. Meanwhile, as Bolkit fought Myeobyong, he managed to push him back hard. Bolkit says Myeobyong may be a natural-born expert, but he still couldn't face him alone. The problem came when Myeobyong's allies jumped in and injured Bolkit's leg. That made him fall, and Myeobyong moved in to finish it. But right then, someone else appeared and apologized for interrupting as he walked in. He says Bolkit is someone he's been watching for a while, then asks why not just hand Bolkit over to him. Myeobyong tells him not to meddle in other people's business, and asks if he really thinks he can interfere when they're outnumbering him. The newcomer clearly doesn't care. He keeps walking forward and knocks aside everyone in his path. Then he stops right in front of Myeobyong and asks if having a few extra lackeys really matters. Does Myeobyong still want to challenge him? Myeobyong has no choice. He has no choice but to back off. Even while bleeding, Bulk gets back up and calls out to Yo-chan saying he owes him one. He says the badges are gone so he can't get another one, and that's why he won't become his subordinate. Then Bulk tells his friends he obviously turned the offer down. Right after that, they arrived. Wonho says he didn't know Cadet 5 was interested in Bacon Guy and asks if it's because of the heirs battle. Still, he says that doesn't matter. Now they've run out of options. Homan asks if they can gather some cadets and strike back. Wonho says that would mean relying on people who only care about themselves, not those who truly want to serve their sovereign, and that goes against what he believes. That leaves Homan feeling down. Bacon Guy asks what they're supposed to do now, but Wonho says there's only one way left. Bacon Guy realizes he means the senior instructor's badge, but remind him taking it is impossible. Wonho says he knows that better than anyone since he fought him himself, and now even the heirs avoid that man. Even so, they still have to trust their sovereign. Bacon Guy wonder if all they can do is wait and keep believing in him. Bong says he'll take Jung to the infirmary. Homan tries to help, but Bong says he needs to say something first. He tells Wonho that just like he said, he also believes in their sovereign more than anyone else, but it doesn't feel right to just depend on him. If they serve him, they should do something on their own too. So if there's really no other way before he returns tomorrow, they should at least gather more cadets. Hearing that, Wonho lowers his head in frustration. Bong starts thinking he may have gone too far, but then Wonho laughs and says he's right. They shouldn't just lean on him. As his servants, they should be his hands and feet. He even says Bong may be the most loyal of them all. The others are impressed, saying Bong actually has good ideas sometimes, and he decides to stop wasting time and hurry off to find some people. The next morning, around 8 a.m., the instructors head to the protagonist's cell, wondering how he held up. When they arrive, they say it's the last day of Chian's punishment and order them to open the door. Then he walks over to Cadet 7 and tells him his punishment is over. But the protagonist is sitting there calmly, meditating. He opens his eyes and looks at them, leaving the instructors stunned. Once he steps out, he looks even better, and they say the kid's body has clearly improved. More than that, those aren't the eyes of someone who spent 5 days locked in a dark cave. His gaze is sharper than before. Then they remember to ask what happened to his shirt. When he shows it to them, the smell is so awful. One of them blurts out how terrible it is. He asks what Chan even did to that shirt and throws the thing away. Inside, they check the cave and say everything looks normal, so they decide to just head down. While Chan quietly feels relieved they didn't notice the hole he covered with rocks. Then he asks how many badges are left, and the instructors notice he still hasn't given up. They tell him only one remains. MC figures that one must be the senior instructors, and the instructor says he should already know that taking his badge isn't the only answer. Kanachin says he knows that and could go after other cadets, but instead he tells the instructor he wants to go see Ho-Jin-shan right now. That catches them off guard. Still, they tell him to take a bath first, because he smells absolutely terrible. Then one instructor asks if he's lost his mind. Smell aside, he warns Kadon not to rush into something beyond his limits. Another agrees and tells him not to do something reckless just because he's desperate. Even so, he still doesn't back down. He thanks them for the warning and says if it truly gets too hard, he'll give up mid-fight, so he asks for one chance. One instructor starts saying this kid learned nothing from his punishment, wondering why he'd accept a challenge that hard. He even doubts the senior instructor would show mercy once the fight starts, but since Chion is so set on it, they have no choice. They tell him to avoid getting hurt if he can, or he won't stand any chance. The protagonist promises he'll keep that in mind. Sometime later, Bong is trying to recruit someone to serve Cadet 7, but the guy calls him crazy, asks what kind of nonsense he came to say, and tells Bong to get lost. Bong stays behind, realizing that was his 4th rejection, and gets discouraged, though he says he'll keep trying a little longer. Before he can do anything else, he notices a commotion and wonders what's going on, if there's some kind of problem. Then he sees the crowd stirring and asks what's happening. Is Chiwon really going to challenge that senior instructor right after his punishment ended? Hojin steps forward in front of everyone, and they're shocked when he sees it's Cadet 7. He thinks it's a pleasant surprise that one of his top duel candidates came to him on his own. Chan greets the instructor and Hojin says it's been a while. He praises him for enduring the detention center and asks if he wants to fight with wooden swords or bare hands. MC chooses bare hands. They agree to begin and everyone gets excited for the challenge, while Bong watches in shock and fear. Then Hojin draws out his ki and takes his fighting stance. Everyone can feel the pressure and wonders if Cadet 7 can really beat him, especially since even Cadet 5 gave up. Joseon says he already lost too much from the punishment, and if he wants the cadet's support, he has to do this. Hojin tells him to come at him first. He remembers that in the cult, power is everything, so all he has to do is prove his skill. He tells Hojin he's eager to learn from him, but the moment he releases his presence, he bursts forward in a single step, getting right in front of Hojin and catching him off guard. Hojin realizes he's fast, but still says he already studied Cheon's blade skills and moves to strike. The protagonist instantly channels Ki into his finger and stops Hojin's attack, knocking the blow aside and pushing his hand offline. Hojin is shocked. Chinen used a sword technique instead of a blade technique, and while he's still surprised, MC keeps pressing the attack. Hojin realizes he is shutting down the fifth sword form move by move, and it's not just quick reactions. He asks the boy how he can use techniques at that level, then says he hopes Chin won't mind if he gets serious. Fired up, he increases the pressure and uses the fourth technique of the 7 demon swords, simultaneous release. Everyone sees him unleash the first through fourth moves at once, mixing them together, and they're stunned to witness a master-level demon sword. But then Qian uses the heavenly demonic sword art, and everyone wonders what that was, as he stops all of Jin Chan's attacks and pushes him to the limit. Then Hojin senses something off. He realizes that sword technique can't be blocked, so he needs to prepare defensive ki, but he still gets hit and launched into the air by Qian. Everyone there is left speechless as Jin Chan crashes down behind him from that strike. Qian thinks it happened just like in augmented reality. The 7 swords and the destroying sword are similar. Jin Chan starts getting angry, drawing out even more ki, and Sama notices the destroyer's fighting spirit hasn't faded at all. The duel isn't over yet. Jin Chan thinks it's a good thing he used 10-star ki to endure that blow, because with real swords he would have died. Even without using actual blades, he raises the pressure again, now wanting to fight the boy with everything he has. Qian notices he released all of his ki and changed stances. This fight is getting much more dangerous. The protagonist remembers hearing that strong martial artists can force foreign ki out of their bodies, so the fight won't end just because he landed the first hit. Jin Chan stares at MC with a wild grin and asks if he wants to enjoy this a little more, but then he feels something and suddenly stops. Just like that, all his pressure disappears. Qian wonders what's going on and why his fighting spirit is fading. Then Jin Chan says he's deeply impressed. He is the perfect example of someone who grows stronger every day. He thinks maybe a monster beyond the imagination of the main bloodline has been born, so he drops whatever plans he had and hands Qian his badge. As an instructor, he admits he lost today, and says the protagonist is more than qualified to be a leader. With that, MC thanks the instructor. Everyone realizes he really did it, and they're shocked by how the fight ended. Bong nearly cries as he calls out to his sovereign, saying they'd been waiting for him to come back. Qian apologizes for worrying him, and Bong tells him not to apologize like that again. Hojin is pleased with how it all turned out, until Baek walks up to him. He wonders what he wants, since it looks like he has something important to say. Then Baek kneels in front of him. Everyone is stunned by that, and Qian can only wonder, what the hell is this? Baek Jai says he wants to show his thanks. He tells everyone that young Master Qian saved him from the Poison Clan. That shocks the crowd. They realize Cadet 18 was poisoned, and ask what he means. Baekshi says that after the protagonist saved him, he even went to the detention prison because of it, and that moved him deeply. MC asks why he's talking like that. The others start whispering, realizing Cadet 7 did all that for Cadet 18. Now they wonder why Baekshi is kneeling, and why he was treated that way in the first place. Blushing hard, Baekshi swears to spend his life serving Qian as his loyal servant. He finally gets it. Baekshi came up with this on his own. More gossip spreads. Cadet 18 belongs to Cadet 7, and everything the protagonist did was to protect his man. Wonho says Baekshi did well, but adds that speech was pretty embarrassing. Baekshi snaps that he'll never follow Wonho's ideas again, and Wonho admits that's fair. Then another instructor checks on Rojin and asks if he'll be alright. Rojin shoots back, asking if he looks ashamed. He says Qian earned that badge with skill in a fair fight. The instructor calls him an amazing kid for learning such a great technique, then wonders if a guardian taught it to him. He says maybe, and since MC is a grandmaster, it's possible. Still, the instructor can't understand why someone famous for blade arts would teach his student a sword technique. He asks if Rojin is coming to the office, but Rojin tells him to go ahead. He wants some fresh air. When he gets there, he runs into Myung. Myung tells Rojin he finally showed up. Rojin remembers Myung telling him to stop there, and wonders if Myung had warned him through telepathy that he was losing control. Myung says anyone would have reacted the same way against a technique like that. He says that in his youth he fought hundreds of battles between justice and evil, and often fought beside his lord. So when it comes to helping the lord personally as a guardian, Myung says Rojin should know that better than anyone. Then he brings up the technique Chan used. If his eyes didn't fool him, it was the same as the Lord's heavenly demonic sword, maybe even better. The heavenly demonic sword is said to be one of the demon cult's greatest arts, created by the heavenly demon himself and passed down only to the lords. People say their ancestor, the greatest genius of his age, ruled as the top martial artist because of those techniques. Young thinks that even if his move looks similar at first, it may actually be a sword art that surpasses even the Lord's heavenly demonic sword. He can't understand how a kid could do that. He wonders if Cheon learned it from the sapphire monolith, the one said to hold the ancestors' enlightenment, but those carvings are badly damaged and covered in sword marks. Manhwa studied them thousands of times and still learned nothing, so he can't figure out how the protagonist did it. Ho-jin starts to speak to the director, but Manhwa cuts him off and says they should keep this secret for now. Ho-jin realizes Manhwa is thinking the same thing, and agrees that's best for the moment. Meanwhile, a girl approaches Chan. She says his sacrifice for a subordinate really moved her. She heard he's recruiting talented people no matter their gender or clan, and Ho-sang of the Axe clan says that if he accepts her, she'll devote her life to serving him. Wanhu instantly turns bright red staring at her, and Bayek wonders what's wrong with him, while the kid looks completely dazed. Then another girl steps up and tells Xian that her martial arts may not be great, but if he takes her in, she'll swear him eternal loyalty. MC says martial arts can always improve. What matters more is her will to serve, so he gladly welcomes her into the group. Then he says his name is Jin Guk, the eldest son of the Jin family, and he swears eternal service. He thanks him. Bong wonders if that's a bit much, while Wang Hul and Baek Gay think they just got another Bong. They figure this could be a problem since they still need 3 more people. Still, now that their lord has another badge, it's only a matter of time before more join. Shane asks where the rest of his subordinates are. Baek doesn't know what to say, and Wang Hul says they should find somewhere private first. So they all head there. Once they arrive, the protagonist starts piecing things together and realizes Wang Hul, Rhoda, and Myung left. He thanks Chu and Min for trying to recruit people, and they say they're just glad he came back safe. Then Chuan asks where Jong is. That question makes everyone go quiet. Even so, MC tells them to explain what happened. After hearing it, he realizes that's why Jong ended up hospitalized. He also sees that Myung still hasn't let it go. Baek notices Chuan is different now. He's still angry, but unlike before, he's keeping his killing intent under control. It looks like he won't rush in blindly this time. Wang Hul asks what he wants to do. He thinks the academy wanted cadets fighting over badges. Even if it's messed up, he can't say their actions were completely wrong, but none of them are willing to forgive it, so he says they owe him one. And now it's time to pay that debt. Baek Jai starts wondering if Chuan really has changed. Meanwhile, one of Yo-chan's lackeys reports that, just like he asked, they provoked Myung by taking Baekji's badge. Yo-chan asks if he was the leader of that group. Something feels off to him, but he doesn't dwell on it. The boy says Yo-chan asked about Yo-myung. He was hospitalized with severe internal injuries, but there's something more important. Yo-chan asks if he really thinks he'd break his promise, then hands over the badges. But he adds that the deal wasn't fully completed, and the boy asks what he means. Jong reminds him the deal was to help him win over Baekgi, then asks if Baekgi is here now. Frustrated and with no good answer, the boy asks what Yang wants him to do. Yang-on says nothing too big. If he wants Baekgi, he just needs to show even deeper despair. The kid realizes Yang-on is rotten to the core. Yang-on asks if he gets it. People only notice the good after living through the bad. And now that he thinks about it, he doesn't really have anyone fit to lead the group, especially after Jiangsu got crushed. The boy can barely believe what he's hearing. Then Yuchan calls for Yonpa and says he'll give him another chance. The kid lights up immediately. Yuchan orders him to gather those men, wipe out Baekgi, destroy Group 1, and take their badge. Then he asks if he already knows how to do it. He warns him not to make another stupid mistake, and Yonpa promises he won't disappoint him. Jong says that if they take the badge, they should form a group with those men under Yonpa's command. That way they still get a group leader, good for both sides. The boy realizes Yonpa's plans to use even his own lackeys, and gets completely fed up. Elsewhere, a group is training when someone arrives asking for Myung, the leader of Group 6. Yonpa steps forward and introduces himself as Cadet 200. But Myung spots another boy in the back. That boy recognizes the men behind Yonpa as the same ones who helped chase Baekgi and asks what they want. Yonpa gets straight to the point. He wants Myung's help because he needs a badge to pass the 3rd test. Myung scoffs and asks why he'd help if there's nothing in it for him, then tells him to stop wasting his training time and get lost. But Yonpa asks what he'd think if the target was Chuan's group. That gets Myung's attention. Yamampa notices and says he personally owes the protagonist for a lot. He suffered plenty because of that kid. If they take MC's badge, his group will fall apart. After all, who would follow someone who lost his group twice? And of course, that would make it much more likely for Chuan's side to be disqualified before the 3rd test. Mayong realizes Yonpa wants to finish what started yesterday, but his strength is no joke. He asks if they really have no choice but to work together. In the end, Mayong agrees. Yonpa thanks him for making the smart choice, but Mayong asks when they strike. Yonpa says right now. Mayong gets excited and says he likes that style. Meanwhile, Chain is with his group when those guys suddenly show up with a huge brute, calling the protagonist people filthy rats. They sneer that they love hiding in the mountains. Chain says he was already on his way to find them, so he's grateful they came to him instead. Mayong asks why he's smiling, doesn't he understand the situation? MC fires back that Mayong should be asking himself that. Then the boy who's had enough of all this suddenly tells them to lower their swords. Both Yongpa and Mayong are shocked as everyone closes in around them. They both wonder what's going on. Shin asks again, who's the real fool here? 4 hours earlier, in the empty field behind the specialist training center, that boy walks up to Pyonghak and asks if he'll really be okay going alone. Pyonghak says there's nothing else to do. They were told to go by themselves. Still, he has a feeling. The boy says one badge won't be enough for all 20 of them. If anything, it'll just make them turn on each other. Pyong answers that they still can't sit around and do nothing, and the boy starts to get his point. He goes on, saying they won't survive if they're scared to get their hands dirty. Giving up just because they're weak will only destroy them. Even then, the boy hesitates. Using their former leader as a bargaining chip feels too far. Pyong tells him there's no use crying over what already happened. He says to stop worrying about the group and promises him a place once he becomes leader. Right then, Chan shows up and tells them to wait. Both of them freeze in surprise. He asks why they look so shaken. The others quickly move in around him. Then Byong asks if they really made a deal using his name. They're stunned to see him there. Chan asks if they came to get payback for yesterday. Wonho isn't having it. After being used like a dirty rat, he says there's no way he'd let that slide. Nodoki, Baekji, Shinwon, and Wonho are all there, talking about how the protagonist wrecked the others so badly that everyone should avoid him, especially after seeing how many he sent to the infirmary. Mayong tries to act tough, saying they still have the numbers. Yoongpa calls him an idiot for saying that right to his face. Then he rushes him so fast Byongkat can't even react. As MC closes in, he grabs the boy's arm. He tries to hold back, knowing one full power punch could tear the kid apart. But when he hits him, blood bursts from his mouth, and the boy is launched away by a single punch. That one hit leaves the whole other side speechless. The kid tumbles across the ground while his friend yells for Pyonghak. When the boy finally hits the ground, Hyunpa realizes he may not have held back as much as he thought. While everyone is still stunned, Bong steps up and asks where the badge is, the one they took yesterday after breaking all of Ojong's fingers. The boy says Cadet 108, Mayong has it. That's exactly what Wonho expected, and Cheon says there's no way a greedy guy like that would leave it with these losers. Bong starts beating the boy again, but Baek tells him to stop. Bong snaps back, asking if he suddenly got soft because of his old group. Baek tells him to wait. He wants to know about the deal made in his name. The boy admits Chan told him to corner Baek, attack him, and steal the badge. That catches Chan off guard. Baek can't believe it either. He thought he had nothing left to do with Chan, but now it looks like this was all part of his plan. Baek asks if they were promised a badge in return, and the boy starts apologizing. Baek cuts him off, calling all of them trash, while Bong keeps hitting him. Bong says he'll do to this guy what they did to Jong, but Wonho stops him. Bong asks what he wants. Wonho says beating him up isn't enough. If they do this right, they can turn everyone against Chan. He looks at Cadet 670 and asks if he really believes the young master's promises. The boy doesn't get what he means. Wonho asks if he truly thinks Chan would hand over a badge. The boy insists the young master promised. Wonho says he gets it now since they're a group of 20. Chan must have promised 2 badges. The boy can't deny it. That sets everyone off. They realize only 1 badge was really coming, and they shout at 670, saying he told them they were all in this together and would be taken into the group even if the ambush failed. Wonho points out that they were tricked first, and now they're fighting each other. 670 asks what he means. Wonho asks if they really think Chan didn't see this problem coming. If they turn on each other, they're doing exactly what he wants. That's when it finally hits them. They were just pawns. Wonho likes where this is going. He tells them to stop yelling. If they're really angry, they should get revenge. Back in the present, 670 tells everyone to lower their swords. His whole group follows. Yampa asks what this is supposed to mean. 670 asks if he really thought 1 badge was enough as a guarantee. Then he says Yampa must think they're idiots. Yampa starts to realize someone got to them first. Then Bong speaks up. He says Yampa couldn't even take the destroyer's badge because he lacks skill. So how dare he talk big when he only knows how to ambush people with a pack? That hits a nerve, and the guy grits his teeth in rage. He asks how Bong dares call him weak when they were the ones hiding like scared rats. Pogor just laughs and says he agrees with Bong. Whatever happens, at least they won't run like rats. Then he adds that it works out nicely because they never planned to let him leave anyway. The boy gets even angrier. Chan watches with a cold look. Maya Ong starts wondering how things got this bad. Pride won't help now, and he thinks about trying to escape. But if he abandons his group here, there's no way he passes the 3rd test. Yao Chan Poch is panicking too. If he fails now, he loses every chance to serve Yao Chan, so he knows he has to talk his way out. He turns to Gao Yom and says this is all a misunderstanding. Yao Chan was going to make them captains, so why won't they believe him? Gao asks if that means everyone will get badges too. Yimpa hesitates. Gao points out that taking in 19 subordinates would need 2 badges. Now Yimpa understands why they turned on him. He knows if he can't convince them, the mission is over. But he also can't promise something that isn't his to give. So he proposes a deal. He'll ask in person and they can get 2 badges. That makes Gao hesitate. Yimpa keeps talking, saying it's not a lie if he can ask. Of course, Yim Chan will make the final call. The offer sounds tempting, but Gao asks if he can really handle what comes next. Yimpa asks what that means, and Chan appears right behind him, saying Gao wants to know if he can handle him. Yimpa is completely thrown off. He barely slips away from the hit in time. Then Maya Ong charges straight at the protagonist with his wooden sword, but Chan doesn't even dodge. He catches the blade barehanded and snaps it in front of him. Maya Ong can't believe it. That was a wooden sword strengthened with 2 7-star energy, yet it still broke like nothing. While he's still stunned, a heavy blow slams into his side, nearly breaking his ribs again and throwing him away. Lying on the ground, he sees Bake still standing over him, saying he'll be his opponent. Maya Ong angrily shouts that it was a cheap shot. As he feels his rib crack again, he realizes they're badly outmatched. Running isn't an option for him, but his own people are already panicking and leaving Yimpa behind. They know there's no way they can face Yimpa monster group, so all they can think about is getting past Group 12 and escaping. Maya Ong furiously yells, asking what they think they're doing. Baek tells him not to lose focus. He charges in, and Maya Ong can only defend with one arm. One host says it's time for them to start too, alongside Bong and the new girl, burning with anger and ready for her first fight. Once they all jump in, the win comes easy, and Yimpa gets pushed harder and harder. Maya Ong keeps taking hits too, most of them right to his ribs. Yimpa asks how this even happened. They've already lost, and fighting back will only make things worse. Since they can't win, he throws down his sword and bows to Chan, saying he surrenders and the victory is his. MC asks what he's trying to pull. Yimpa says the outcome is already decided. They've been beaten, so what else can they do? Then he asks him to show mercy as a candidate for the throne. Yimpa says no matter how angry the protagonist is, he has to go easy on someone who surrendered. Chin repeats the word mercy, then grabs Yimpa by the hair. He asks why he should accept that. If Yimpa didn't want to fight, he should have stayed a rat from the start. Shaking all over, Yimpa asks what MC is doing to someone who already gave up. He tells him to shut up and smashes his face into the ground. Everyone nearby starts trembling. Just hearing what Sean is doing terrifies them. As blood starts pooling on the ground, the protagonist says Yimpa has to pay for messing with the wrong people. Then he says he's not even close to finished, while Yimpa is already crying. Sean keeps beating him down, and Yimpa, half crazed from pain, curses him out, asking if he really thinks Sean will let this go. The prota doesn't react at all, and Yimpa starts wondering if he pushed things too far. Even so, he tells himself Chan leads the biggest faction in the academy right now, so all he can do is wait and hope Chan scares Yom at least a little. The prota thanks him for the warning. Then he remembers who he's dealing with, the guy who shattered every bone in Jeom Sam's body, and he slams Yeompa's face into the ground again. Looks like he's not interested in talking anymore. After that hit, he leaves the kid on the ground out cold. Maybe dead. Probably not dead though. The prota says if that was enough to knock him out, then using his full strength would have crushed his skull. Now every enemy is on their knees. In front of the prota, they tremble over what he'll do next. Then he asks about Maya Ong. They drag him over and Baek explains that he kept resisting, so they hit his paralysis points and shut him up. Maya Ong shakes with rage, thinking that if his ribs weren't broken, he could still fight back. Baek asks if he should let him speak, but the prota refuses. He says it's fine. He doesn't want to hear a word from that idiot. So he just takes the girl Turgi from Maya Ong's hand. That alone makes Maya Ong panic over what the prota is about to do. Then the prota grabs one of his fingers. He bends it backward until it snaps into an L shape. The pain is so bad it feels like the kid dies and comes back. He starts screaming and the prota tells him to shut up and stop acting dramatic over one little finger. Then he asks if it hurt and breaks another one. Myeong bites his lip hard enough to bleed as he endures it, glaring like the prota is completely insane. Zaran glares back and says Yoan suffered just as much. Actually, after getting beaten that badly, he was probably in even more pain. That thought scares everyone there because they were the ones who did it. They all curse the prota in their heads and Maya Ong swears he'll kill him no matter what. The prota only smiles at that attitude, then smacks Maya Ong across the face. The hit nearly ruins the boy's face. After that, the prota gives an order. He tells them to break one leg and every finger of Maya Ong's whole group. No joke, the physical therapists in this place must stay busy. The prota leaves people wrecked, and hearing that, the captives are terrified. Gal thinks that if he had let Yeompatis persuade him earlier, they'd probably be the ones suffering like this. As the prota walks away, Maya Ong is filled with so much rage it's like it's eating his whole body. Then he snaps into berserker mode. Bong notices he's back on his feet, giving off a bloody red aura. Bong calls out to his lord, but Maya Ong attacks with everything he has. The prota turns around and Maya Ong is almost on top of him. While that demonic possession is happening over there, Yu Tian's group is just training, and he feels something is off. They practice the 7 demonic swords just like the secret manual said, but it still doesn't look right. They're all advanced martial artists, so they should have mastered it by now. What bothers him is that they still can't recreate the special teamwork the formation needs, so he calls for a break and says he needs to read the manual again. Then he turns to Gumpio and asks what he thinks as someone watching from the side, did they do the formation correctly or not? Gumpio gets nervous about answering, but Yu Tian tells him it's fine and not to be scared to speak his mind. Gumpio admits it just looked like everyone was doing the same move at once. He says he can't be sure since he's never seen the real version, but to him it looked ordinary. Yu Tian realizes he feels the same way, but someone suddenly calls for him. Then a bunch of beaten up people are brought in, and everyone asks who they are. One student, wrapped in bandages and covered in blood with only one eye showing, calls him Young Master. Yutian recognizes the voice of Young Pa. He asks what happened to his face and who's carrying him. Then Mayong is thrown to the ground in his demonic form, but this time he's unconscious. Yutian is horrified by the sight. Everyone starts checking the fallen people and realizes Wonho is there, along with Baek and all of Yuwon's subordinates. They ask who the other one is, and they're told it's Yuwon. That makes Yutian happy. He asks what happened to him, and they explain that without Myung, Yuwon would have died, and that Myung had learned the reverse bloody demonic technique. Yutian is shocked, and they explain that this technique reverses the flow through the blood points to boost strength. It also damages the user's chi points and drives them insane, which is why even the cult marked it as dangerous. Yutian decides that guy really is an idiot and figures he went mad enough to attack friend and foe alike. Still, he thinks they did better than expected, so he's impressed. But before sending the supposed Prota to the infirmary, he starts cutting him over and over. He says that having your tendon sliced must hurt. Still, unlike what was done before, he says he'll leave the Dantian intact. Gal sees him cutting the tendons of someone already half dead and thinks this guy is horrible. He really has no mercy. Then he starts removing the cloth from the supposed Prota's face and asks if he isn't grateful. But when he looks, he freezes. It's Yuan Pa. He can only think, what the hell is going on? Then the real Prota charges him. He lands a punch right in Yutian's face and blasts him away. The others around Yutian, who hadn't realized that wasn't Yung Pa, demand an explanation. But then Wan Hu gets up and blows everyone back. They realize he's totally fine and they can't understand how. Wan Hu tells everyone to get up. Sun Hua says that was fast, she thought they'd stay down longer. Bai He Kui points out that everything went just as planned. Jilan realizes they were tricked, but asks about Master Yutian. Was he knocked out? Then they remember something else strange. That group was the one that brought those people here in the first place. But Gao is standing with the Prota too, and they accuse him of betraying his master, calling him a snake. The Prota says he can't believe they trusted Young Pa that much. He pulls off the cloth and says maybe he doesn't even need the disguise. Then everyone sees it was Ye Woon who made the whole plan work. Going back to the moment when Young jumped at the Prota, Bong panicked but Baek moved fast and kicked the boy to stop him. Still, that kick wasn't enough and Baek got thrown back. He realizes the recoil was insanely strong and says Myong's ki boost must be something crazy. Then Myong tries to attack again, but before he can, the Proto slips behind him and grabs his arm. Myong is shocked as he turns, but the Proto already has a plan. In an instant, before Myong even understands what happened, he's seeing the world upside down. The Proto hurls him into the air like nothing. Then he drives Myong's back into the ground, making him spit blood. Right after that, he jumps and lands another punch. Myong's face gets smashed into the ground. Honestly, in a normal world, that should have killed him. The Proto says he probably survived only because the demonic blood made his body tougher. When they ask if he's okay, the Proto tells them not to worry. Byong recognizes the reverse bloody demonic technique and says it's his first time seeing it. Wonho adds that mastering a forbidden cult art will definitely get Myong expelled from the academy, then asks about the rest. The Proto says he already dealt with them all. Their fingers are broken and they've been thoroughly tortured. Now they just need to be taken to the infirmary. Byong says that now they've avenged Zhang and found the real culprit. They should do something next, but Wonho tells him to calm down. He understands the anger but says they don't have the strength to fight them yet. Myong agrees, saying they not only need matching numbers, but at least 2 more natural-born specialists like Baek and Gai before even thinking about another fight. But Sun Hua asks if Elle and Wonho together couldn't handle one natural-born specialist. The boy turns red when she leans in, and Omen starts noticing the vibe. Gai says that if they need more people, his group can help. All 3 of them turn to look at him. They thank Gal but say that even with his group, it would still be dangerous. For now, they figure the best move is taking everyone to the infirmary and planning revenge later. If only they had more natural-born specialists. That's when the Proto tells everyone to get ready. They're attacking Raichian now. Wonho asks if he already came up with a plan, and the Proto says of course he did. Then they're surprised because his voice sounds exactly like Yumpa's. Nanu turns off the voice change and for a second he can barely speak right before his normal voice returns. That's when everyone realizes his voice had been altered. Everyone is amazed and asks how he did that. Meanwhile, the others get mad when they see their reaction. They demand to know how anyone could pull off a switch like that. Jin charges at them, burning with rage, actually thinking he can kill the Proto. But the Proto blocks him with just 2 fingers. Right away, Jin realizes he can't win. His fist techniques were stopped way too easily. The Proto steps in and grabs his badge, pulling it off without any trouble. Jin tries to react, but the Proto drives a punch straight into his chest, launching him back with full force and making him cough up blood. The Proto figures an innate specialist like him only survived because 1 hit wasn't enough. He moves in again, but Nanu warns him that a powerful energy is building behind him. He spins around at once and tells everyone to get down. They duck just in time and avoid the attack. Then the Proto uses his ki to stop the blade. That shocks everyone nearby. The Proto mocks him, saying Chan is making a fool of himself. Chan says he was only paying him back for that sneak attack. Jean asks if he's finally awake, saying he took long enough. Chan asks if he waited on purpose. and Jean says he just didn't want Chan blaming a surprise attack for his loss. Chan remembers when the proto was just a brat outside the training center and thinks he grew way too fast. He regrets not ripping off his arm back then and says he'll do it now before the proto gets stronger than him. Seeing Chan get this serious, everyone realizes he now sees Wan as a real opponent. Hanso thinks that if his lord loses here, their whole group is finished. Then face to face, Chan suddenly vanishes, rushing the Proto with the second move of the demonic Phantom Blade technique, Phantom Blade Attack. The Proto recognizes it as a Blade Clan art that can rival Butterfly Dance. He can feel Chan's huge fighting spirit and knows it'd be stupid to hold back against someone this strong. So he goes all out, blocks the attack, and decides to answer with a sword technique. Chan is stunned that he can form a key sword and starts wondering what the Proto is planning. When the Proto knocks Chan's arm aside, Chan strikes with the other one, thinking that like Xian, the Phantom Blade can't be stopped by some normal sword move. As he attacks, Chan's hand bends in a curve, snaking toward the Proto and forcing him to block with real effort. He gets pushed back and the others cheer because Chan is finally pressuring the Proto. Wonho and the rest though look worried. Wonho says he thought the move had been shut down, but Chan attacked from a different angle. He adds that a move like that would tear up a normal arm, so Chan's body must be heavily trained, and he has a bit more internal energy too. The Proto honestly thinks Chan could fight a senior officer. Chan starts smiling and says the Proto got lucky, because that last strike was meant to tear off his arm. He asks why the Proto keeps messing around with an incomplete technique he clearly hasn't mastered, instead of using Butterfly Dance. The Proto asks what incomplete sword art he's talking about. Then he realizes Chan recognized the Sapphire Monolith's destructive sword technique. Chan says the Proto looks like he's just copying the 7 demon swords shown by the instructors, and warns that it won't work on him. But the Proto notices Chan still hasn't figured it out, so he says he'll use only 5 moves. If Chan keeps stubbornly relying on his so-called incomplete 7 demon swords, he'll lose his right arm within those 5 techniques. The Proto asks if he wants to bet. Since Chan claims he can beat this incomplete style in 5 moves, that sounds like a pretty good wager. Chan tells him to name the terms, and the Proto says they'll bet their badges. Chan laughs and says he's interesting. But since the Proto has 4 badges, Chan says they'll make it fair. If he wins, he'll take Bakgui too. Bakgui thinks this bastard is still being a pain. Chan asks him if that's fine. Bakgui starts getting nervous that the Proto might really bet him away. Then he looks at the Proto's face and sees how serious he is. For the first time, he feels like maybe he can trust Aeon. Now everyone sees the bet is on. Chan even says he'll let the Proto strike first, and the Proto notes how arrogant that is. Chan just tells him to shut up and come on. The Proto really does. Chan tries to defend, but the boy thrusts straight ahead. Chan calls him a fool and says this stubbornness will cost him everything. He says the Proto doesn't even know how many times he's studied the secret book of the 7 demon swords while training with the instructors. He already knows every flaw. Then he starts using the 4th move of the demonic Phantom Blade attack, Phantom Blade Thread. But as their attacks clash, Chan feels something is off. The Proto is putting way too much pressure on him. When Aeon lifts his hand, Chan has no idea what's happening. The Proto surges forward again, pressing even harder, and Chan starts wondering if this is really the 7 swords at all. He can't understand why the longer it goes on, the harder it gets to block, and the Proto keeps pushing harder and harder. Chan realizes that if this keeps up, he'll have to retreat, so he pulls back, trying to activate the 5th demonic blade attack, but he doesn't get the chance. The Proto keeps up absurd pressure, and Chan can't understand how he's moving so fast. As he keeps backing away, he realizes things have gone bad. The Proto spins his sword, and Chan feels himself getting overwhelmed. When the blade comes down again, the strikes finally land, and Chan feels terrible pain. His whole body gets sliced up as the Proto carves an X across him, cuts tear through his arms, legs, everywhere. Then the Proto drives the sword into Yu Chan with a cold, serious stare. After that, he rips off his arm, another one headed for rehab. As Yu Chan watches his arm fly away, it becomes clear that despite his cocky attitude, he was a genius. He trained hard, became an innate specialist before entering the academy, and kept climbing until he reached the level of a true expert, shocking the other cadets. The followers around him had always believed he was the best candidate. But when he sees his arm flying off, Yu Chan freezes, then starts screaming and crying from the pain. The Proto says he won the bet, and nobody can believe what just happened. The young master lost, and to a technique like that, they keep asking how it happened. Yu Chan quickly uses Kia to stop the bleeding. His people try to rush to him, but the Proto puts his Kia sword to Yu Chan's neck, and warns that if anyone takes one more step, he'll cut off the other arm too. He's dead serious. One of them quickly tells the others to back off. Then the Proto demands what he was promised. Yu Chan asks how he did it. He wants to know how such an amazing technique came out of just the 7 demon swords. The Proto thinks about that and says that's all he used, or at least that's what it looked like to someone too weak to argue about sword techniques. Yu Chan immediately remembers those were his own words before. He once told Yu Woon he wasn't strong enough to threaten him, and now that line comes back to crush him. Frustration eats at him. He works so hard to become the next lord, but now he tells them to hand over the badges. They hesitate and he speaks to the Yuan, telling him not to think this is the end. Then he passes out. The blood loss finally gets him. One of Yu Chan's lackeys is too scared to say much, but he still glares at the Proto and swears they'll pay him back someday. Then he hands over the badge with pure hatred. He repeats what the young master said, that this isn't the end. The prota isn't in the mood at all, so he drops that guy with one punch. The fool really threatened him right to his face, and the hit sends him crashing down, spitting blood. Even then, the guy starts cursing at the prota, saying they kept their promise, so what does this mean? The prota says he only promised to take the badges, not to end everything there. Then they start to understand. The prota says Yu-chan taught him a great lesson. Never leave loose ends. The guy realizes the prota holds grudges hard and says that doesn't mean he should beat someone who already lost. But the prota hits him again. The blow sends him flying. After that, he drops with a shattered jaw. Ye-woon calls them hypocrites. When they do this, it's fine. But when someone else does it, suddenly it's cruelty. Then he orders everyone else captured and their arms and legs broken. The prota's group rushes the others, who are already shaking with fear. By the end, all of them are completely broken. After that, the prota hands out the badges to his side. Gao asks why he's giving them away, and he says there's no reason for him to keep them. Hearing that, Gao realizes something. In this place, only the strong survive. He didn't owe them anything, and Gao starts thinking the man in front of him might really be meant for greatness. Gao realizes this clash will put them in the Blade Clan's sights. If that's happening anyway, maybe they should help him become the next lord. So they all kneel before the protagonist. He asks what they're doing. They lower their heads to the floor and swear loyalty to young master Ye-woon. Then they ask him to accept them. Baek tells the big guy everything went just like planned again, then laughs to himself while the others realize he's not as simple as he looks. No one expected that brute to be good at strategy. Sometime later, on the Academy Infirmary's second floor, Dr. Baek is grinning and thanking Ye-woon. Right after his punishment ended, he sent over a pile of patients. One instructor sees him smiling at the wounded and calls him weird, while Baek wonders who to treat first. Another instructor says, it feels like just yesterday he brought that boy in with internal injuries. Now look at him. He's become a monster. Baek cuts them off and tells them to hold on to Yu Chang, who's in terrible shape. Meanwhile, Zhang says his lord has earned his full respect, and he'll follow him to the end. At the director's office, Myong stares at him. Sure, he used the reverse bloody demon technique. Then he starts using his chi to force the boy's meridians back to normal. A moment later, Myong wakes up with a start and begins coughing. Myong sees he's finally conscious. He asks how he ended up there. The boy insists he was fighting Zeon and Chan Ye-woon, but Myong cuts him off. He's the one asking questions. He demands to know how the boy learned the reverse bloody demon technique. Now the boy realizes how bad this is. Seeing his shock, Myong keeps staring him down, clearly furious, and the boy says he has no idea what he means. That only leaves Myong disappointed. He lifts a hand and raises the boy with chi alone. Panicking, the boy asks why the director is doing this to him. Myong pulls him closer and twists his arm using only chi, snapping it completely. Outside, no one hears a thing. And even if they did, they wouldn't dare move. Inside, the boy screams as his arm is twisted apart. Myong says his aura is sealing off the room, so no one can hear those screams. Then he recites the boy's file, saying that officially he has no ties to any outside clan. That's the report he submitted. The boy starts crying in fear. Myong tells him he must think he's good at hiding secrets. But a 17-year-old mastering the reverse bloody demon technique, a martial art lost for decades, makes his whole clan suspicious. And if the Sword Warrior clan gets wiped out, Myong won't care. Then he twists the boy's leg and breaks that too. The boy is in agony, but he still says nothing. So Myong grabs him by the throat and says he underestimated the cult's information network. Did he really think Myong didn't know the Sword Warrior clan is one of the two Sword Shadow clans, a secret branch of the Blade clan? The boy grows more and more desperate until he gives up on hiding it, bites his tongue, and spits out a huge mouthful of blood. Myong is alarmed by that because he never expected the boy to go this far. He didn't just bite his tongue, he reversed his chi flow too. Myong tries to do something with the chi in the boy's abdomen, but he can't control it, and realizes they never planned to be captured so easily. As the boy fades, he wonders if he's really going to die like a dog for that clan. Broken and bitter, he thinks this is complete crap. At 6 in the evening in the Academy snack hall, everyone crowds around the protagonist asking for one more chance to stand by his side. Then Baung steps in front of everyone and orders them to line up. After causing all that chaos, how dare they demand to speak to his lord directly? If they have business with him, they'll wait in order. He looks oddly proud of himself, and Go Wung-ho figures there's no stopping this now. As expected of Bong, he's actually good at this kind of thing. Still, he wonders if the rumors have already spread. It happened even faster than he thought. Then again, there's no surprise. He beat instructor Ho Jin Chan and Yu Chan too. Go Wung thinks his lord has finally been recognized as a lord candidate, alongside Mu Young of the Black Clan. Of course, he become the center of attention, and soon everyone is standing before the protagonist. The first to introduce himself is Cat at 70, Yan Sub from the Thief Clan. When he kneels, he even wonders if that part is necessary. Subjong says his clan may be only mid-level, but he still wants to help, and then the others start doing the same. The protagonist notices there are way too many people. Hearing all of them will take forever. As night falls, he thanks everyone who came to join his group, but says there's something important they need to hear. He isn't looking for people just to pass the next test. He wants allies and subordinates to help build a new demonic cult. The road ahead will be hard, but he'll walk it with them. If they don't truly want that, he'll have to turn them down. Andrew notices how much his lord has grown. He remembers when the boy said he would change the cult's 6 clans. Now he sees the difference. Rather than targeting the 6 major clans directly, he made changing the cult itself his cause. It's less threatening to the cadets, but still shows the ambition of a future lord. Even so, he still lacks the backing the other clans have, and Henry wonders how many will really stay. One cadet stands and apologizes, saying it would be hard for him, because his clan serves the Sound clan. Others rise too, saying they're sorry, and Henry admits they still gained a lot. It's a shame, but he can't blame them. After a while, only a few remain, and the boy smiles anyway, happy with that number. One of them stands and says that after hearing those words, even if his skills are lacking, he still wants to follow him on that journey. The others ask the protagonist to accept him too, but then someone else arrives and calls out to the protagonist directly. He asks if they can speak for a moment. Both Anru and Min realize it's Mungul. He says, "My lord, you have to accept me no matter what," and the protagonist asks why he should. Min explains that Mungul is the grandson of the 9th elder. Mungul, the heavenly demonic cult, stands with the lord at the top, and beneath him the 12 council elders. Unlike the 6 great clans, those elders earn their seats through pure martial skill. The 9th elder from the famous Black Dragon Palm clan rose during the last great demonic war. He's strong, sharp, and helped his clan grow enough to rival the 6 great clans. That's why his descendant is one of the most wanted recruits among lord candidates. Mungul walks up to the protagonist, but everyone notices he's limping. Mungul wonders what happened to him. Mungul asks if the protagonist has 6 badges. He says yes, and Mungul tells him one of them is his. He explains that the 6 great clans kept trying to recruit him. A descendant of the Black Dragon Palm clan, he turned them down every time. Then Yu-chan came for the 3rd time and asked one last time if he would become his subordinate. Mungul says he apologized and made it clear he still wanted to stay neutral and focus on the academy for now. But the moment he answered, Yu-chan attacked him, and in the end, Mungul lost. Yu-chan took his badge, broke his left leg and right arm, then threatened him to join his group if he wanted to pass the 3rd test. Baek is reminded what a rotten guy Yu-chan was. Not just jealous of talent, but obsessed with it too. Manga says he planned to join any group and get revenge after recovering, but once he told people his leg and arm were broken, no one would take him. The protagonist still doesn't get where this is going, and asks what exactly he wants him to do. He adds that someone should still accept him because of his ability, but Mongol says one leader did, then withdrew the offer 2 hours later because Yu-chan interfered. Bong realizes what a bastard that guy was and feels even happier his lord cut off Yu-chan's arm. Gol seems to agree completely. Mongol says that no matter what happened with the 3rd test, he wanted revenge as soon as possible. Then he heard the protagonist cut off Yu-chan's arm, and now he doesn't know whether to feel happy or disappointed. After explaining all that, he says that's why the protagonist has to take responsibility. The boy asks what he's talking about. He knows Mongol's in trouble, but how did he reach that conclusion? Everyone there can tell this take responsibility thing is starting to go too far. So Mongol quickly starts apologizing. He got carried away because he was still upset, but what he really wanted was simple: join the group even with his injured arm and leg. The prota asks if that means he wants to follow him for real, or if he just needs a spot on the team. Mongol Yu can't answer right away. He remembers his grandfather warning him to stay neutral after entering the academy. Still, if he ever found someone worth serving, he was told to watch that person carefully before deciding. So Mongol Yu asks to join the group first, and decide the rest later, promising it won't take long. The prota asks if he's serious, then he flat out refuses. That makes Mongil panic. Mongil cuts in, saying Mongil was in a rough spot, and asking the prota to think again. Privately, he warns that letting someone this gifted walk away would be a huge mistake, especially when other candidates were trying so hard to recruit him. Unwoo agrees. If a cadet strong enough to lead is kneeling like this, there's a good chance he'll become a loyal subordinate later, so they should accept him for now. But the protag says that if he bends his rules just because of the situation, what about everyone else he already turned down? Talent alone can't be the reason for an exception. Mongil Sukyu quickly begs for 4 days. The protag starts to refuse and Mongil Su keeps bargaining, then drops it to 2, then 1. The protag stops him and asks why he's this desperate to join his group. At the same time, he tells Nano to scan Mongil's face. Mongil starts stumbling over his words, saying he just wants to understand what kind of person the prota really is, while Nano begins the check. Then Nano suddenly reports an error. She says the target's face can't be analyzed, and he asks what that means. Nano explains that the face is covered with artificial skin. He notices the skin near the ears and behind the neck looks different, and wonders if it's a human skin mask. Why would Mongil hide his face? After scanning the rest of the body, Nano estimates the target is between 15 and 17 years old. Then she adds one more thing. The target is female. The prota realizes Mongil Yu may be hiding her identity. That shocks him. Meanwhile, Mongil Yu notices him staring toward her ear and neck and wonders if he figured it out, but tells herself that should be impossible. Then he says it out loud. She's a girl. Mongil Yu instantly panics and blurts out that she really does want to be his subordinate. She says she hadn't fully thought it through before, but now her life is his if he'll just accept her. Everyone around them is stunned by how suddenly she gave in. She quietly tells the prota she needs to speak with him alone before he says anything else. He agrees. A little later, he speaks with Mongil Ju again, and she answers him calmly. Hyunwoo Baek and Bong introduce themselves to her. The Prota watches from a distance. Now that the faction has grown, he reorganizes everyone. 26 new members join, bringing the total to 53, so he splits them by the number of badges he has and picks 5 leaders based on skill and loyalty. The first team goes to Hyunwoo, the second goes to Bayek, the third is led by Sunwoo, who leads the female cadets, the fourth team goes to Yeomin, and the fifth to Gul, who had led a group before. Just like that, the Prota ends up leading the biggest faction in the academy. Later that night, around 8, behind the specialist training area, he meets Moon Ji-Woyu in private. There, she reveals that the face she's wearing belongs to her younger brother. She explains that before she was born, her father was sent on a mission, ambushed and killed by evil forces. The shock caused her mother to die while giving birth to her brother. Her brother Moon Ji-Woyu was born with a disability because of the difficult delivery, and their grandfather hid that from everyone. The Prota realizes she threw herself into martial arts because of all this, but he also feels the lie can't stay hidden forever. So he asks why they went this far. She says the 6 great clans keep trying to force her clan into serving them, even sending matchmakers to tie the families together. They already knew everything before she entered the academy. That makes the Prota understand. Traditionally, the clan head is always a man, so if the truth got out, they could marry her off, force her brother into the academy, and have him die in a staged accident, letting someone else take control of the clan and upset the balance among the 6 great clans. That's why she suggested entering the academy disguised as a man. If she earns strong results, the 6 great clans won't dare touch her brother. The Prota points out that nobody knows her gender anyway, so why use her own name instead of her brother's? She says it has to look like something she chose herself. That way, if she's exposed, neither her brother nor the clan will be punished. Hearing all that, the Prota is moved, especially knowing she grew up without her parents. She tells him that now he knows why she wears the skin mask, and asks him not to tell anyone. He promises, then asks if she's been changing her voice too. She switches back to her normal voice. Of course she was. Otherwise she would have been exposed right away. The Prota realizes the forced voice really did sound like a teenage boy, but now it's obvious she's a girl. She says talking normally feels much better, since forcing the other voice always makes her throat sore. Then she remembers something important. It's time to glue the mask back on. If she doesn't reattach it every night, it could slip off at any time. So she starts taking the mask off in front of him. She struggles with it for a moment, then finally pulls it free, revealing her real face and letting her hair fall loose. She says it's been really hard to do this one-handed. As she starts putting herself back together, the Prota can't stop staring. She says it's good he's here. At that moment, the Prota learns life isn't just about nanomachines and ripping off arms. He's weirdly happy to hear that, and then she asks for his hands. She passes him the mask. With one arm hurt, she says he should understand why this is such a pain. He barely keeps himself together. Looking at her, he realizes just how beautiful she is. Moon Ji-Woyu thanks him too, saying sharing her secret with him wasn't so bad after all. Then she says that as he can see, she still hasn't fully recovered, so training is hard right now. She asks if he's heading to the specialist training center, and he says yes. Next, she asks where his dorm is. He tells her, Building 4, Room 7. Since she joined his group, she says she should move her things there, and tells him she'll see him later. That leaves the Prota standing there in a daze. Then he remembers what Building 4 is like, and gets a little worried. At the same time, Mugyeon is beating another cadet down. The boy can barely stay up, and Mugyeon looks annoyed by how weak he is. The bald follower with him thinks that in the 10 days the young master spent in the hospital, the cadets have gotten much stronger. Even so, an elite clan cadet surviving 30 techniques could still become a problem. He also notes that Mugyeon now has over 60 years of chi thanks to medicine balls, but because he's so desperate, his understanding is already near the level of a natural-born expert. Mugyeon tells Jerian that now they have a badge, they can go. Jerian knows exactly why they're going after that monster. Mugyeon thinks the same. He needs to raise his skill until beating people like this is easy, because he plans to catch up to the Prota. Meanwhile, back at Academy Dormitory Building 4, Moon Ji-Woyu is already there, lying on one of the beds and waiting for the Prota. He immediately thinks this is bad. Still, he tells himself her mask should keep her safe. But then Bong starts stripping the second he walks into the room and strolls across it completely naked. The Prota wants to disappear. He knew this would happen, and in his head he apologizes to Moon Ji-Woyu for failing to protect her dignity. Then the others do the same and start undressing right there. The Prota quietly asks if she's okay. She says yes. It's happened before, so she doesn't even care anymore. She even tells him he should go bathe too. But in truth, her face is bright red. Her temperature is rising, and he can tell she's acting calm while she can't even look him in the eyes. He starts thinking there should at least be a rule against being naked in the room. The next morning, on the 7th day of the 3rd test, the Prota and his subordinates go to the main building to report their badges. They're officially recognized as group leaders. There are 17 badges total, but the Samiche clan has 2 badges and still only 1 leader, so only 16 groups are registered. That means out of the 106 cadets, 15 still don't belong to any group and must join one within the next 21 days. Right after breakfast, everyone heads to a field to learn the sword forms. He hesitates, but Won-Hu says he knows he's busy training his own people, so it'd be better if they train their groups themselves. That makes Cheon think they're acting like this is about helping him, when the real reason started the day before, during a talk about training. It all began at breakfast. and he just happened to hear it. Then Gao agrees with Wan Hu, saying they already have their own training method and want to keep using it, so MC tells them to do whatever they want. Still, he notices they're clearly trying to outdo each other. Even so, he figures a little rivalry might actually help. Then Min admits his group still needs more members. Sun Hu says she's in the same spot. She apologizes and asks Xian to watch over her people until her group is complete. They say they'll keep looking for recruits, and he tells them not to worry. He says it won't be easy to convince anyone, since joining a group is a big deal. Then he remembers Bach also needs more members, but Bach hates taking help, so he'll probably handle it himself. Sometime later, the protagonist starts training part of the cadets. Mungal watches him closely. She doubts he can keep track of everyone with so many people there, but Mungal is still excited. She's finally going to learn martial arts from her lord. Chaejun feels nervous since it's his first time teaching, but he knows he has to start. He says he'll demonstrate first, slowly, so everyone needs to pay close attention. Then he begins the demonstration. What he shows is unbelievable. The others think it looks exactly like the drawings in the secret manual, and they can't understand how he made it so perfect. Mungal can barely believe it, because she heard Cheon spent 5 of the last 7 days in detention. Even so, he performs every move perfectly. She knows she's good at copying techniques, but even she doesn't think she could master a brand new martial art this cleanly. When he finishes, MC asks if they understood it. Then he says he'll help all of them and tells them to repeat the 7 swords. Everyone gets excited. Their leader is going to coach each of them himself, and chances like this don't come often. Mungal asks who should go first, but Cheon cuts him off. He says they all need to do it at once to save time. Going one by one would take forever. Of course, everyone wonders what kind of crazy idea that is. They're left speechless. Mungal thinks this might work if they were just practicing formation together, but teaching everyone at once feels impossible. She wonders if she should step in and help. Mungal suggests they try on their own first, but Chuan just shouts for them to start the first technique. Then he asks Naina to activate augmented reality, use tutorial mode to analyze them and tell him who's doing it wrong. As she starts, Naina understands what he wants and applies the mode. After a moment, he gives the order to begin the first technique, the first sword. Everyone moves at once, and Mungal quickly sees the problem. From a distance it looks fine, but several of them are making mistakes. Cheon starts checking each person one by one with Nano. Mungal thinks about using sound telepathy to tell the young master who is messing up, but then he says that since they're training together he'll call them by number. He starts with number 31 in the front row. Cheon points out that he isn't putting enough force into the first arm motion, and if that continues, the rest of the technique will weaken too. He tells him to remember that. Then he turns to number 95 and says his balance is off during the technique. On the third motion, he should have stepped forward with his right foot, but he used the left. If his steps are wrong, the whole technique will fail, so he needs to be careful. He also calls out Bong and says his sword is losing power. In the third motion, he's only using wrist strength with the right step, when the force should come from the hips. Bong thanks him right away. Mungal is stunned. She had been watching Bong herself, and Cheon caught every mistake perfectly. Now she wonders if he really can track everyone. The protagonist gives advice to number 508 too, and Mungal realizes this is way beyond simple sharp observation. He keeps correcting all of them while they practice together, still relying on Nano. Chen thinks there's still a lot to fix, but some things they need to figure out on their own, so he'll correct the rest later. Mungal notices the forms already look better than before and realizes MC really is amazing. He figures they're not dumb enough to keep repeating the same mistakes, and with this method, 7 days should be enough. Still, it takes longer than he expected for everyone to master the techniques. The cadets from martial clans manage it in 7 days, but the ones from martial families need more time. Zhang also started late because he was in the hospital for 5 days, but the protagonist says he was lucky. Zhang is talented, so he caught up in just 5 days. Then, 10 days later, Bakadri returns. He admits he lost to Anhu. Anhu looks delighted and says any man who can admit defeat that openly is the real deal. Baiki and then says Gal needed 9 days too, and asks how Anhu did it in 7. Anhu shrugs and says it wasn't that hard. According to him, you just beat them enough until they learn, and everyone in his group is trembling in fear. Baikia can only stare at him in disbelief, but mastering the technique wasn't the only change in those 10 days. Baikia, Sunhua, and Yumin all completed their groups by recruiting skilled cadets who could have been leaders themselves. One even came on his own, Cadet 708, Taek Gaemiev. He tells MC that still water always rots and he doesn't want the cult wasting its strength fighting within the 6 clans. He believes someone like MC, a descendant outside that system, can change things. A friend of Sunhua's also showed up. She said that in a world ruled by strength, talking means nothing. If he proves his power, she'll swear eternal loyalty to him. The protagonist defeats her ridiculously easily, even with his eyes closed. He thinks she fell to the butterfly dance in just 3 moves, and with that, 2 innate level experts become his subordinates. During those same 10 days, Wang Hu and Sunhua, who were already serious about training, also reached the innate expert level. Chan says he wants to congratulate them on that achievement. Sunhua and Wang Hu thank him, and Wang Hu adds that as the first sword he has to keep improving so he won't become a burden. That comment makes Bake stop and think, but then one of the other cadets speaks up. He says he doesn't want to interfere, but if anyone should get that title, shouldn't it be Bake Jai or Moon Gaio? Wang Hu's people instantly push back, asking how he can claim he's not interfering when he's obviously promoting his own leader. Baek's side, even though Baek himself stays quiet, starts arguing with the other group. Meanwhile, Chan and Taek decide not to jump into the fight. Taek then speaks to MC in his mind. He says that with so many followers, this kind of problem was bound to happen, just sooner than expected. In his view, this is the perfect time to create a hierarchy. Taek reminds him that loyalty matters, but in their cult, strength defines rank, and he should never forget that. Chen knows he's right. A hierarchy is necessary if he wants to lead people. But the third test is close, and getting hurt before it would be bad, so he wonders what to do. Then he suddenly shouts for everyone to be quiet. Since they've already brought it up, he says he'll use this chance to set a hierarchy. He announces that he'll choose the 6 most skilled members and give them the title of 6 swords, with all 6 standing as equals. Seojun then asks why he chose the number 6. The protagonist says that after they graduate, they'll stand against the 6 clans, so he wants 6 swords strong enough to lead that attack. That answer makes everyone tense. Wang Hu points out that they destroyed the 6 clans just to replace them with 6 swords. Wouldn't that create the same problem again? Trine says no, because the title won't belong to anyone forever. Every year, the strongest will compete for it, and that rule won't change even if he reaches the top. Baek says that if MC wins the heir's battle and becomes lord, a system like that would break the current power structure controlled by the 6 clans. He says that since the third test is coming, he'll keep the selection simple. Everyone below innate expert level should step forward. Then he asks if anyone has any objection to the 6 chosen people. The 6 standing there are too intimidating, and no one objects. Churn starts thinking about who should be the first sword, but Baek says he has something to add. There should be a rank even among the swords. Sojung agrees. If they're going to do this, he says, the order should be decided by skill. The protagonist admits they have a point, but since injuries would be a problem, they can't use anything beyond 3-star power. Then Mungil says that since she isn't injured, she wants to take part. But Atik says that's a shame because he wanted to fight her, and she replies that they can settle it next year. Taek realizes that means Mungil will be the So, with Mun taking 6th place. Wonho starts laughing and throws his shirt off. The 2 girls look at him in total disgust. All pumped up, he asks if they're starting or not. But Aek wonders why he took off his shirt. While Wonho keeps hyping himself up, the girls get even more annoyed. Then both charge him, saying they'll kill him first. Wonho loves it. He's thrilled to fight both of them at once. Next, Che steps up. He says he may not be as gifted as Mun, but he hopes Baek won't hold back. Baek introduces himself too and tells him to take the first move. Che warns him not to regret that. Then he rushes straight at Baek. At the same time, Ho and Woo keep pressing Wonho, but he manages to hold them off. He notices an opening whenever the 2 get too close together. Using that gap, he sends both girls flying. They're stunned. Ho snaps at Woo, telling her to stop getting in her way. Woo fires back. She says Ho should be the one hearing that. Then the 2 turn on each other, and Ho tells Woo to try taking her down if she can. One mocks the other for being too big, while the other calls her too small. Woo nearly knocks Ho down. The protagonist notes they've been stuck like this for 30 minutes already, and it should be ending soon. Woo says it's over as she goes for Ho, but Ho spins through the air and lands a hit. Her strike smashes into Woo's head and drops her to the ground. The blow also hits Ho's shoulder. Woo says her shoulder popped out and can't believe she lost to Ho. Ho tells her she complains too much for someone with a sword, and Woo snaps back that Ho is just a ridiculous axe fighter who only knows brute force. Then Wonho yells at them not to forget him and charges Balkanchai. Balkan tells him to stay out of it, but Wonho just laughs and says sharing only makes it better. Then he attacks. Balkan keeps striking hard, and the 2 end up deadlocked. Balkan says Wonho's body carries a lot of weight, so one clean attack could decide it. Wonho answers that Balkan's hit won't compare to his kick. Before they can finish, Chai cuts between them and says that if they keep stalling, he'll steal first sword from both of them. He slips right through the middle, but they both dodge aside. Then Wonho appears behind Chai, asking where he thinks he's going. She nearly lands the hit. Chai dodges her, but runs right into attacks from Wonho and back, leaving him completely out of the fight. The protagonist thinks Chai dug his own grave, while Mun decides the 4th sword is settled. Balkan says only 3 are left. Wonho tells them to stop dragging it out. He calls for both to come at him, and Baek asks who he thinks he is. Wonho says she's had enough too. The fight keeps going, and after a while, Ho finally gives up. She admits to herself that she thought she had plenty of stamina, but those 2 are on another level. Wonho then declares that first sword is his. Baek realizes Wonho's weight and reach are making this really hard, especially since Balkan comes from the Black Fist clan and specializes in fist techniques. So when he rushes in, he feints. He ducks low and fires a kick straight into Wonho's stomach, blasting him back. Balkan chose that move because he was sure a low attack would work. As Wonho is thrown up, Baek prepares another strike and rushes in again, sending Wonho flying once more. After that, Wonho admits he lost, and Baek claims first sword. So the final order is first sword Baek, second Wonho, third Ho, fourth Chai, fifth Woo, and sixth Mun. The protagonist thinks the group that will one day face the 6 great clans is finally taking shape, but there's still a long way to go and he needs to get stronger so no one in the cult dares challenge him. Then the day of the third test arrives, around 8 in the morning. Inside the director's office, Monho asks the Grand Guardian if this was really approved. He says it was decided by the higher-ups the day before yesterday, and the Lord gave the final approval. He explains that except for the first test, academy exams are set by the director and instructors after the cadets are admitted. Only then are they reported upward, first to the elders and finally to the Lord. If there's a problem with the test method, changes can be requested, but there has never been a change on the day of the test. Myung realizes the reason must be that the old test was too easy, and he thinks this is ridiculous. He can't believe the Lord, who has been keeping the 6 great clans in check, approves something like this. It doesn't feel right. The Grand Guardian quietly watches Myung, then pulls something from his pocket and hands it over. The moment Myung reads it, he's shocked and starts gathering his ki. Who sends a letter at a time like this? Still, he says he accepts the order. He figures the 6 great clans are trying to gain something from this third test, but whatever it is, they're only walking into a trap. Around 10 in the morning, at the Academy's main training hall, everyone lines up face to face. The protagonist thinks this is perfect. It wasn't easy, but they mastered the 7 swords formation, and now they're full of confidence. Still, something feels off. They've been waiting 15 minutes, and even the instructors who always arrive early still haven't shown up. Then they finally see people coming, but the instructors are dragging badly beaten men with covered faces, hitting them and shouting that they're going the wrong way. The protagonist stares, wondering what the hell this is. Are those prisoners? Then Myung arrives and asks if they prepared well for the test over the last 20 days. Everyone says yes. Myung says there's a last-minute notice before the test begins. The cadets immediately get nervous, asking what's going on and saying this looks bad. Then real swords are thrown onto the ground. Everyone is shocked, and Myung explains that the original test was to defeat the instructors using the demonic sword formation. The new test isn't that different. They still have to beat enemies with the formation. The chained prisoners in front of them belong to the Martial Arts Alliance, the Justice side, and the cult's enemies. To pass, the cadets have to kill them. In other words, this will be their first real battle. Myung adds that the prisoners will be freed if they win, so they'll fight with everything they have. If the cadets show mercy, they'll die. That kills the mood instantly, and the protagonist notices it right away. It's not just Jin Guk. Everyone changed. There's no excuse now. This is life and death for real. Myung calls up the first team, led by Cadet 700 Sama, and Sama introduces himself to the others. Then he tells everyone to stay calm, because the prisoners' pressure points are about to be released. As soon as they remove the bag, Myung orders them to begin. The prisoner looks confused and asks what this is. They tell him he volunteered because he was promised freedom if he could beat a sword formation. Then he realizes his opponents are just kids. Sama immediately orders everyone to use the third formation. They all move in to attack. The prisoner realizes they're serious. The protagonist can tell they truly mastered the technique by how well each member matches the others. Even if someone read the manual differently, all that mattered was using the same method together. Even so, the prisoner deflects every strike. Then more swords start cutting into him from all sides. He realizes his muscles are still stiff, so he can't fight properly. Sama sees his chance and orders everyone into the second formation, but 2 cadets mess it up and crash into each other. The prisoner spots that opening and swings his sword at one of the boys. The cadet almost dies, but right before the blade lands, the prisoner hesitates. He feels guilty for nearly killing a child, so he stops his sword. The protagonist notices that pause, and in that instant, the prisoner is stabbed by 3 other swords and dies on the spot. He looks back with tears in his eyes and collapses. The cadets are shaken. They realize they just killed someone, but others start shouting and cheering for their victory. Sama thinks the man had already stopped, so they didn't need to kill him. Then the director congratulates the cadets and says they passed. They're confused when they learn only 7 passed. They wonder if it's because some of them collided during the formation. The protagonist realizes that was the point. Even though the test is done as a group, each cadet is judged alone. The next group is led by Mugyeon, and their opponent is a skilled martial artist from the evil side. He attacks before anyone can use a technique. They switch to the 5th formation to dodge, but he still cuts off one cadet's arm. Then he uses the cadet's fear of death to completely break their formation, but he gets careless and pays for it when Mugyeon lands a spring-planned fist strike. After that, they kill him without much trouble, and the remaining 5 cadets who never drop their swords finish the job with the formation. In the end, only 6 pass, including Mugyeon. He loses half his men, including Cadet 80 Jahyun, one of his trusted vassals. The third group faces a fighter from the Justice side, and he goes all out, badly injuring many cadets. In the end, only 3 pass. The next 5 groups also fight to the death against prisoners, but Mugyeon's is the only team where everyone passes. Young thinks nothing unusual has happened so far. Just like he expected, they're only targeting the protagonist. They must have decided they can't wait 4 years. 2 candidates already lost their arms, and 1 doesn't even have his dantian, so they want him dead now. Still, with the Lord watching, they can't just ignore the Academy's rules. They tried to outsmart everyone by changing the test, but he wonders if it'll really go the way they want. Next up is Cadet Yuwan's group. The moment Bong sees their opponent, he thinks they're in serious trouble. The man looks dangerous. His pressure points still haven't been released, but he's giving off a brutal killing intent, and he's clearly not from the forces of justice. As the man is freed, they glance back. Cheon finds it odd. Unlike the others, this prisoner seems to be looking for someone. Then instructor Ho speaks to MC through sound transmission and warns him to be careful. He is shocked. Ho used telepathy to warn him. Since the test was changed too, he's now sure something is wrong. Then they give the order, begin. The man raises his sword. Chu notices he took his stance but didn't attack, making him wonder if he's that confident. So he orders the fourth formation. But then, as the command is shouted, the man stares right at the protagonist with a crazed look. Everyone charges him and he knocks their attacks away with ease. They can't understand what's happening or why his strikes are so strong. Then he puts terrifying force into his counterattack, slamming into them with overwhelming weight and nearly killing them in one blow. Myung grows uneasy, asking how he broke two swords so easily. He starts to realize this man's skill is beyond a normal specialist. Baek also senses that something is wrong. Ho orders the test stopped. If the enemy is a master-level martial artist, this turns deadly fast. Ho tells Yeon's group to fall back at once, wondering how this happened when the man's ki was checked before the test and showed only specialist level. Was he hiding his strength? But the man grabs one of the boys and throws him straight at Ho, forcing him to catch the cadet and lose time. Now Ho realizes the man is as strong as an innate master, and he can't believe he missed it. As Ho is pushed back with the boy in his arms, everyone notices that the man is using the reverse bloody demonic technique. He says the seasons are over, and now it's time for them to die. Then he turns to Cheon. He's confused. He was told this kid had barely become an innate expert, but instead of fear, MC is staring right back at him. That's when he realizes this was the man's real target all along. The man rushes at the kid saying he'll slice him apart piece by piece. Bong and the others call out to their lord, but there's no time to help. The man swings his sword at Hose and Cheon coolly says he's way too loud. He draws his sword and uses the first technique of the heavenly demonic sword art to cut the man down in one strike. Everyone is stunned. Even his brother almost shakes as he looks at Cheon, realizing he really is a monster. Ho, meanwhile, notices the man's skin was so tough that even that strike didn't cut cleanly. Even on the ground, the man keeps moving, then gets back up. But the protagonist already expected that. He rises in a berserk state, screaming that he'll kill the boy. Then he roars, and everyone is hit by the aura wave, some even cough up blood. Nano explains that the scream carries powerful high and low frequency sound waves, so emergency defense activates and blocks them from entering Chiud's body and ears. The man says that since the lion's roar appeared, MC has to die here. Ho tells him he can keep talking if he survives. The man lifts his sword and tries to strike him, but the right guardian appears and cuts off his arm in a single blow. Chan-hee and everyone else is left shocked. The guardian demands to know how this filth dared lay a hand on his disciple, and the protagonist calls him master. The attacker grows more and more desperate, falling apart completely, and charges the guardian. Chan says that's too dangerous, but he remembers hearing they were told to bring the man back almost dead. So they carve him up from every angle, dropping him to his knees before he passes out on the ground. Yaom is shocked that they shut down all his movement in an instant. He recognizes it as a Grandmaster's butterfly dance and says it looks at least twice as strong as the avatar he fought in augmented reality. The man groans on the floor, realizes he can't move, and decides to use his last resort. But Seep grabs his head. He says the man was about to self-destruct by reversing his mana flow, then asks who gave him permission to die. Sublorbus pours ki into the man's head, knocking him out. Then he asks if they don't think they've wasted enough time on small fry. Man can only stand there, annoyed. He says Sublorbus acting way too proud for someone who only had to handle one enemy, calling Sublorbus a damn nuisance. Then they realize he took down 7 people in an instant. They can't even tell when it happened, and it's clear that's the level of a grandmaster. Seo Bai gets mad and calls him an idiot. Then several more people appear and they realize they've been there the whole time. Everyone wonders where all these people came from and how long they'd been hiding. They soon recognize them as the guardian unit that serves the Lord, made up only of martial arts specialists. Seo Bai starts looking around and says he's getting too many calls here. He hopes to hear good news about Cheon later. Then he leaves, and MC thinks they won't meet again for 4 years. When that day comes, he wants to greet him as Vice Lord. Outside, Sumi says he still can't understand the Lord's true intentions. He used Cheon on as bait in a trap, as if his own son were just another pawn. Still, Sumi says he couldn't see clearly from his hiding place, but that looked a lot like the heavenly demonic sword technique. And since that red-haired bastard knew about it, this has to be the Lord's doing. He thinks that if he keeps watching, he may learn more. And if the Lord has some hidden plan for Yo-an, a new revolution will surely shake the demonic cult. Then he decides it's time to finish his remaining business. He says they're heading to the Sword Clan mansion, and everyone follows Sumi save I. Sometime later, Borg asks Mashi, if he's okay. Mashi says he is, thanks to instructor Ho catching him. He wasn't hurt too badly. Cheon says they're getting bold, attacking him in a public place. They even dared pull this in front of the Left Guardian, one of the Lord's most trusted men. And since Mashi was already hiding nearby, that means he knew this would happen. He starts to wonder if he's really nothing more than a pawn. His mother never doubted the Lord's love even with her last breaths, but while she was dying from poison, he abandoned her. The protagonist starts asking himself if his father ever truly loved her. If he really used MC's mother to deal with the 6 great clans, he'll regret it. Meanwhile, Myung is deep in thought. Han Sumiel, the 5th elder and leader of the Song clan, lost control during the first test and was placed under house arrest for a year. Baekyeol, head of the Poison clan, broke the rules by entering the demonic academy and using his techniques against Simiel, so he was imprisoned for 2 years. On top of that, the Sword Clan's 2 secret factions, the Shadow Sword Clan and the Empty Sword Clan, which handled the cult's prisoners, were both tied to the reverse bloody demonic technique case, costing the Sword Clan some of its power. Even though they got results by using the Lord's own son, they were exposed way too easily. Myung believes they were nervous seeing Yo lead the battle for the heirs, but causing such a huge mess right while they were gaining strength makes no sense. To him, something is off, just like the poison used on Madame Hua. Bong announces that since Yo Won's group performed the demonic sword formation perfectly, they all pass. Even with the unexpected incident, the test will continue, and from now on, instead of prisoners, they'll face martial arts instructors. Everyone agrees. Bong thinks they were the last unlucky group. He even says they should be proud since 4 of the 7 remaining groups belong to their lord. But things don't go how Bong expected. The next 7 groups are judged much more harshly, and because the instructors already know the 7 demonic swords and the demonic sword formation, the fights are tougher. Out of 206 cadets, only 120 passed the 3rd test. And since most of Yo Won's 72 subordinates were chosen for loyalty, the 38 weakest fail. Then they congratulate everyone who passed the 3rd test, saying they are now officially recognized as high-rank coat warriors. From this point on, they're allowed to use the weapons they specialize in. Bong is thrilled to receive the bronze medal of a high-rank warrior. They also receive their weapons, and Sanghua gets all soft seeing her baby again after so long, saying she missed him. The others can't help wondering what kind of baby carries a giant axe like that. One of the instructors tells the remaining cadets that if they don't have a weapon yet, they should go get one. The prota starts thinking about what weapon fits him best. His master once said the wild sword dance, one of his clan's skills, is needed to bring out the true power of the butterfly dance. So now he wonders which weapon works best with the heavenly demonic sword technique. Maung says they came in as snot-nosed kids, but they've grown into real warriors. Then he moves on to the next announcement. The 4th test begins now, and it has no time limit. It can take as long as they need during their next 4 years at the demonic academy. Everyone is stunned. 4 years is a long time, so the test must be brutal. Myung calls the 4th test the academy's simplest one. They can use any weapon and any martial art they want. All they have to do is beat the instructor in front of them. The cadets think that sounds insane. Even the group leaders couldn't beat the instructors when they were only using the 7 demonic swords. One cadet complains his leader earned that badge just by stopping a single move, but another tells them to quit whining. They've got 4 whole years. The prota realizes what that really means. If they need up to 4 years to beat one instructor, they'll have to reach at least specialist level. The others also know that's impossible without making major progress with their kick. This test is meant to separate them right from the start. Myung reminds them he warned them about this when they entered the academy. Failing even once can mean immediate expulsion, so they better not forget it. That's all for the 4th test. Myung wishes them luck and dismisses everyone. A little later, the prota speaks to the cadets who were sent away after failing. He apologizes for not being able to lead them to the end. They stop him right there. Without him, they wouldn't have even made it this far. They pray he wins the Battle of the Heirs and say they'll be waiting for him outside. The prota says it's a shame. They were starting to get close. Then someone calls for Cadet 7. It's instructor Song Moon Yem. Bong whispers that this is the instructor who spent 22 days in the hospital after the sovereign broke his ribs. Wonho tells him to shut up. Wonho walks straight up to the prota and orders him to come to the demonic academy's main building. The prota asks if something happened. The instructor snaps back, asking since when. A mere cadet had the right to question him. The prota starts then says he understands. Before leaving, he tells the others to head straight to the dorm. Wonho agrees. On the way, the prota wonders if the director is calling him because of what happened earlier. Meanwhile, as they walk, something feels off. This area shouldn't even be open to cadets yet. Then Wonho says this looks like a good spot. Right away, the prota realizes the director never called for him. Manhwa asks when he ever said anything about the director, while pulling out his sword. The prota immediately knows something is wrong. Mun starts cursing at him and tells him to listen carefully. Right here, right now. He's challenging him to the 4th test. Mun thinks he's waited long enough for this. Remembering his defeat, he burns with anger. How dare this kid humiliate him in front of everyone? The prota crushed his pride and left him in bed for 20 days. Still, Mun tells himself the boy is only at innate specialist level. The prota stays silent while Mun thinks that if he can use his sword technique, he can kill him in under 10 moves. Mun swears he'll finish him off, saying the only thing anyone will hear is that the boy challenged him first. Then he charges, but the prota calmly blocks the attack, shocking Mun. The prota says this is actually perfect, since Mun was the one who said it. Mun has no idea what he means. With cold eyes, the prota says this is the 4th test. Mun can only grumble in confusion. He's forcing his blade with 10-star key, but instead of cutting through, his own hand starts shaking. The boy knocks him away, and Mun stumbles back. Mun thought the prota was only an innate specialist at best. How could he have improved this much in just 28 days? He admits the prota has gotten stronger, but says he won't go easy anymore. The prota tells him to try. Mun curses him again and rushes in with a sword art. Weightless sword technique, double light upward slash. The prota sees how fast it is but uses the butterfly dance circular butterfly movements to stop it. Mun is stunned. The boy blocked his keyblade. How? Then he wonders if the Prota can make a Keyblade too. If that's true, then he's an innate specialist just like Mun. He can't attack carelessly now. But before he can settle himself, the Prota moves using Butterfly Dance 6 technique Shining Butterfly Flight. The strike sends the instructor's sword flying, and Mun is left in shock. The Prota charges again and swings at his head. Panicking, Mun yells that he lost and begs him to stop. He's so scared he nearly loses control of himself. The Prota stops with his sword right at Mun's nose while Mun trembles in fear. Then the Prota says that means he passed the 4th test. Mun says yes, since the boy won, they should end it there. But inside, Mun has no intention of letting him pass. The moment the Prota lowers his sword and puts it away, Mun plans to cut his head off with a sneak attack. So while the Prota sheathes his sword, Mun really does strike, rushing in with only his ki. But the Prota simply turns and hits him hard in the solar plexus. That sends Mun flying before he crashes to the ground. Mun can't understand how he saw through it. Then Nainu tells the Prota that the energy in Mun's hands disappeared. His threat level dropped. The Prota says Mun really tried to lie, then hide the key in his hands. Mun starts coughing violently. Realizing he can't win, he apologizes and swears he won't lie this time. He says he'll accept defeat and report to the director that the Prota passed the 4th test. But the boy steps on Mun's stomach, making him spit blood, and says of course he will. About an hour later, the instructors are all disappointed by what they're looking at. Mung is too as he looks at Mun lying on the floor. They think Mun crossed the line this time. He caused trouble again, and even tried to get revenge on a cadet. It's a total mess. Manga says he doesn't even need to hear Mun out. Since the 4th test is about fighting an instructor, the Prota still kept himself under control. Even though Sam Muyame attacked with hidden intent, the Prota didn't go too far. If he had been more brutal, he would have looked like the villain, but only breaking ribs won't seem nearly as cruel. Mun realizes the Prota has become sharp and clever. Hoa says a win is a win, no matter what. Myung agrees and says he knew it was only a matter of time. Then he pulls something from his drawer and tells the instructors to take Myung to the infirmary. After that, he tells the Prota to take a plaque. The boy asks what it is. Without answering right away, Myung removes the old badge from his chest and puts the new one on him. He congratulates him for passing the 4th test in record time and says that in just 2 months, he restored his reputation and earned status equal to a martial instructor. Then he calls him squad leader Shang. Chen Yo-won. The boy is stunned. The instructor congratulates him again and tells him to take the Black Dragon medicinal pill, and he thanks him. The instructor adds that passing the 4th test comes with 2 more rewards. First, he gets a room all to himself. The Prota is clearly thrilled. Then the instructor explains the second reward. Tomorrow at 9, they'll go to the blacksmith north of the main building. The boy isn't sure why until Hoas explains that every squad leader who passes the 4th test gets a custom weapon from the cult. And honestly, that's exactly what he needs most. The Prota thinks this is perfect. Not only will he stop sharing a room, but he can also solve the problem of what weapon suits his style. Then Myung says he'll explain the 5th test. To pass it, he must clear the sealed demonic chamber, and the minimum requirement is reaching master level. Meanwhile, Dr. Bake is surprised. Only a few days passed, and that guy is already back. As Myung keeps talking about the 5th test, which is clearing the sealed demonic chamber, he says the requirement is at least innate master level. The Prota knows becoming a master means standing among the top 100 in the cult. So what kind of place is this chamber if it demands an innate master just to enter? He figures this test will take a long time. Myung says every generation has had plenty of cases where 10 or more people pass the 5th test, then gives him one piece of advice. Don't be impatient. Impatience makes success much harder. He wishes the boy luck. The Prota thanks him and says he'll do his best to meet his expectations. Sometime later, Chien heads to the academy library. He says it's finally time to check the sapphire monoliths on the 3rd and 4th floors. When he arrives, he asks about entering with his cadet badge. Then he shows them his new plate. It's silver, proof that he just cleared the 4th test. The guard freezes and everyone nearby starts whispering. The test ended only an hour ago, so they first think he's lying. But that medallion matches what the instructors carry, so he clearly passed. The guard can't believe it. In the last generation, reaching the 4th test took 5 months after entering the academy. Cheon did it in just 2. He quickly apologizes for doubting a squad leader. He brushes it off and asks if he can look around the 3rd floor, and the guard lets him through. On the 3rd floor, the protagonist notes he gets 4 hours here, twice as much time as on the 2nd floor. Looking around, he figures everyone else is busy trying to memorize the books, so he goes straight for the monolith. Once he sees it, he realizes this one is far more complex than the monoliths below. He decides to study it later and tells Nano to record and save the sword marks first. After that, he moves on to scanning the books. People around him get annoyed, wondering what is wrong with this guy, since he's doing the same strange thing again. In the end, he fully scans all 179 books there. Then he heads up to the 4th floor and wonders what happened there. The moment he sees the stone, he notices a clean slash and guesses it came from a sword technique. But why are these monuments so badly damaged? He sees the sword marks are deep and rough. Nano reports that the force used on this monument was about twice as strong as the others, which leaves Cheon stunned and even more curious. He'd love to view the augmented replay now, but decides to save that for later and has Nano scan it first. He notices that the higher the floor, the smaller it gets and the fewer books there are. Since only the best martial arts are kept here, he figures there must be a limit. As he checks the collection, he sees that about half are advanced elite techniques from his own clan. while the rest belong to the Justice Force or the Evil Force. Memorizing them could help a lot when he faces warriors from those groups. Since he still has 6 hours left, he starts with the books from his own cult. By the end, he scans 245 advanced martial arts books on the 4th floor, 112 from the Heavenly Demonic Cult, 83 from the Justice Force, and 50 from the Evil Force. After scanning like crazy, Xian thinks of something else. There's no reason only he should learn these martial arts. His followers from the mid and lower clans should learn them too. Then the guard reminds him it's late. It's already past midnight, and MC apologizes, saying he didn't even notice the time. As he leaves, he says he'll start training in his private room. Bong is shocked to hear that he made it all the way to the 4th floor. They all congratulate him for passing the 4th test, while Monko thinks to himself that this is amazing. If young Master Choan passed in a single day, then he may be the strongest candidate to become vice leader. The protagonist tells them this will be their last night sharing the same room, and Bong asks what he means. MC explains that passing the 4th test earned him a private room, and he plans to move there tomorrow. Monko takes note of that, realizing the test also gives cadets their own room. The next day at 9 in the morning, Xian arrives at the blacksmith north of the academy's main building. On the way, he thinks about what kind of weapon he needs. The blacksmith greets him as squad leader Shang, the young man who passed the 4th test in record time. He introduces himself, and he notices something odd. Nothing on his face, no eyebrows, and no hair on his arms either. Xian wonders if the forge burned it all off. The blacksmith says that comes with the job, and the protagonist realizes he may have stared a little too much. The man introduces himself as Sugo Wang Hol, a descendant of Yezi, and says it's a pleasure to meet him. That name catches MC's attention. He remembers reading about Yezi in the great historian's records. Yezi was a master smith from the spring and autumn period. Many of his swords were praised as top-grade weapons every martial artist wanted. Black Purity, Fish Belly, Great Destroyer, and many others were said to be his work. Sugo Wang Hol tells him not to look so impressed. Yezi had many descendants, and he doesn't think he matches his ancestors' talent, but he says he's sure the man still inherited great skills. Pleased by that, Sugo Wang Hol says he judges people well and promises to make his finest weapon for him. He notes that the protagonist seems to use both long swords and short blades. MC confirms it and asks if both can be made, but Sugo Wang Hol apologizes. He can forge only one weapon, so MC has to choose. That leaves him hesitating. It feels like a real puzzle. Then he remembers how bad it felt when he used the demonic sword art against that prisoner, and how his sword cracked all over right after. If he had used the second technique too, the blade would have turned to dust. So he chooses the long sword. Sugo Wang Hol calls it a good choice and admits he's better at forging long swords than daggers and similar weapons. Before starting, the blacksmith asks to see Kyun's sword technique. He explains that to forge a sword that truly fits him, he needs to watch how the protagonist fights and judge the proper length, power, and hardness of the blade. MC understands at once and draws his sword, getting into position. As he performs the technique, Sugo Wang Hol watches in shock. When Xian finishes, he asks if that was enough, and the blacksmith says yes, more than enough. But then his expression changes. He struggles to put it into words, then tells Xian that forging a sword for him may be impossible. He is left wondering why. The blacksmith asks to borrow his sword, and once the protagonist hands it over, Sugo Wang Hol taps it with his hammer, and the entire blade shatters. MC is stunned. It didn't just crack where it was struck. The whole sword broke apart. He had thought it would be fine since he hadn't used that technique on a real opponent, but the blacksmith explains that this is the result of an owl sword technique so fierce that an ordinary blade can't handle it. Xian asks if a stronger sword can't be made. Sugo Wang Hol says he would if skill alone were enough, but to survive that technique, the blade would need to be forged from at least cold iron. He explains that cold iron is metal filled with icy energy from the Northern Ocean. It's far harder than normal iron, but very rare. The cult only gives it to brigade leaders or people of even higher rank. He knew the heavenly demonic technique was strong, but not this overwhelming. Sugo Wang Hol apologizes. After seeing such a monstrous technique, every part of him wants to forge the perfect sword for Chan. But there's only so much he can do. The protagonist says it's fine, he just has to pass the 5th test and become a brigade leader. Since that leaves only the short sword for now, he says he'll show the blacksmith that technique instead. Luckily, after watching Butterfly dance, Sugo Wang Hol says he can forge that weapon. He tells MC to come back in half a month. Later, in his private training room, he notices more people training than usual. It seems several cadets have reached master level. Now he has to decide, take them one at a time or both at once. He goes back and forth for a moment, then dumps them all into his mouth, saying he doesn't have time to overthink it. A strange feeling hits him, and he tells Nano that he's about to cultivate the heavenly demonic sword art. He asks for help absorbing the energy from the Black Dragon medicinal pills. Nano reports that a huge amount of energy has entered his body, and is rising fast as it mixes with the energy in his 14 energy channels. Nano warns that his pressure points could overload if the energy spread is reduced while his body absorbs it. Shine cuts her off, telling her to stop making it sound dramatic. It's simple, even if it's going to hurt like crazy. He remembers Baek Yo, the founder of the Poison Clan, known as the Lord of 10,000 Poisons. Even with his deep knowledge of medicine and poison, he failed again and again before making the first Black Dragon pill. Those pills were designed at the perfect size, so their power could be absorbed without damaging the pressure points. Then the protagonist keeps using the technique. Blood starts bursting from his body as his meridians begin to tear apart. Nano rapidly replicates cells to repair the damaged areas. Qian realizes that without Nano, all his blood vessels and pressure points would have ruptured, and he would have bled to death. She tells him it may be better to use the breathing and cultivation methods from his many other martial arts instead of the heavenly demonic art. Nano says many of his blood vessels burst, then quickly starts healing the damage. He feels like one slip in focus could kill him, but he forces himself to endure. Since he swallowed 2 pills at once, the energy raging through him is like a tsunami. 4 hours later, he collapses to the floor, coughing up blood. After getting back up, he thinks he almost died and swears never to overdo it with those pills again. Then he wonders how much his ki grew. With Nano's help, he expected to gain about 40 years worth, but he notices something else. He actually gained 60 years, and that's not all. The flow of ki in his body improved a lot too. He starts thinking that breaking and restoring his pressure points may have made him stronger and tougher. Compared to before, he can now pour out twice as much ki into his techniques, so he creates an even bigger ki sword. The blade is twice the size, denser too, and likely stronger than Instructor Hojin's. He says he still hasn't reached master level, because his understanding is lacking, but his ki foundation is finally there. So now it's time to learn the second half of the heavenly demonic art. He asks Nano to extract the ki cultivation method from the monolith's third move, along with the destructive sword technique. Nano begins sending both into his brain. Then he suddenly flinches. Something feels off, so he asks Nano how many tries the destructive technique needed to cancel the heavenly demonic technique. Nano answers that it would nullify the third move on the 93rd attempt. That shocks him. No wonder the monolith had far more sword marks this time. It means the third technique is much stronger than the first two. He asks if Nano can transfer the third technique straight into his body. She says no, his body is already at its limit, and pushing his muscles more could leave them damaged. When he asks if it's still possible, Nano says yes, if he accepts that risk. She adds that even under that strain, he could still use the technique once. His curiosity immediately kicks in. Since the second technique was far stronger than the first, he decides he has to test this one too. But then as he performs it, he feels a massive burst of pain. He drops to one knee. Nano says the excessive motions injured muscles all over his body and starts healing him. He realizes the technique is hard to use because it hasn't been fully imprinted into his body yet. But then he looks down and notices the floor cracked from the shockwaves alone. At that point, 93 attempts doesn't seem surprising. He wonders how powerful the third destructive sword technique really is, if it could cancel the heavenly demonic art, and decides to test it again once his body recovers. After that, he starts trying several more moves, and he realizes this technique is amazing. Just by combining a few sword motions, it perfectly countered the third move of the heavenly demonic art. It didn't hurt his body at all, but the motions were far more complex. He starts wondering if the swordsman who made this truly mastered something incredible. If countering the third technique is already this hard, he can't imagine the fourth, so he asks Nano to transfer the fourth floor monolith techniques. He watches them all appear in his mind, but feels like something is missing. Still, he can't figure out what it is, so he asks Nano to show both techniques fighting in augmented reality. She creates a 3D simulation. There, the fourth form of the heavenly demonic sword art faces the fourth form of the destructive sword. The two crash together, and both swords break. He can hardly believe it. The destructive sword technique failed to beat the heavenly demonic sword art, so he keeps running more simulations. No matter how many times he watches, the result never changes. That only makes it stranger. He can't believe the final move of the heavenly demonic art can stop the destructive sword at its peak, so he asks Nano how many sword marks were on the monolith, and she says there were signs of about 130 attempts. On the last try, part of the monolith was cut on the 24th move. He thinks cutting sapphire stone would take more than just filling a sword with ki. It would need a perfectly focused strike. That means the final move of the heavenly demonic art only held because it used incredibly powerful materialized ki. He figures cutting the monolith was probably the swordsman's way of venting his frustration after failing to counter the technique with pure sword skill. From the marks, it seems he once challenged someone extremely strong and got furious when he couldn't win the way he wanted. That man must have been fascinating, and he still doesn't fully understand his sword art. In the end, he knows he has no choice but to deepen his martial understanding. Strengthening his body and dumping information into his brain can only take him so far, so now there's only one path left. Elsewhere, at the Demonic Academy cafeteria, everyone is eating together. He says it feels refreshing to share a meal like this, and admits he really likes the idea. Wu tells him they should all at least have dinner together. He asks why, since everyone has been busy with their own training. Wu says that's exactly why it matters. Bong agrees, and another cadet adds that individual training is important, but they still need to build teamwork. He agrees getting stronger alone won't be enough. They need to grow stronger together, so for that, he heads to the Demonic Academy storage. The instructor tells him that as a squad leader, he can use as many materials as he wants. Still, the man asks what he plans to do with all that paper. He mentions martial arts books, then says it still won't be enough and that he'll come back later. The instructor is stunned. That pile was about 60 volumes worth of material. Did he really memorize all of it? Half a month later, everyone gathers at their lord's request. He says he has an important announcement and Mun thinks the young master has been acting strange lately. So she talks to him and asks what's on him, saying he still has some on his face. He says it's just from things he has to write. Back in the present, everyone sees him arrive and she wonders if it has to do with that. He's carrying a stack of books. He asks if everyone is here, then says the reason he called them together is that starting tomorrow he'll begin closed-door training. Everyone is shocked because it came out of nowhere. Then Hu asks if he has a set time limit. He says not really. It could take 1 year, maybe 2, and he won't come back until he gets the results he wants. Hu can tell he's serious, and says he hopes he finds what he's looking for. The others quickly say the same. Baek adds that this won't be just his problem forever. They'll probably have to enter closed-door training too, after passing the 4th test. Before that, he gives them 2 orders. First, all of them must pass the 4th test before his training ends. That stuns everyone. But Suju and Taek accept the order right away. Taek thinks she's way too loud, though the stronger ones are clearly confident. The cadets from mid-level clans are discouraged. It's a good goal, but it won't be easy for them. Then he gives the 2nd order. They must master all the martial arts books he'll hand out. That shocks them again. Monk says now she finally gets why he was covered in ink. Writing all of those by hand must have been hard, and she would have helped if he'd asked. They're stunned to learn he wrote down the martial arts he learned on the 4th floor by hand. Expert-level techniques meant to make up for their weaker arts. He tells everyone to come up in the order he calls them, starting with Bong. The moment Bong sees it, he freezes, and the others ask what could make him react like that. It includes the illusory sword technique, falling petal technique, and iron ripper kick. They realize these are elite clan arts. Some even come from both the righteous and evil factions, and many are expert-level techniques. Bong says he'll give everything he has to grow strong enough to repay such ocean-deep kindness, and swears to follow every order. The others think the same. He's even taking care of cadets from lesser clans, and they feel ready to give their lives serving him. Until then, they hadn't known the other 99 books all contained different martial arts. Everyone is stunned to receive a different book packed with expert-level techniques, especially those who saw what Xian did on the 2nd and 3rd floors. They realize their lord wasn't being rude in the precious library after all. He wasn't just flipping through books for no reason. One who asks if he really memorized all the books, and the boy awkwardly admits he did. One who can barely even react. He just stares at him in total shock and admiration. Then it hits him, the library's time limit exists, so no one can take too many martial arts from it. And the arts their lord gave those 5 came from several of the 6 major clans. If they learn moves from multiple clans, they can study those clans too. One who admits he thought he understood him, but he was completely wrong. Shine is walking a path he can't even imagine following. The others call their lord a real monster. How could anyone memorize that many books? Still, the proof is right in front of them. Froda snaps them out of it and tells them to stop spacing out and come get their books. One by one they do. Each of them vows to master what they were given and not let him down. They promise to do everything they can to meet his expectations. Mongku starts laughing, but Baek points out there's still one problem. Some of them already practice their own cultivation and breathing methods, but people like Jingok from smaller clans or martial families probably need proper techniques the most. Then Bong points out that one of these is a cultivation and breathing technique, and they quickly spot several more. Baek realizes he worried for nothing. They receive even more techniques, and Mongku asks how something like this can even exist. Even though it moves energy through unusual pressure points, it looks incredibly effective. She hates to admit it, but it's far better than the Black Dragon Palm clan's breathing and cultivation art. Taek turns to Froda and asks where he found a cultivation method like that. But then they realize they shouldn't be asking because they got carried away. Still, the protagonist starts lying with a completely straight face. He says the universal origin art is a secret cultivation technique hidden on the 4th floor of the library, while wondering if that lie will actually work. 2 days earlier, when he was almost done copying every martial arts book, he had been thinking about which breathing and cultivation technique to give them. He asks Nando if she made any progress with the analysis. She says the energy created through breathing is still being studied. Since that energy hasn't fully taken shape, future tech needs more time, but she can already sort out which breathing and cultivation methods best boost the energy in a person's dantian. So he asks if she can pick one. She says the Heavenly Demonic Sword Art's breathing and cultivation method gives the best results, and he immediately tells her to leave that one out. Nando then suggests the 1,000 Martial Breaths technique, but he rejects that too. His master would definitely get mad. So she brings up sample 37 and he asks what that is, since he doesn't remember seeing anything like it. Nando explains it's a breathing and cultivation method created by analyzing a book called Origin of Ki from the 1st floor of the Precious Library, using techniques from the 1st through 4th floors as references. He asks if she's saying she created a cultivation technique. She says it's a leftover result from building model samples during her analysis of breathing energy. When he asks when she did that, she answers that it was made 40 hours ago, after she finished analyzing the 4th floor's breathing and cultivation methods. He's shocked it took only 2 days, and asks if she also analyzed the Heavenly Demonic Sword Art's cultivation method. Nando says not yet because it mixes body movement with breathing energy. The analysis isn't finished, so he asks to see sample 37. The moment he looks at it, he's stunned. He can't believe it. After cultivating with it for only a short time, it's already close to the 1,000 martial breaths technique. The ki flow is also far more stable, and he quickly realizes it should work well with any martial art. Then he starts thinking about a name. Nano 37 sounds amazing, but in the end he calls it the Universal Origin Art and claims it was a secret technique hidden on the library's 4th floor. The others decide it really must be a treasure, and Hao guesses it belonged to an elite clan that vanished long ago. Cheon cuts the talk short and asks if he forgot anyone. Then he orders them to memorize every book he gave them by tomorrow and destroy each one afterward. The next day, northwest of the Demonic Academy's closed training area, he thanks everyone for seeing him off. While he trains in seclusion, he wants the 6 swords to help the slower members master their martial arts. Baeg agrees and tells him to focus on training without worry. Tak says he heard they were taught a way to train others, so he'll gladly handle it. The protagonist wishes them all well, and they pray for his safety and health, hoping his training succeeds. Once he goes inside the place, he sees this is the 4th seclusion chamber. It's a little bigger than the expert-level private training room. Inside, he finds some rations and says he asked them to bring plenty. The Godseed pills alone should keep him fed for years. Thinking about reaching master level, he admits he's honestly surprised. Then he tells Nana to transfer all the expert-level martial arts from the 4th floor into his brain, and she says she'll load 245 books. Those were elite clan and sect martial arts, but compared to Butterfly Dance, the Heavenly Demonic Sword Art, and the Destructive Sword Technique, they were far weaker. Even so, learning all these different arts made his view much broader. He decides to split his daily training into 3 parts. In the morning, he'll practice the techniques. In the afternoon, he'll fight augmented reality avatars. At night, he'll cultivate, and since it's afternoon right now, he decides to start with an avatar battle. He tells Nana to activate augmented reality and set Yu-chan as the opponent. She starts the simulation, and he thinks that for now, 1 Yu-chan is enough. Later, he should raise both the number and the difficulty. His final goal is his master's avatar. He wants to surpass the moves his master used when defeating the prisoner from the evil faction. He decides it's time to begin. At that point, no one could have guessed how long Yigo Wanghull's seclusion training would last, not even Yigo Wanghull himself. 1 week after his seclusion ended, the Dark Mu clan candidate Yigo Wanghull passed the 4th test by defeating an instructor, setting the fastest record in academy history if Chan isn't counted. On the 10th day, Mungyo of the Dark Dragon Palm clan became the 3rd to beat instructor Li Pyong. That day, the cadets saw her jumping with joy for the first time. She was thrilled to finally get her own room. The 4th to pass was Kyung Mun, the Sword Clan's Vice Lord candidate. He wanted to clear the test before anyone else, but took longer than expected because he wanted to be sure he could properly defeat the instructor. 2 months after the protagonist entered seclusion, both Mujigo Wanghul and Kimgo Wanghul entered seclusion too, while Mungyo also felt the need to train that way, but put it aside so she could teach the lower clan vassals. Around then, Baek, the first sword among the 6, passed the 4th test. Yigo Wanghul's men were happy their second vassal had passed, but Baek himself wasn't very pleased, since he failed to do it before Mungyo. 4 months after the protagonist entered seclusion, Muguo, the Spring Clan's Vice Lord candidate, passed the 4th test and immediately began secluded training. The second sword, Wang Ho, and the 5th, Seo Jun, became 2 more members of the 6 swords to clear the 4th test. But after 5 cadets failed the test, no one dared challenge the destroyers for a while. In the 5th month, the remaining swords, Sun Hua and Take, also passed the 4th test. By the 6th month, Womin, Ojong, Yu Hua, and Jin Ho, all from mid-sized clans, had reached the natural expert level. In the 10th month, both Womin and Yu Hua passed the 4th test, though by then a total of 15 people had already failed it. Exactly 1 year later, the protagonist vassals dueled again to decide the new 6 swords. The results were Muguo Yu 1st, Bakek 2nd, Wang Ho 3rd, Seo Jun 4th, Sun Hua 5th, and Takek 6th. Once the new swords were chosen, and over 30 of their allies had reached the natural expert level, Muguo Yu, Bakek, and Wang Ho could finally enter secluded training with peace of mind. 2 years after Yigo Wang Ho entered seclusion, most of the cadets had taken the 4th test. Out of 121 cadets, 71 cleared the 4th test, and the rest were kicked out. Of the protagonist's 34 vassals, 19 were among those expelled. After training harder than anyone, Go Wang Ho reached the proficient expert level in 2 years. During that time, nearly 80% of those who passed the 4th test entered secluded training, so the 6 swords duel was skipped that year. That led to the calmest stretch the Demonic Academy had seen. Aside from the Pratacha, the 70 cadets in secluded training eventually came out, but not even 40% of them reached the level of a master. Then, 2 years and 4 months in, Muguo Wangho of the Dark Clan became the first to pass the 5th test and clear the sealed demonic chamber. But even before that, in the 8th month of the 2nd year, Kangwan, Samashaik, Wu Qishen, Mungo, Wangho, and Baiki, a total of 6 cadets, had already passed the 5th test. On top of them, 7 more people, including Mugo Wang, challenged the sealed demonic chamber. None of them passed, and 3 cadets died. After that, everyone became far more afraid to take the 5th test. In the 3rd year, the 6 swords dueled again. Since everyone had grown stronger through secluded training, this time all the vassals fought for those spots, throwing the rankings into chaos. The results were Wang Hu took first sword, Muguo's Wang got second, Baek Gui third, Sunhua fourth, Sojun fifth, and Omin sixth. Then 2 more months went by. When Wang Hu arrives to meet the others, he notices not everyone is there. He says Muguo and Bong went there again, and Baeki realizes they must be back at the secluded training facility. Sunhua says she's just glad they went together. Wang Hu still feels uneasy about leaving them alone, but Baeki brushes it off, saying Muguo is strong enough. Wang Hu says he wishes that were true, but the heir's conflict has been getting worse. Kingwan even approached him again recently in the cafeteria. Baekri asks if he really thinks they'd join a bastard like that. Wang Hu says it's not about trust, they just don't know what Kyungwon might try. Kyung says Wang Hu is right. Kyungwon is no different from Wu Chan, so who knows what kind of trick he'll pull. Beck answers that's exactly why they've been moving around together like this. Wang Hu says he has a really bad feeling about today and thinks they should go get them. Meanwhile, at the Demonic Academy's secluded training facility, Bong asks Kyung what he thinks he's doing with those weapons. Kyung says he has no interest in Bong and tells him to stay out of it. Then he asks Moon Kyung one last time if she's sure she won't reconsider his offer. She says she already refused him many times, she already has a lord to serve. He questions that answer and says a useful pawn sometimes needs to be taught properly. Then he offers a bet. If she beats him, he'll let her go. If he wins, she becomes his vassal. Bong snaps that this has gone too far. Kyung should be a future lord, but he just sounds like a rotten thug. Kyung cuts him off and tells him again to stay out of it. Then his men rush in, but suddenly they're caught by a force that freezes them in midair. They panic, wondering what the hell is happening. Their bodies won't move, both of them are left stunned. Then they're slammed straight into the ground. Kyung curses and demands to know who did that. Then the Prata steps out from inside, his clothes torn apart, his hair grown long from training. He looks even colder now, with murder in his eyes. Seeing that, the ones outside can't believe it. Moving objects with ki alone means high-level ki telekinesis. Kyung realizes the Prata has reached Grand Master. He can't accept it. Kyung needed 2 years just to become a master. He tells himself it must be luck, but if he backs down now, everyone will look at him with contempt. So he orders his men to attack. Moon Kyung blocks them and asks if they really think she'll let that happen. She calls them cowards for ganging up on one person. One of them calls her insolent, saying trash from a lesser clan dares stand in their way, and Bong says he at least has to stop these guys to make things easier for his lord. Then he charges straight at them. They wonder where Moon Kyung is going, but she handles them with ease. Still, she notices one technique is the Sword Clan's Imperial Sword, so she can't relax. She has to coat her hands in Kyo to fight someone at master level. At the same time, the others keep rushing the Prota, trying to kill him, but he just raises his hand and catches all 3 with Kyo, lifting them before striking their backs and throwing them away. They collapse completely, leaving the rest terrified, and Kyung realizes they have no chance. The Prota is already a monster, and no one there can stop him. So they decide this has to end now and tell the Prota they'll stop here. They admit defeat, but the Prota only stares at them with a look that freezes everyone in place. Kyung's brother asks if he really plans to leave them. No choice, saying that if everyone there fought to the death, even he couldn't handle it easily. The Prota steps forward without a word, lifts his hand, blasts everything apart, and terrifies them all. Then he turns and says they're next. While Kyung is still fighting Mungyo, he says it makes no sense for someone that small to use such a powerful palm technique. To him, it's absurd, so she realizes his Kiem scattered while he attacked. Then he forms a Kiem sword and tries to force the girl down in one strike. She thinks it's over, but then the Prota appears between them and catches the Kiem sword with his bare hands. Kyung can only wonder if he truly became a grandmaster, but before he can react, the Prota passes him in a single strike. Kyung's arm goes flying. At that sight, Mongol can't even process what happened. He only feels the pain of losing his arm. Screaming for the arm he lost, he begs the Prota to stop, but the Prota drives a foot into his chest and slams him onto his back in the snow. Mongol begs for mercy, but the Prota says it's too late and unleashes a terrifying wave of Kiem. Then Won Hu asks Bong and Mungyo if they're okay, but stops when he notices the pile of bodies in front of Bong and demands to know what happened. Then he looks at Mungyo and asks who he's talking to. But when they see that face, they all realize it's their lord. Won Hu drops to his knees before him. Now the first sword, Won Hu welcomes back his sovereign. Only then does everyone fully understand what's happening, and Mungyo remembers what she should do. She kneels too, greeting the Prota as the second sword. Baeki also feels crushed by the pressure. It's like standing before the academy director himself. Then the third sword bows as well. Sunhwa wonders if this is the first time Baekhyun has shown respect with a title. It's funny since he used to say honorifics made him embarrassed around them. Then they all kneel before the Prota. He thanks them for waiting for him. That sends everyone into cheers, until they notice behind him the Sword Clan's Vice Lord candidate. They realize it's Kyungwon and ask if he reached Grand Master. With a calm, confident look, the Prota confirms it. Half an hour later in the Demonic Academy infirmary, even the doctor treating Baekhyun notes that he finally came out. By then, word of the Prota's return and what he did to Kyungwon and his men had spread through the whole academy. With the Prota taking out 5 of the 6 Vice Lord candidates from the main clans, The cadets started seriously thinking they might see a vice lord from outside those 6 clans. That put huge pressure on Mu Youngwon's subordinate from the Dark Clan. He didn't care much though and kept focusing on improving his skills and techniques. As for Myung, he asked one of the instructors if he's close to Grandmaster. The instructor says it's not that he's close, he's already there. After letting him out of the secluded chamber, the instructor saw him use high-level Kia telekinesis with his own eyes. Myung thinks his secluded training took longer than expected, so he assumed he'd only reached the level of a true master, but he reached Grandmaster. In the whole history of the Demonic Academy, no one ever did that before passing the 6th test. At this point, calling him a genius isn't enough. Then something clicks in his mind. The instructor asks the director if something happened, and the director says yes. Then the instructor asks what it is. Before he can answer, someone knocks. He tells the instructor to let them in. If he hadn't just read those reports, he would have guessed it was one of the council elders. The hostile energy wrapping around the academy was that intense. My Young says he's gotten so strong he's almost hard to recognize. Then he asks what brings him here. Squad leader Sion. Sometime later, at the cave, Instructor Ho is shocked that he wants to take the 5th test, only 4 hours after leaving seclusion. Ho says Cheon must be in a real hurry. MC explains that his vassals were scared of this place while he was in seclusion, so he decided to deal with it as soon as possible. Ho is impressed. He trained for 3 years to become a true master, and now he's the one overseeing his test. So Ho tells the boy to go in, but Cheon suddenly feels a strong wind from inside and gets uneasy. It's even fiercer than the winter wind outside, and the cave is much bigger than he expected. Ho explains that the 5th test is to cross the cave of the sealed demon. Inside, the protagonist has to get through countless traps in total darkness, relying only on his senses. Once he enters, they'll wait for 2 hours. MC figures the nearby lever must control the traps. Ho adds that if MC can't finish in time, they'll assume something went wrong and shut the traps off just like everyone said. With that, Ho announces the start of the 5th test. Xian remembers this is the cave with a sealed demon inside. He studies the cave ahead and another gust blows out from deep inside. In the darkness, he catches sight of something with scales and one terrifying eye. Right away, he starts cheating a little. He asks Nano to turn on night vision. As it activates, his eyes change color. The path ahead is long and the air smells like oil, blood, and a bunch of other things mixed together. Then he spots something ahead and wonders if it's a tunnel. He guesses that's where the traps begin, and since he can see clearly, he should be able to get through fast with movement techniques. He steps on a few trap spots, but still sees every trap trigger and comes straight at him. When the arrows fly toward Xian, he just flicks his hand and shatters them all. He realizes anyone without great skill would get caught easily in this darkness, so he gives up on moving fast and starts walking carefully instead. Even so, he triggers more traps. The ceiling starts dropping onto his head, so he breaks into a run and barely escapes being crushed. Now he understands the traps go off when you step on the wrong bricks. He tells himself to watch his footing, and with Nano's night vision, these traps are basically useless. 30 minutes later, he realizes the cave has more than one tunnel. He glances back and notices that without the airflow, it'd be easy to get lost. Then he notices something familiar. He was here over 3.5 years ago. This is the secret chamber inside the detention center. He's found the Heavenly Demonic Sword Art again. There, he bows before the founder of the Heavenly Demonic Art and calls himself lucky for finding this place. If the Poison Clan leader knew about it, he'd be furious. Qian decides the only thing left is to erase every trace of this place. He doesn't want anyone else learning the Heavenly Demonic Art or its techniques. But then the whole chamber starts shaking. He blurts out, asking what the hell is going on, and the pillar itself starts moving. Startled, he jumps back and wonders what's happening. When the dust settles, he sees that the pearls once set in the ceiling are now right in front of him. Then he starts to understand. These are the texts explaining the movements of the Heavenly Demonic Sword Art. There was a hidden mechanism here. Still, something feels off. He notices strange lines behind them and realizes that when the lines from all the lamps connect, they form a map. He's sure it's a treasure map leading somewhere. Even so, he has no way to know where it points, so he tells Nano to scan and save everything there. Nano reports that the lamp map matches the cave, and Cheon is glad he had her save it. This is a treasure map for the cave of the sealed demon. Nano also marks their current location, and he's impressed she can do that too. He decides to head back toward the start, but there's still plenty of time. The founder wouldn't leave something like this for no reason, so he goes to check it out. As he walks, he starts to remember hearing about something like this before. He recalls Mungul saying the cave felt creepy inside. He asked why, thinking it was just the darkness. But she said no, she heard a weird crying sound in there, and Mungul was shocked that someone else heard it too. Chia realizes that sound is far too real to be his imagination, but no matter how much he sharpens his senses, he still can't detect what it is. The path also feels strange. Even if it isn't the way out, it has more traps than the other routes. As he keeps moving forward, he notices that even though this is the route shown on the map, it still looks like a dead end. Then his eyes widen. Is it really a dead end? He spots writing on the wall saying something is sealed. Then he hears that crying again and wonders if the founder sealed something behind that wall. He doesn't know what it is, but it feels demonic. Maybe that's why this place is called the Cave of the Sealed Demon. Still, he starts worrying that his curiosity might unleash something he can't handle. He remembers the warning that curiosity gets you killed, so maybe he shouldn't touch it. But then why would the founder leave a map leading here? In the end, Chan decides there's no time to overthink it. If the founder left it behind, it can't be a mistake. So he says he'll break the wall first and pours keel into his sword. Then he uses the link strikes of butterfly dance, the fifth technique. The wall breaks apart. He stares in shock, realizing his attack only scratched the surface compared to the founder's mark. Something is wrong with that wall. It looks like the sapphire monolith. Then he realizes it's not just similar, it is the sapphire monolith, only covered by a different outer layer. So he prepares another strike. This is the technique he couldn't use before. When he only had the knowledge in his body, he could perform it only after reaching Grandmaster. As he gathers ki, he says he thought he would save this move for a truly dangerous enemy, but he's using it here instead. He steadies himself and unleashes the fourth technique of the heavenly demonic sword art. The attack twists like a drill and slams straight into the wall. This time Chi Fine blasts a huge hole through it and thinks it finally worked. But then he smells that same stench from the cave entrance. A bad feeling hits him. Maybe he seriously messed up. Then his sword starts cracking apart. Chi Fine realizes the blade Sogwag made for him could only handle one hit. Normal metal really can't endure the heavenly demonic art. At that moment, Nano warns him about an abnormal plasma burst ahead. The protagonist is stunned, as Nano says an atmospheric shockwave is coming. That terrifies him instantly. He gets blasted away in a single hit and slammed into the wall farther back. He wonders what the hell that was, because he couldn't block it at all. Another attack comes right after him, and he has no choice but to dodge and run. Then he turns around to see what it is. Out of the black haze, he sees a giant snake, an emug. Qian has heard emugs are usually white or blue, sacred spirit beasts that live in lakes. But this one is nothing like that. It's just a violent monster. The creature attacks again, and MC keeps dodging charge after charge from the massive serpent. It even clings to the ceiling, and he realizes the cave will collapse if this keeps going. If this whole chamber is made of sapphire, then he needs to lure it outside. The giant snake chases him the whole way. Once it fully leaves that area, he notices and moves into the chamber. He thinks the plan worked, but inside, he lands in a puddle that looks like blood. That leaves him stunned. He looks around and wonders what that black liquid is. The smell is so bad it gives him a headache. Then the snake comes at him again, and he runs even farther away until it tries to swallow him whole. He realizes the sticky liquid is slowing his movement technique, so he gathers Kiori in his hand and forms a sword, then slashes the snake with all his strength. But he freezes. His hand actually bounced back. The snake roars and blasts him away again, and he sees the demonic heavenly sword art didn't even scratch it. It felt like hitting hard metal. He starts wondering if that monster's body is tougher than sapphire. Then something ahead makes him tense up again. He's shocked that the water around the snake barely moves. A beast that huge should have raised the water level the second it entered that black river. But nothing changed. So he tells Nano to turn on augmented reality, and she does. She confirms there's strange black plasma energy inside the chamber. Nano explains it happens when atmospheric energy gets so dense that ion particles condense, even if science can't fully prove it. She says this could be called a spiritual phenomenon, and he asks if that's really what this is. Nano warns him to be careful because another atmospheric shockwave is coming, while the snake keeps charging. It tries to bite him again, but this time he dodges easily, and that confirms it. Even when that giant head hits the water, no big wave forms. Still, he hears something strike the bottom. After analyzing it, Nano says there are 24 metal pieces floating in the air, all giving off strong plasma energy. That catches him off guard, and he asks what she means. He tells Nano to mark every metal fragment she found, and she does, while he keeps dodging the snake's bites. The markers appear scattered across the snake's head. He can barely believe it. Those points line up exactly with the path of the basic demonic heavenly art technique. As the snake gets ready to strike again, he reminds himself that he practiced that basic sword form with his breathing and cultivation for 3 whole years. Now he has to do it all at once, so he rushes straight toward the tip of the snake's head. When they meet head-on, he lands precise hits on every single point across its scales. He thinks he did it, and then everything vanishes. He's alone now, and when he turns back, his face goes stiff with shock. That's when he sees the Amugi's true form. Those things start coming together and form a black sword wrapped in a dark, eerie aura. He realizes that is the demonic heavenly sword, and he can't understand why something so valuable, the symbol of the lord of the demonic heavenly cult, is here. The moment he grabs it, the sword starts sinking into his arm, and he's swallowed by a black mist that turns everything dark. He can't see, hear, or even speak. It feels like every sense in his body is gone, but instead of being terrifying, it almost feels comforting. That only scares him more. He knows he shouldn't feel that way. Then the light returns and he finds himself in a completely soaked place. He says his mind was almost eaten by the darkness and starts calling for Nano, but she doesn't answer. Then the true Amugi with white scales appears in front of him. He realizes there was another one all along, and it opens its mouth with a roar right in front of him. But then he notices its horns are growing, and its body is getting bigger. The creature is turning into a dragon, and he reaches for his sword to attack, but before he can do anything, something slices off one of the dragon's horns. The horn drops near him, and the dragon panics after losing it. He also sees the Amugi's white scales turning black. Then he looks at the person who cut the horn and wonders who this swordsman is. The swordsman swings his blade and points it at the serpent. Cheon notices the key-made sword, and that black blade is one he knows very well. The black-scaled Amugi growls at the swordsman, and the two charge at each other. The swordsman carves through its body again and again, and Cheon recognizes the third technique of the demonic heavenly sword. His own version doesn't even come close. Once the snake is dead, the swordsman drives his blade into it, and the sword starts absorbing the aura coming from the corpse. That man thinks it will take time to absorb all that energy, and that it isn't meant for him. Then he turns and sees the boy standing there, staring right at him. The sight leaves Cheon shaken. The man only smiles at him, and the protagonist snaps back to reality, lifting his face out of the sticky sludge. He starts coughing, and Nano asks if he's okay. He realizes he accidentally swallowed some of the black liquid and thinks it's disgusting. When he asks how long he was out, Nano says he never lost consciousness. He just collapsed the moment he grabbed the sword. That shocks him. He thought he had been on the verge of death for a long time, so he asks how long it's been since they entered the cave. Nano says it hasn't even been an hour. Relieved, he asks if all that happened was falling down, but Nano says no. The moment he held the sword, black plasma energy entered his body and fully stimulated the nerve cells in his brain. She adds that the black plasma he absorbed merged with the energy already inside him, and that leaves him stunned. He says that explains the terrible demonic energy he felt inside himself. But how could it change him this much? He starts wondering if it was the sword's effect, because now that he thinks about it, the sword he was holding turned into the bracelet on his wrist. He stares at it, wondering what it is and why it's attached to him. Meanwhile, outside the sealed demon cave, everyone finds the delay strange. Someone at master grade shouldn't need this long, and nearly 2 hours have already passed. They start wondering if something went wrong. One of them reminds the others that this cave may hold a demon. Ever since the Sword Lord founded the academy, it's been used for the 5th test. They've heard that only qualified people could enter this place in the past, so the instructor starts wondering if Cheon failed and got swallowed up inside. But while they stand there guarding the coffin, the exit door opens, and everyone sees the boy come out. They're immediately hit by the awful smell coming off him. Still, they congratulate him for passing the 5th test. He thanks them, even though he can tell he reeks. The instructor keeps staring at him and notices something that looks like a deer horn. Later, Cheon goes to wash off that horrible stench. He leaves the horn nearby and says the smell is finally gone, which makes sense since he's been bathing for nearly an hour. Then he glances to the side at his clothes and the horn on the floor. It brings back what happened inside. While trying to draw out that sword's full power, he used the demonic heavenly art to the limit. The more he tests it, the more amazed he gets. The blade can handle that art and cuts Sapphire easily, but combining it with his ki art is terrifying. As he keeps using ki art, it starts falling apart, and the sword does too, before returning to his wrist. He says it won't come off, no matter how much force he uses. It only reacts to the demonic energy mixed into his ki art. His body has also been hot and sweaty for a while now. Then Nano tells him that the strange liquid didn't just enter his body, it seeped into his veins, and the remaining toxins are slowly being pushed out. That surprises him all over again. He says that when he reached master grade, his body already went through a cleansing and expelled many toxins, so it shocks him that this liquid can remove even the tiniest traces left in someone's body. Then it finally clicks, the black liquid is the Emug's blood, and he thinks it could help his subordinates a lot. He decides to take some with him, but while scooping up a little of that strange liquid, he notices the ground shaking and is caught off guard. Everything is collapsing. He nearly gets swept away with the liquid, but he manages to save a little using the sheath. Even so, he feels awful. There was enough of that blood river to boost the entire cult's strength. Then he looks down, spots something still covered in blood, and realizes it's the Emug's horn. It's the same horn the man in his vision cut off. He decides to keep it, though he has no idea what he'll use it for. Maybe it can raise his Keely like a medicine pill, so he asks Nano to analyze it. She says it's made of an unknown material, but its hardness is only a little lower than diamond. He can hardly believe it. That means it's even harder than sapphire. So he decides to test his Keely sword on it and brings down a full power strike. He's completely shocked. It isn't just tough. Some weird force pushes his Keely sword back, and he wonders if that's because it's the horn of a spirit beast. Then an idea hits him. This could be made into a sword or a short blade, perfect for the heavenly demonic art and butterfly dance. It's so hard that maybe the legendary blacksmith's descendant or Yezi could craft it. At 4 p.m. in the head building inside the director's office, Myung thinks only 4 hours have passed, yet his energy has grown like crazy. He still controls it well, but Myung can also sense a trace of demonic energy in him, making him wonder if Instructor Hull was right. He had always thought it was just a legend, that only someone truly qualified could meet the demons sealed in that cave. Myung starts laughing. First that sword technique, and now this demonic energy. This kid must be someone important. Hoa snaps him back to reality. Myung quickly apologizes to Sion, calls him leader, then figures brigade leader fits better, and congratulates him for clearing the 5th test. He says Sion is now a true martial master and a pride of the cult, so there are rewards he deserves. Sion asks what the item is, and Hoa explains it's a black metal badge given to brigade leaders of their cult. The boy notices the name Heavenly Demonic Cult engraved on it, and feels power from the carving, guessing it was made by a swordsman, not a smith. Hoa says the Lord carved it himself, and only brigade leaders receive such an honor. Sion would love to toss it away, but with everyone watching, he decides to keep it. Then he turns to Myung and asks if he can take the 6th test right now. Everyone there is stunned. No one expected those words from him. Myung stares straight at the boy, then says yes, he's more than qualified. The sixth test normally requires at least Grandmaster level, so everyone is shocked. Watching someone reach that point is unbelievable. He's the first in 70 years to qualify. Myung explains that the sixth test is to challenge one of the 12 elders of the council, the strongest hidden martial artists. That catches the boy off guard, and Myung asks if he already has someone in mind. Later at the Demonic Academy library, the boy heads there, thinking he never expected the sixth test to be a free pass to challenge one of the 12 elders. Once he graduates, the fight with the 6 great clans will begin. Now he has a chance to remove one major enemy before that. To improve his odds against the 6 great clans, he needs to master the final technique of the heavenly demonic art. Back in the room, Myung stays behind and thinks the boy has matured. He expected him to pick the poison clan leader right away because of Madame Hua, but the boy stayed calm and asked for time to think before answering. Even after getting the chance to strike the target of his revenge, he stayed careful. To Myung, that makes him far more dangerous than someone driven only by hate. He says the Academy's 4 years of protection are almost over, and soon the 6 great clans will show their claws. When that happens, the whole cult could turn into a massacre. He wonders how Sion and One will deal with it. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the library, the boy walks alone and notices there are only 20 books there. Something feels strange, and he remembers his master telling him to be grateful for learning butterfly dance and the 1,000 breaths technique since they were kept on the 4th and 5th floors. So, since his master said it was here, he goes to the technique he had already inherited. But when he turns, he realizes the moment has finally come. This is the last technique of the heavenly demonic art. He asks Nano to scan the monolith and analyze the key control behind it. But as the scan begins, the boy starts pacing in confusion. Then he jolts in shock. How is that possible? There are no sword marks. He can't understand it. A destructive sword technique should have left something behind. Why didn't the founder leave it there? He asks Nano if the monolith really has nothing, and she says it does. A mark left by a single person. Nano immediately activates augmented reality and zooms in on the target, revealing one tiny hole. The boy stares at it, totally confused. It's just a hole. He wonders if this is really part of the heavenly demonic art. Could a technique like that even exist? Then he asks himself if the attack pierced straight through it. He says he missed it because of the poem, but the stone really was pierced. He can't believe it, because it doesn't even look like ki was used. The founder must have focused the technique's raw power into one single point. If even a little ki had been used, the monolith would have shattered. So the monolith has no sword marks, not because his master failed to find the hole, but because he couldn't figure out how to counter the technique with normal sword moves. The boy realizes the founder's greatest discovery in his final years wasn't solving sword unification alone. It was something else. By drawing the sword's intent into himself, the user reveals his own desire and intent. And when those two desires become one, it means something he is only now starting to understand. Then it clicks. The boy starts glowing like he's going through a full evolution. And just like that, he enters a state of enlightenment so strong that even the guard notices. The inspector rushes over, asking what's happening to the brigade leader, but when he sees the light, everyone is confused. One of them tells the newcomer to be quiet. They all notice the others have formed a defensive stance around him. While the boy sits there cultivating, they think he must be unifying the 5 kinds of ki. None of them ever expected to witness this. It's said that when someone reaches the level of a true Grand Master, they receive the energy of heaven, earth, and man that cleanses the body and aligns the 3 dantians. Even then, that stage is only half complete. A true Grand Master is born only after unifying all 5 energies. And that's exactly what the boy is doing now. As he sways in meditation, his skin begins to crack, and it looks like he's breaking out of a shell. The inspector watches everything happening to him as the cracks spread further. Then he realizes what this must be. Body reconstruction. After all the chaos on that floor, everything finally goes quiet. The inspector thinks that even though the boy was pouring out huge energy a moment ago, now he can't feel anything at all. He must have gained proper control of his ki. If this keeps up, even the director may not be able to sense Brigade Leader Xion's energy. When the boy opens his eyes, everyone congratulates him on the breakthrough. He wonders if this new feeling is what he thinks it is. He truly reached Grandmaster level, and for the first time, he understood a technique without it being fed straight into his brain. Then he notices the 3 of them had formed up to protect him during his enlightenment, so he thanks them. But then he finally sees the mess left behind and apologizes for what happened to the library. They tell him it's fine, especially after such a huge achievement, and remind everyone to handle the martial arts books carefully while putting them back. They ask if he knows how valuable those books are. The boy decides this is the perfect chance, while everyone is busy with the books, to simply erase the hole in the stone. He doesn't want even the slightest chance of someone else learning the heavenly demonic art. After that, the inspector tells Xion the books are no longer an issue and he can keep studying. The boy just thanks him. The first books Xion scanned were martial arts from the 6 great clans, the insane spiritual sword of the Sword Clan, Spring Cave Fist of the Spring Clan, Black Cloud Palm of the Darkness Clan, Destroying Sound Wave of the Sound Clan, Poisonous Demonic Toad Palm of the Poison Clan, and Phantom Demonic Blade Dance of the Blade Clan. He knows these probably aren't their strongest techniques, but they're still among the best arts in the whole demonic cult. Then he spots the Crimson Fire Sword technique and figures it must belong to the Left Guardian. The name suits him well. Next, he finds Wind God's step and wonders if it's a movement technique instead of a martial art. He says the timing is perfect since he doesn't have a good movement skill. Then he wonders who would donate something like that to the library and tells Nano to scan it. Sometime later, at 8 p.m., then back in his quarters, the boy is with his subordinates and they all congratulate him for passing the test. They're thrilled, but Won-Hu asks if he knows about that, while Mun-Ku wonders if they're dreaming. Then another girl says, "No way, monsters like that should even exist. People would be shocked to learn something can actually scare Sun Hua." She adds that the girl is strong enough to wipe out those monsters alone, yet she still got hit hard. But Chi-Yun decides not to mention what he found, telling them would only stir up trouble. Meanwhile, Won-Hu is busy thinking about how cute Sun Hua is. That's why he called everyone there. Then pulled out the snake blood he took from the cave. A horrible rotten smell hits the room, and Won-Hu blurts out asking what that nasty stuff is. MC knows it'll be hard to explain that it's Emugi blood, so he just says he found it after taking a wrong turn in the sealed demon cave. They're all shocked he brought that back from the cave and ask why. He tells them he wants each of them to drink a little. Nobody can believe he's serious. Xian explains that he drank it by accident and it pushed every toxin out of his body while improving his catch flow. Since it worked so well, he brought some back for them too. Even so, everyone thinks there's no way they can actually drink it. Then Won-Hu steps in and says they shouldn't hesitate when their lord is offering them something good. To prove it, he declares he'll drink first. He tells everyone to move aside, grabs a huge cup and says the smell is nothing. After thanking his lord, he gulps it down. The second it goes in, he acts tough and thinks it wasn't even that bad. Then the sickness hits. He drops backward, looking half dead. Won-Hu stammers, asking if Xing is saying this stuff is really an elixir. A moment later, his ki starts moving wildly. He says he was right. His body feels renewed, and his ki flow got much faster. Seeing that, everyone realizes they're doomed to drink it too. After watching the results, they all take some except Ho San-Hua, who refuses, and Mun-Ku, who has trouble because of her mask. Still, there was no way they wanted to drink that willingly. A while later, at the forge north of the Demonic Academy, the descendant of the legendary blacksmith is hammering at that dragon horn, but the thing doesn't even scratch. Instead, his hammer shatters into pieces. He asks the protagonist where in the world he got that thing, but the protagonist says he can't tell him. The smith says it doesn't matter. With material like that, he can make the finest weapon in the world. He asks if MC wants a spear, and MC says yes, but the smith remembers he also received cold iron and asks if he wants a sword made from that. The protagonist reminds him that he once said he could only make one weapon. The smith explains that now the protagonist is a brigade leader. He can request weapons whenever he wants. The academy limits how much cold iron it gives out, but that's fine. They can get materials directly. So Sheen asks him to forge a sword. He needs to hide the black sword until he learns why the heavenly demon sword was carved into it. A replacement sword would help. The smith warns that with materials this good, each part will take about a month, so 2 months total. MC tells him to start anyway. After that, he heads to the academy director's office, where the director asks if he's sure about what he just said. He says yes. Myung is clearly shaken by it. He admits the protagonist is bolder than anyone else, and wonders if the kid is actually crazy. Xian's target is the Dark Clan leader, Mongil-un, the first of the 12 elders. He reached Grandmaster long ago, and was one of the strongest fighters competing for second and third place in the demonic cult, alongside the great guardian Marikian. Yang realizes MC plans to deal with the 6th sect leader first, but taking on a Grandmaster is no easy matter. He can tell the MC has thought this through, though it still feels reckless. Even so, he says he'll send a formal letter as a lord of the heavenly demonic clan. Everything seemed to be going his way, but the world didn't move by his plans alone. On the 10th day after Ge, Go Wang-Hul applied for the 6th test. Envoys from the Martial Arts Alliance arrived at the Heavenly Demon Castle for the first time in nearly 10 years. The whole demonic cult was shocked, but Jiao Yong Go Wang-Hul, still training at the academy, had no way of knowing. Then 1 week before the 6th test, Xin is told that Yong Go Wang-Hul wanted to see him. The man looks troubled, and the protagonist asks if something happened. He apologizes and says MC will need a different opponent for the 6th test. He asks why. Did the first council elder change his mind? The answer is no. Then he spreads his energy through the whole room. Xin catches on right away. It must be a secret. The man says he can't share every detail because the information is confidential. But right now, only 4 elders remain, from 9th to 12th place. The protagonist realizes none of the higher-ranked elders are present, which means he can't face any of them in the 6th test. Yonggo Wang-Hul thinks he never wanted to recommend this, but says the clan rankings recently changed. He explains that the Poison Clan leader was pushed down to 12th place, and Shan is surprised. Then he smiles. The next second, his eyes turn cold and deadly as he looks at Yonggo Wang-Hul, thinking this is better than nothing. The next day, in the office of the Poison Clan chief, he hears the news and thinks the timing is strange, since he expected that bastard would have already been dealt with by now. He knows Yonggo Wang-Hul has long been a Poison Cup, and over the last 3 years, the Dark Clan Elder has grown stronger than both the Poison Clan Elder and the Sword Clan Elder. Using battle as an excuse, he kept trying to get rid of Yonggo Wang-Hul. So the Lord really had been using these matches to weaken the Dark Clan Elder. Still, while the 6 clans, including the Poison Clan, waited to be restored to full strength. An unexpected request reached the Martial Arts Alliance on the morning of the 6th test and changed everything. One of the Poison Clan men urges their leader to reject it. He says not much time has passed since the man was freed from prison, and the Lord is always watching them. Another agrees, warning that if they get pushed any harder, the balance among the 6 clans could break. But their leader says refusing would only tell everyone they've grown weak. His nephew is still stuck in bed, and now a request like this comes in. What is he supposed to do? One of them sides with his Hyung and says that boy has already reached Grandmaster level. It would be better to get rid of him now, especially considering their history. Another says this concerns all 6 clans. Even if he claims he trained every day, he doesn't have the strength to back that up. He asks if this is supposed to be a threat, then says the real threat is the Lord, but their leader cuts everyone off. He says he wants Chung dead more than anyone, but they have too much to lose if they move too fast. Then he decides to reject the request. After that, he goes to see the nephew MC crippled. The boy is lying in bed, barely alive. The man apologizes, saying there's nothing he can do to help him. The toothless boy weakly calls for his grandpa. Then someone appears at the door and addresses the elder, saying he has a visitor. He asks who would come so late and tells them to let the guest in. But then a telepathic message reaches him. It's Lady Amor, wife of the Dark Clan elder. They ask if she should be turned away, adding that she's already waiting outside. He's genuinely shocked, leaves the boy behind, and says he's coming at once. But when he opens the door, Chon's brother sees that woman waiting there. She was the root of all his clan's misery. He remembers the past, how she approached his mother and smiled at him before everything fell apart. His rage keeps rising, like his eye might burst. He realizes this was the woman who asked his mother for poison. The next day, at the Demonic Academy director's office, a message arrives from the Poison Clan elder saying he accepted the request for the 6th test. Yongo says it happened exactly as he expected. On the morning of the 6th test, Chingon goes to the blacksmith. When he gets there, he sees the man is still working on a sheath. Half an hour later, he finally finishes it. The smith says he nearly scared him to death. He didn't even notice the boy arrive. When the protagonist takes the sword, he notices how smooth it feels. This is the White Dragon Blade, and the smith says he named it exactly as the protagonist asked. MC says the name suits it perfectly. Then the smith tells him to turn the blade over, takes out a handkerchief and drops it onto the edge. The cloth splits apart the instant it touches the blade. He is thrilled. The weapon is sharp enough to cut even something that light and soft, and the smith asks if he likes it. He says yes right away. He never expected such an amazing weapon, and calls him the best blacksmith around. The blacksmith laughs and thanks him. Meanwhile, the boy thinks that with this blade he might even surpass his master Seob and the Wild Dance Blade. This is the moment Shingon gets the White Dragon Blade, one of the 2 great weapons that will define him later, the Black Sword and the White Blade. On the day of the 6th test, everyone gathers at the Demonic Academy training ground. People stare at Shingon in shock. He already made it to the 6th test, and some call him a complete monster. Reaching Grandmaster level this fast is insane. But can he really beat an elder? They also wonder who he picked. Maybe someone from one of the 6 clans? Then they guess it must be the 12th elder, and Seem hears all of it. As the director walks in, everyone notices someone beside him. It's the 9th elder, the elder of the Transformation Clan, Sama. His descendant Sama Che lights up when he sees his father. But then another person arrives. It's the elder of the Poison Clan. That choice stuns everyone. They can't believe Shingon really picked the Poison Clan leader, the man whose poison leaves nothing behind. Shingon, though, stays calm as the old man walks toward him. The director opens by thanking the 12th elder for accepting brigade leader Shingon's test. Then he announces the start of the 6th test, with the 9th elder of the Transformation Clan serving as witness. The Poison Clan elder watches in silence, his eyes on Young. He says that after spending 2 years locked up because of that incident, the boy has finally shown himself. Soon the two stand face to face, with Shingon staring straight into the old man's eyes. Young gives the order to begin the test, and the old man moves before Shingon can even think. He charges straight at the boy. He seems to land a palm strike right on Shingon's chest. Everyone is horrified by the sudden cheap shot and shouts Shingon's name, but it was only an afterimage. Surprised, the elder realizes he missed, and Shingon appears behind him. The 9th elder can hardly believe it. Shingon really is at Grand Elder level. Myung is even more shocked, wondering if there was a book about the Great Guardian's skill on the 5th floor. The Poison Elder tries to attack again, but misses again. Shingon slips away with ease, thinking the old man is pretty fast. The Elder comes again, and Shingon realizes he's very good at copying techniques. Then the old man says he'll cripple the boy's legs first. Shingon is surprised to see him using a key projectile. The ground bursts up in dust, but Shingon leaps clear. The Elder keeps pressing forward, swinging that staff at the boy again. Shijon figures he's trying to lock down his movement by targeting his legs. But then he catches the old man off guard with the 2nd form of butterfly dance. Light butterfly circular steps. The Elder answers with the 5th form of the destruction technique, destructive poison art. The shockwave of Ki hits everyone nearby and it feels like their ears might burst. Then both fighters are thrown apart and Shijon still looks completely calm. The old man, though, is starting to wonder how this kid got so strong. He also questions that blade. How did something so thin survive his technique? And that's not all. Even if Shijon reached this level, The elder expected him to lack battle experience, but he fights like someone who survived hundreds of wars. The old man wonders if Shijan is really only at lower Grandmaster rank. He's gone all out from the start, yet he still hasn't made the boy waver even once. Worse, he can tell Shijan still isn't fighting at full power. For the first time, he's seeing a monster grow this fast, and now he understands why Lady Mu said what she did. The day before the 6th test, she visited the Poison Elder. He asked if she wasn't going too far, trying to force him to accept the demonic cult's request. Even as the leader's wife, she had no right to order another clan leader. So whose idea was this? She calmly replied that she knew where the Divine Doctor was, and that shocked him. Then she asked if he had heard of him, the greatest healer in China, said to cure anyone who isn't already dead. Maybe he could save his grandson. The elder says that's impossible. No one knows where the Divine Doctor is, but she explains that her grandfather received the Divine Doctor's plaque and was told that with it he could find him at a certain place. So she tells the elder to kill the boy. If things get worse because of that past incident, the dark cult leader will step in, because the next academy director has already been chosen. Remembering that talk, the elder thinks there must be a reason. Shijan was chosen. At this level, no one below the 3rd elder could face him. If they make one mistake, the 6th sex may end up facing the worst enemy in history. So he decides Shijan has to die here and starts gathering even more ki. The boy begins to grow uneasy. The director notices he's releasing poison, and the 9th elder demands to know what Senbai is doing. Does he plan to kill the challenger? Beyond starts to fear for Shijan. Then the elder uses the 5th form of the destruction technique and spreads purple poison across the arena. Everyone panics, asking how anyone could beat that monster, and realizing the boy might die, Shijan's subordinates start praying for him, begging him to surrender. But while the old man walks through his poison, Shijan stays completely calm. Then he rushes straight at him, and the elder is stunned. He throws up a curtain of poison to stop the boy. Mungyo starts yelling to Shijan. The elder thinks that should be enough to melt even his bones. If the boy dies, it's his own fault for being a fool. But a ki slash from Shijan cuts toward him. The elder is forced to defend with everything he has. He gets shoved back, and Shijan follows the slash, appearing right in front of the old man with a punch ready. Now it's his turn. The poison elder is completely shaken when he realizes Rizal's skin is burning and healing at the same time. Then the punch lands, sending the old man flying. Outside the cloud, no one can see anything through the smoke, and they all wonder what's happening. Bunji starts crying for his lord. Wonho thinks that poison is strong enough to melt someone to the bone, and they all wonder why Rizal had to choose the poison clan elder of all people. Then someone flies out of the smoke, crashing across the ground. Everyone thinks it's over. Even Inspector Hoa says that was too much. But when they look closer, they're stunned. It's the elder. Rizal beat him, and whilst Rizal walks out through the poison, he looks completely fine. Everyone wonders how he could survive Elder Bake's poison. They remember the war against the Martial Artist Alliance, when the Poison Clan Elder's toxic smoke was so deadly it was called a massacre. Even a shaman grandmaster left no body behind after being hit by it. Myung says he can't believe it, even with his own eyes. Then the elder stands up, shocked and unable to understand what's happening. Even while defending, his bones were shattered, and Zuzun's internal energy and raw combat power are beyond belief. He remembers that healing ability and wonders who Zuzun really is if he's even human. He gets back to his feet, but Rizal attacks again with Wide Butterfly, the final form of Butterfly Dance. The Poison Elder thinks about defending but realizes his staff is gone, and he just stands there trembling. He sees he has no choice. His skin changes color, turning dark blue-purple, and Rizal realizes he's using even more poison power. The old man says he's purging the toxic poison from his body while healing his wounds at the same time, and Rizal notes that even the White Dragon